Almighty God, we give thanks to you, the creator of the universe, and humbly beseech you to direct and prosper the deliberations of the members of this House here assembled for the advancement of your glory and the trust and welfare of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Grant that peace and happiness, truth and justice may be established among us for all generations. Amen.
Oath or affirmation. Announcements by the Deputy Speaker.
Honourable members, I have received communication from the Honourable Ayana Webster-Roy, MP, Member for Tobago East, who has requested leave of absence from today's sitting of the House. The leave which the member seeks is granted.
Bills brought from the Senate, petitions, papers.
Leader of the House.
Thank you very kindly, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have the honor to lay the notification of Her Excellency the President in respect of the nomination of Ms. Suzette Martin for appointment to the Office of Deputy Commissioner of Police. Thanks.
Reports from committees, Prime Minister's questions, urgent questions.
I call on the member for Chaguanas East.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. To the Minister of Social Development and Family Services, will the Minister update this House on the measures taken to assist the children of the Matura family, if any, after the discovery of the body of Hannah Matura on the compound of their family home at Valsain?
I'll call on the Leader of the House.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this time this is an active police investigation. As a consequence of this, the Ministry, neither the Ministry of Social Development nor the Ministry of Gender Affairs and the Office of the Prime Minister has as yet reached out to the family. And as soon as that becomes necessary, the ministries will put everything in place to make sure that these children are well looked after. Mr. Deputy Speaker, our understanding, though, is that there is only one minor involved, and that child is 13 years old, and consequently, if it becomes necessary, and when it does, the ministry will become involved.
Again, honourable members, the Minister directly responsible is not here, but I'll offer you a supplemental and we'll see if the Leader of the House can answer. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and thank you for your response. Just one question. Minister, I know you don't have all the details, but are you able to confirm to this House at this point whether any previous reports were lodged with any state agencies as per public pronouncements on this particular case?
Leader of the House.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I do not have that information with me.
Thank you, members. Supplemental, member for Couva South.
Thank you very much. And of course, through you, Deputy Speaker, and would crave the indulgence of the Minister if she's aware, in collaboration with her relevant ministers of government, if she's aware that the automated hotline at the Children's Authority, which is designated to deal with issues which unfolded or continue to unfold in our society, similar to the one at the house in Valsain, is non-functional at this time.
Okay, again, Honourable Member, I would not entertain that question.
Just wanted to put that on the record.
Questions on notice? Questions for oral answer?
Leader of the House.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there are 8 questions for oral response, and we'll be answering all 8.
Member for Tabakit. Question number 33.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Question number 33 to the Minister of Works and Transport.
Minister of Works and Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, due to the terrain and geology of the area, the section of the Couva Road in Grand Couva Village is prone to landslips. The Highway Division has already completed interim repairs at the landslips located at the 12.2 kilometer mark and 12.3 kilometer mark. In addition, there is an emerging landslip at the 12.1 kilometer mark. A geotechnical investigation was conducted to identify the options for long-term stabilization work for this zone. At present, at this zone, the carriageway of this road is unaffected. There exists another landslip at the 12.4 kilometer mark, which is currently being repaired by the Highways Division, with a tentative date for completion by the end of April 2024. A full slope stabilization package, tender, estimates, and drawings has been prepared to address a major landslip at the 12.5 kilometer mark, which has rendered the roadway impassable at this location. This project will be tendered and awarded when funding becomes available. Access to the village is available through Cameron Road, which is the responsibility of the Couva Tabakit Talparo Regional Corporation. However, this road is periodically maintained utilizing in-house resources of the Ministry of Works and Transport, pending repairs to the Couva Road at the 12.5 kilometer mark. Thank you.
Supplemental, member for Tabakit.
Thank you. Thank you for your response, Minister. Given that the roadworks are in progress, so that you have the tendering process going on, is there any consideration to stopping heavy T trucks from passing on the alternative routes, because that is causing further destruction on the alternative, much smaller route that the villagers use at this point in time?
Minister of Works and Transport.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, heavy trucks, extra heavy trucks, are allowed on certain roads because that is why they go to the transport board and they get route passes. And if those roads are not placed in the route pass, then heavy vehicles are not allowed to traverse the road. So it's a matter of enforcement in that area. Thank you.
Member for Couva South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Question number 34 to the Minister of Finance.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, Hitachi Systems Security Incorporation, along with its partner, Cyber Certainty for Global Juggernaut of Human Betterment, CYPER, was engaged to provide forensic incident response consulting following the cyber attack on the National Insurance Board of Trinidad and Tobago on December 26, 2023. It is to be noted that the service included, but was not limited to, determining if any personal identification information, personal data, or confidential proprietary information was accessed in an unauthorized manner, and if the same was exfiltrated. The National Insurance Board has stated categorically that the investigation was completed, and Hitachi reported that the critical systems that contained personal data were not impacted by the attack, and there is no evidence of data exfiltration from the National Insurance Board. As such, the National Insurance Board's personal data maintains its integrity.
Member for Couva South.
Minister, are you in a position to inform this House what financial cost was incurred by the National Insurance Board to complete this exercise?
Minister of Finance.
I am not at this time, and I'll provide the information as soon as it is posed in the proper manner, but I wish to reiterate that Hitachi Systems Security Incorporation, along with Cyber Certainty for Global Juggernaut of Human Betterment, is already engaged by NIB. In other words, they had these systems in place before this happened. So there may have been an additional cost, but these people are already engaged by the National Insurance Board. If you pose a question, I would certainly get that answer for you.
Member for Caroni East.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Question number 36 to the Minister of Works and
Member,
Transport.
1 second. My apologies. 1 second. I'll recognize member for Couva South, and we are at question 35. My apologies.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Question number 35 to the Minister of National Security.
Minister of National Security.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, according to the Chief Fire Officer, there was unfortunately a failure of the lift on January the 18th, 2024. An investigation was immediately launched on January the 19th, 2024 by the Occupational Safety and Health Administration in collaboration with the Trinidad and Tobago Fire Service. It was determined that there was a mechanical failure of the hydraulic platform skylift. The final report was completed and submitted on February the 26th, 2024.
Member for Couva South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Minister, could you confirm that the failure of the boom was due to human error due to the involvement of a third party subcontracted by Mobile Services Limited, namely Eastern Machine Shop, located in the Arima Industrial Estate?
Minister of National Security.
All things considered, Mr. Speaker, and not having the names that were mentioned by my friend immediately in front of me, I would prefer to desist from mentioning names, particularly when there might be questions of liability to engage our attention. Suffice it to say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that from the reports available to me and made so by the Chief Fire Officer, indeed it appears as though from the mechanical failure there may have been some human element leading to it. Thank you very much.
Member for Couva South.
Minister, are you in a position to inform this House that if the certification for Mobile Services Limited to conduct repairs and maintenance on the Bronto Skylift has not been updated for an extended period of time, as well as the certificates for the technicians so employed by the said company? Are you in a position?
Now, again, remember you had about 2 or 3 questions sort of in there, right? You want to just zero in into which one you will prefer to be identified as for the minister?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, could the minister inform this House whether the certification for Mobile Services Limited to conduct repairs and maintenance on the Bronto Sky Lift has not been updated for an extended period of time?
Thank you, Member. Minister of National Security.
So, Deputy Speaker, I was asked by my friend to answer the question as posed, having regard to the mechanical failure of the hydraulic platform Skylift during a firefighting operation on Observatory Street, Port of Spain in January 2024, will the Minister advise us to the following: whether an investigation has been launched into the mechanical failure of the hydraulic lift? If the answer to A is affirmative, when will the investigation be completed? I have answered that question in its fullness and entirety, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Minister...
Members, please, only the Minister of National Security at this time.
And therefore, I'm simply saying, if the member wants to get into these elements of minutiae, he is free to ask, in writing or across this floor, and I would be, as always, happy to answer the member. I thank you.
Okay, all right. So again, members, please. All right, again, honorable members, based on the standing order, based on the question posed and the answers given, relevant supplemental questions can arise, as the Speaker will determine accordingly. Member, next question. If you have a next supplemental.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, is the Minister in possession of the said report which was addressed to the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of National Security, dated the 22nd of February 2024, which focuses on the deficiencies which exist at the fire services, and what is he, as the line minister, doing to address this?
Again, member, I would not entertain the question. Question to the 6th Caroni East.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Question number 36 to the Minister of Works and Transport.
Minister of Works and Transport.
Deputy Speaker. So, Deputy Speaker, there are two phases of the program of works for the central branch of the Drainage Division scheduled for implementation at this time. Maintenance work in the areas identified in the question are within phase 1, which is currently underway. It is expected that the water course in questions will be cleared by the end of March 2024, way in advance of the start of the rainy season. Thank you.
For Caroni East.
Thank you, Minister. Could you state which water courses are there in phase 1 or phase A? Sorry.
Minister of Works and Transport.
Sorry, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I think the member had posed that question asking for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 water courses. So the answer is for the 5 water courses: Las Lomas, El Carmen, Santa Elena, Kelly Village, and Orenville.
Supplemental, Member Caroni East.
Thank you. Minister, are you confident that the maintenance works will be sufficient to prevent major flooding during the rainy season later on in this year?
Minister of Works and Transport.
Mr. Speaker, that question is a trick question. The ministry will do what it has to do to minimize flooding in all areas. We are cleaning the water courses, but I cannot guarantee the member of parliament that there will be no flooding. And my name would have been, they might call me Jesus. Thank you.
Next question, Caroni East.
Could I give another supplemental? Okay.
No, again, member, once you identify, I will acknowledge accordingly, right? Yeah. I didn't notice you, so this is why I went on. Proceed, supplemental.
Okay, thank you. Minister, what is the status of maintenance works, including the silting and dredging in the Caroni River?
Again, member, you have identified in your initial question 5. I think this particular river is not. It
runs in this area. It runs in the area.
No, again, I'm going specifically with what you have identified. You care to pose the question, I'll give you the opportunity again.
Sorry. Next question. Next question.
All right. Member, next question, Caroni East, 37.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Question number 37 to the Minister of National Security.
Minister of National Security.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The Trinidad and Tobago Police Service has indeed taken note of the recent reports of criminal elements demanding monies by menace from business owners and operators, more commonly called extortion. This is a most serious criminal offense. In the pursuit of their selfish and nefarious goals, these criminals have even been engaged in home invasions of their targets and their victims. In this regard, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, in collaboration with the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force, has developed a multi-pronged approach to address the issue. This model allows for several covert and overt initiatives, which are aimed at investigating, suppressing, and ultimately eradicating this type of offense. Additionally, this offense is considered in the schedule of offenses under the Anti-Gang Act No. 4 of 2021. As a result, the gang intelligence units throughout the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service are mandated to investigate all reports of these activities, even in instances where reports are not made, but intelligence suggests the existence of this offense. The police are mandated to pursue them. The Trinidad and Tobago Police Service is very aware of and understands the trauma experienced by victims in such matters. As such, the TTPS continues to encourage members of the public to report all such encounters, confident that the criminals will be pursued to the end and justice in the end will be served. I thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Member for Caroni East.
Minister, has there been any recent success in dealing with this issue by the TTPS?
No, again, Minister of National Security. Proceed. Proceed.
Of course. The police are always out there fighting these criminals, getting hold of some, charging them, putting them before the court. It's an ongoing thing, and it's not new. It may be new to you as a member of parliament, but it has been around for many, many years in this country and the world, I might say. And the police are pulsating with energy, constantly out here fighting them, and will continue to do so.
Supplemental, Caroni East, member.
Can the minister give a time frame as to when the TTPS will have this issue under control in Kelly Village?
Minister of National Security.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, the police are always working to bring these matters under control. The police deal with them in the way I've described when reports come or when intelligence suggests that these things exist, even if there's no report. It's a work in progress, my friend.
Right, member for Caroni East. Next question.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Question number 38 to the Minister of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries.
Minister of Agriculture, Lands and Fisheries.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The Depot Road Irrigation Project is currently being financed through the Fiscal Incentive Program for farmers under the Ministry of Finance. The Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries is implementing the project and has already actioned the cleaning and dredging of the retention pond to allow for irrigation pumps to operate at maximum capacity at the Depot Road Irrigation Project. It must be noted that the Honourable Minister Kazim Hussain and I recently visited with the technical team of the Ministry of Agriculture. We did a site visit to the Depot Road Irrigation Project on February 15, 2024 to discuss the irrigation requirements with all the farmers in the area. On February 26, 2024, a follow-up site visit was undertaken by the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries and contractors to determine the schedule of cleaning and desilting works to ensure that the Ministry's pump can operate at optimum capacity to service the 25 farmers affected in the 67 hectares of food production area. The relevant procurement services have been undertaken, and the Ministry anticipates the cleaning and dredging of the retention pond will be completed before the end of June 2024. Thank you.
Supplemental, member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly. Honourable Deputy Speaker. To the Honourable Minister, Minister, this matter has been raised and has been in progress since 2020, and it's ongoing. And taking into consideration the work that is to be executed there, which will include heavy equipment, the farmers have been also asking
Question, please.
for the access road. Will the access road for these farmers be repaired after the heavy equipment and the work is completed in the dredging?
Minister of Agriculture, Lands and Fisheries.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, having been there myself and very familiar with the farming community, I also invite the MP and member for Caroni Central to visit, because just a week ago I was there and the roads are in good form, and I dare say once the works are completed, we will be looking at a nationwide infrastructural program under the Palo Seco Agricultural Company, and all roads will be considered under that program, together with the assistance of the Ministry of Agriculture. Thank you.
Member for Naprima, so I'll call on the Chief Whip.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the member for Naprima, question number 40 to the Minister of Finance.
Minister of Finance.
Response to question 40. For the quarter ending December 31st, 2023, total central government external debt was US $5.184 billion. Total external debt of state enterprises and other state agencies was US $2.105 billion. Of this total, just US $582,548, or 0.03%, is government guaranteed debt, and US $2.104 billion is non-government guaranteed debt, serviced by the state entities themselves. So non-government, non-guaranteed debt, serviced by the state entities themselves. The total debt to GDP ratio was 70.8%, and the external debt to GDP ratio was 18%.
Again, I'll call on the Chief Whip. Question number 41 for member for Naprima.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Question number 41 to the Minister of Finance on behalf of the member for Naprima.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you. The value of interest paid on external debt for fiscal year 2022-2023 was TT 1.512 billion, and the percentage per dollar of revenue earned by the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, which went towards the repayment of interest on external debt, was 3%.
For leave to move the adjournment of the House on definite matters of urgent public importance. Statements by ministers.
Leader of the House.
Thank you very kindly. Thank you very kindly, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 126, and with your leave, there has been agreement to allow the Minister of Finance to speak until the conclusion of his statement.
Honourable members, I am informed that there has been agreement between the Leader of the House and the Chief Whip to allow the Minister of Finance to speak until the conclusion of his statement. I now call on the Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am authorized by Cabinet to make the following statement regarding the implementation of property tax in Trinidad and Tobago. The government has been making steady progress on the implementation of property tax. To this end, we are currently at the stage where notices of tax assessments under the Property Tax Act have been issued to a number of residential landowners and occupiers. This process commenced in February 2024. Prior to this, notices of valuation of land were issued with that process commencing in November 2023. This has not been a simple exercise, since we have effectively been navigating in uncharted territory. It should be emphasized that although the Property Tax Act has been on the law books for almost 15 years, it is still considered to be novel legislation, as it was never previously implemented. Accordingly, as is normally the case with the operationalization of any new law, there will inevitably be teething issues that arise that need to be addressed. Property tax is no different, and in fact it is unique, as property tax overhauled the antiquated and archaic Land and Building Taxes Act, an act established in 1920, and the Taxes Exemption Act, an act established in 1902. It is therefore not reasonable to expect that the rationale and the systems for collection of taxes on property that obtained in 1920, a time when Trinidad and Tobago was still a colony of the British Empire, would still be relevant 100 years later. To demonstrate how inefficient the previous system was, it is necessary to highlight that the 1920 Land and Building Taxes Act governed Tobago and only some districts in Trinidad. However, that law excluded cities and boroughs. As a result, assessment rules were created under the Lands and Building Taxes Act for the counties, while under the Port of Spain Corporation Ordinance, the San Fernando Corporation Ordinance, the Arima Corporation Ordinance, and the Municipal Corporation Act, there was a creation of house rate books. On the other hand, the 1969 Valuation of Land Act, now over 50 years old, governed all the municipal corporations, including the regional corporations and the cities and boroughs and Tobago, a recipe for confusion. Given the different applicable laws that applied tax on property in Trinidad and Tobago, there was serious inequality. For example, in relation to the several counties and Tobago, I am advised that some of the last valuations were conducted in 1948, over 75 years ago. In contrast, in relation to the cities and boroughs, there were much more recent valuations conducted. In 1975 for Port of Spain, in 2004 for San Fernando, and in 2008 for Point Fortin. This meant that the amount of tax being paid in relation to various districts and Tobago would have been highly disproportionate to the cities and boroughs, which had much more recent valuations in place. This was far from equitable, far from fair and equitable, and highly artificial. But that was not all. The disparities in the old valuations and old tax rates were just part of the problem with the old Land and Building Taxes Act. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I wonder how many of us actually are aware that the tax rate to be applied under the old system for property under identical classifications was different depending on where the property was located. For instance, under the Land and Building Tax Act, there was a flat tax rate applied to land. The rate was $10 per acre on land in size from less than an acre to 10 acres, $15 per acre on the next 11 acres, up to 100 acres, and $20 per acre or part thereof for land over 100 acres. Additionally, under the old Land and Building Tax Act, there was also a flat annual tax of 96 cents on every building where the taxable value did not exceed $24. Otherwise, an annual rate of 7.5% was applied where the annual taxable value exceeded $24. Again, in contrast, in the cities and boroughs, the previous tax rates were as follows. In Port of Spain, the tax rate for residential was 10%, commercial 10%, industrial 10%. In San Fernando, it was 8% for residential, 8% for commercial, 8% for industrial. In Arima, it was 10% for residential, 10% for commercial, 6% for industrial. And in Point Fortin, 2% for residential, 2.5% for commercial, 6% for industrial, and 2% for agriculture. In Chaguanas, The old rates before property tax were 10% for residential, 10% for commercial, 10% for industrial. The 2009 Property Tax Act was designed to eliminate all of these discrepancies and inequitable rates by establishing uniform rates for taxation of various categories of land. It is noteworthy that in the case of all cities and boroughs, the residential tax rate in the Property Tax Act is significantly less than what obtained prior to 2009 in several areas. It is 3% as compared to 10% prior to 2009. The Property Tax Act thus addressed two major concerns under the old system: consistency of valuations and uniformity and equity in the tax rate. The old system, with its gross inefficiencies and inequities and outdated valuations, also created false expectations as to what appropriate taxation on property should be. Indeed, if up-to-date valuations were in effect, as was required under Section 8 of the old Land and Building Taxes Act, the taxes to be paid by property owners under the old system would be way in excess of what is currently required under the new Property Tax Act. I now turn to what occurred yesterday. Contrary to media reports and postings on Facebook and elsewhere, there has been no suspension of property tax. Instead, the government has taken stock of the various issues raised in the public domain regarding the valuation of residential properties, and as a responsible government, has decided to take appropriate action to alleviate the concerns as the new system is being rolled out. Some of the issues raised by property owners include: 1. Primarily at the middle to upper levels, there have been several cases of feedback indicating that the annual rental values identified in valuation notices are not consistent with the expectations of property owners or with the current property rental market. 2. Some residential landowners and occupiers in close proximity of each other have complained about discrepancies in annual rental values that appear illogical to them. 3. Other residential landowners and occupiers have complained about what they consider to be the obscure manner through which some annual rental values have been determined. 4. There are some duplicate valuation notices that have been issued to residential landowners. And most importantly, 5. Some property owners believe that notwithstanding the fact that under the old land and building taxes system, the annual rental values used were extremely outdated, and in some cases as much as 75 years old, their property tax should be based on the old ARVs. In one case, a property owner who owns a substantial property is insisting that his property tax in 2024 should be in the vicinity of $230 per year, which is equivalent to a current ARV of $8,400 or a rental value of $700 per month, simply because $230 a year is what he paid many years ago under the Land and Building Taxes Act. The fact that his old valuation may have dated back to the 1960s is of no concern to him. As a result of these and other concerns, the government has today introduced a bill entitled the Property Tax Amendment Bill 2024, which, with the approval of the House, we wish to debate on Monday, March 18, 2024. It is the government's intention to do the following. 1. To reduce the rate of residential property tax from 3% to 2%, which represents an effective reduction of property tax by 33%. This is intended to reduce the impact of the new valuations, since it is clear that some property owners believe that the old 1948 valuations should still be used in the modern era in 2024. And it is important to gradually adjust and correct that erroneous belief. 2. To extend the time in relation to the year 2024 for the Board of Inland Revenue to issue notices of assessment up to June 30th, 2024. This would permit more time for the Valuation Division to review valuations under query and adjust where necessary, and advise the Board of Inland Revenue of any tax assessments that are required to be updated. 3, to allow for the extension of all applicable time periods by order, as is the case under the Valuation of Land Act. This will ensure that the government can extend any further time limits under the Property Tax Act if required, inclusive but not limited to the date upon which property tax is to be paid and the date upon which penalties are incurred. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I also wish to advise that regulations to give effect to the deferral form required under Section 23 of the Property Tax Act were made yesterday and will be published today. This will allow indigent, elderly, and infirm persons who satisfy the criteria under Section 23 of the Property Tax Act to make applications to the Board of Inland Revenue for deferral of property tax. Further, Mr. Deputy Speaker, an order will soon be published in relation to extending the time period for persons to bring objections to notices of valuation from 30 days to 6 months. Importantly, this time period only commences after service of the notice of valuation on the residential landowner or occupier. The intention here is clear. The government intends to be transparent with respect to the valuations that have been sent to residential landowners and occupiers by the Commissioner of Valuations, and will give owners and occupiers additional time to lodge objections, which must be determined and answered by the Commissioner of Valuations in the first instance before being adjudicated upon by other authorities if there is still a dispute. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we expect that these measures will go a long way in addressing the teething issues currently being faced, and we also undertake to take all necessary and future legislative and operational measures needed to ensure that property tax is implemented equitably across Trinidad and Tobago. With regard to the notices that were posted on the doors of some regional revenue collection offices yesterday, stating that property tax payments had been suspended until further notice, these notices were not authorized and should not have been put up, especially in view of the fact that the Property Tax Amendment Act 2024 is not yet law. My investigations have revealed that some of the staff in the Board of Inland Revenue, after becoming aware of the provisions in the amendment bill, took it upon themselves to do this with apparent good intentions, but without authorization and without my knowledge or consent. This is not the way that a cabinet decision should be communicated to the public, especially on a matter as sensitive as this. I am disappointed that this procedural lapse occurred, and it is my hope and expectation that the public servants involved will learn from this mistake. However, on behalf of the government, I wish to express my deep regret to all those who were inconvenienced. Now that the bill is before the Parliament, I have requested the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Finance to request the Board of Inland Revenue to cease the collection of property tax until the new rate of residential property tax is in effect. Additionally, I have been advised by the Board of Inland Revenue that a total of 801 payments of property tax had been made up to Wednesday, March 13, 2024, for a total of $1,030,864.55, which is actually an average of $1,297 in annual property tax. All of these taxpayers will be issued with new tax notices at the new rate of 2% and refunded, and I've asked the BIR to do so promptly. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I thank you.
I recognize the member for Oropouche West.
Pursuant to Standing Order 24, can the Minister advise whether any consideration has been given to changing the basis of calculation of the annual rental value, especially in light of the numerous issues in the public domain regarding the credibility of the valuations that have been provided?
Minister of Finance.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the measures that I have outlined are the measures that the government has decided to take at this time. With respect to the matter raised, I wish to point out that I have made it crystal clear that we are extending the time for objections to valuations, which, by the way, are made by the independent Commissioner of Valuations and not by the government, from 30 days to 6 months, to allow persons more time to lodge objections.
Personal explanations, introduction of bills. On the supplemental order paper, the Property Tax Amendment Bill 2024 in the name of the Minister of Finance.
Minister of Finance.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I beg to move the following motion. Oh, I'm sorry. Apologies. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 64-1B, I beg to move that the next stage of the Property Tax Amendment Bill 2024 be taken on Monday, the 18th of March 2024.
Honourable members, the question is that the next stage of the Property Tax Amendment Bill 2024 be taken on Monday, 18th March 2024. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it.
Motions relating to the business or sittings of the House and moved by a minister. Public business, government business, motions.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I beg to move the following motion standing in my name. Whereas it is provided by Section 3.1 of the Development Loans Act that the government is authorized for the purpose of A, financing general development in Trinidad and Tobago, B, repayment of borrowings effected by such general development, or C, repayment of borrowings effected for general development, 1, by a statutory authority within the meaning of the Statutory Authorities Act, 2, by an enterprise that is controlled by or on behalf of the state, or 3, by the University of the West Indies, from time to time to borrow money externally or internally in a sum or sums not exceeding in the aggregate $65,000 million in the currency of Trinidad and Tobago. And whereas it is also provided in the said Section 3.1 that thereafter such sum in such currency may from time to time be specified by resolution passed by the Senate and the House of Representatives. And whereas it is necessary for the government to borrow further sums of money for the purposes stated in the said section, be it resolved that for the purposes stated in the said section, the government is hereby authorized to borrow money externally or internally in a further sum or in further sums not exceeding in the aggregate $10,000 million in the currency of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Deputy Speaker, before us is a motion to amend the Development Loans Act, Chapter 7104, to increase the statutory limit of borrowings under this Act by 10 billion TT, from TT 65 billion to TT 75 billion. The Development Loans Act came into force in 1964 with an original ceiling of US $30 million. In 1983, the limit under the Act was converted to Trinidad and Tobago dollars and revised to TT 5 billion. In 1994, the limit was increased by 2.5 billion to 7.5 billion, and by a further 2.5 billion to TT 10 billion in 2000. In 2003, the limit was increased by 3 billion to TT 13 billion, and by 7 billion to TT 20 billion in 2008. Thereafter, the limit was increased 3 more times. In 2011 by TT 10 billion to 30 billion, in 2015 by TT 15 billion to TT 45 billion, and more recently in 2020 by TT 10 billion to TT 55 billion. It is worthwhile to note that the previous increases in 2020 and 2021 were to counter the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic and the consequential collapse in commodity prices. We are still dealing, Mr. Deputy Speaker, with the socio-economic effects of the pandemic on the economy. In fiscal 2020, the country recorded a deficit of $16.7 billion, the highest budget deficit in the history of the economy. This deficit or funding gap was met via drawings from the Heritage and Stabilization Fund and borrowings, mainly on the domestic market under the Development Loans Act. Following a rebound of economic activity in fiscal 2021, we recorded a reduced deficit of TT 12.4 billion. But like most countries of the world, Trinidad and Tobago had to increase its debt to bridge the gap created by plummeting revenues and increased demands for higher socio-economic expenditure to protect the vulnerable in society as lockdown measures were instituted due to new waves of infections locally and around the globe. As a consequence, despite the economic gains realized in the second and third quarters of the year, as we emerge from the worst of the pandemic, overall real economic activity in Trinidad and Tobago declined in 2021, although at a considerably lower rate of 1% as compared to the sharp contraction of 7.4% recorded in 2020, the COVID year. In 2022, the global economy was confronted by a costly humanitarian crisis triggered by the unprecedented war in Ukraine. This further compounded the lingering costs associated with cushioning the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Although the country recorded a budget surplus in fiscal 2022, due primarily to a spike in energy prices brought about by supply constraints as a result of the conflict between Russia and Ukraine, the high prices for oil and gas, particularly gas, which has since fallen in price by up to 80% in some gas-producing countries such as the USA, were not sustainable. In addition, the global economy continued in 2023 to navigate economic challenges such as high inflation, supply chain disruptions, and unprecedented policy tightening by central banks. In 2023, crude and natural gas prices declined significantly on average as a result of a weakened global economic condition, which dampened demand amidst higher supply for energy products. Revenue projections for fiscal 2023 and fiscal 2024 were thus impacted as the plunge in energy prices was unforeseen by all of the established impartial international agencies that publish forecasts for energy prices, such as the U.S. Energy Information Administration and Standard & Poor's. In response to the economic challenges we faced, we, like most countries worldwide, found it necessary to resort to public borrowing to mitigate the impact of the pandemic on our citizens and to drive our development program to stimulate economic activity. We recognized very early that the pandemic would seriously disrupt economic activity with sharp declines in growth and the possible emergence of a financial crisis. We needed to act decisively. If we had not done so, the disruption in credit flows from the financial system would have left households and businesses in dire straits with associated production and labor losses. Therefore, a package of fiscal stimulus programs supported by monetary accommodation was quickly implemented by our government, which enabled us to protect the most vulnerable and keep the economy running. The COVID-19 relief and support measures that this government implemented from 2020 to 2022, combined with the phased and eventual resumption of business activity and the global economic recovery, paved the way for a recovery in all economic sectors. Indeed, the economy, which had contracted sharply by 7.4% in 2020, stabilized in 2021 with a marginal contraction of 1%, and since then, we are now, as the IMF confirmed earlier this week, in a period of gradual but sustained economic growth. However, Madam Speaker, these measures placed our debt ceiling under continuous stress and strain as the implementation of the stabilization measures necessitated an increase in government domestic borrowings. It is important to note that this borrowing strategy mirrors the approach adopted by virtually all advanced and emerging economies worldwide. Since the COVID-19 pandemic and associated global recession in 2020, governments around the world have significantly increased their borrowing. This is reflective of the fact that the pandemic generated enormous costs to public health systems to treat and protect citizens and to provide vaccinations to combat its spread. Widespread restrictions on mobility and the closing of travel borders led to economic recessions that contributed to significant declines in government revenues. Further, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the geopolitical tensions following the war between Ukraine and Russia fueled the rise in inflation and worsened investor sentiment, leading to a tightening of the money supply and to currency devaluations in several countries around the world. However, unlike several countries, because of our proactive and decisive fiscal and monetary policies, we in Trinidad and Tobago were not faced with a currency crisis necessitating a devaluation. Against the backdrop of fiscal policy normalization after the pandemic, governments faced the challenge of refinancing significant amounts of pandemic-related debt at higher costs, which weighed on debt issuance in the following years. Public debt has increased worldwide. Cascades of crises in recent years have greatly accelerated this trend. As a result, global public debt has more than quadrupled, significantly outpacing global GDP, which has only tripled over time. In 2022, global public debt, consisting of domestic and foreign debt, reached a record US $92,000 billion. Developing countries account for almost 30% of this, with China, India, and Brazil accounting for around 70%. Consequently, many countries, both developed and developing, have increased their debt ceilings to accommodate increasing borrowings. As a matter of fact, Mr. Deputy Speaker, on December 16, 2021, lawmakers in the United States raised the debt ceiling by US $2.5 trillion, US $2.5 billion, to a total of US $31.4 trillion, US $31.4 billion, to allow for the additional borrowing needed to fund government operations in that country. Thereafter, as a result of increasing expenditure demands, the United States implemented a temporary suspension of its debt ceiling until 2025. So the US no longer has a debt ceiling to accommodate the increased spending. More recently, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in 2023, the United Kingdom recognized an increase in debt levels in excess of 100% of its gross domestic product, up from 35% just 15 years ago, due to huge spending to support its economy during the global financial crisis, the COVID-19 pandemic, and the 2022 surge in energy prices. In March 2023, the Executive Board of the International Monetary Fund decided to temporarily increase the ceilings on member countries' annual and cumulative access to IMF loans to help and support them in coping with a particularly difficult and uncertain environment. In addition, we need to note that according to the Inter-American Development Bank, while Caribbean economies have recovered from the pandemic-induced recession, one legacy that lingers in our region is public debt accumulation. This is an inevitable consequence of the sharp economic decline and social needs created by the pandemic. While progress has been made in lowering the burden of public debt, average debt levels around the Caribbean and the wider world remain elevated, and changing economic circumstances pose challenges and opportunities for managing sovereign debt. In January 2024, just a few months ago, the government of Guyana increased its debt ceiling by Guyana dollars 1.35 trillion. This is part of a broader fiscal strategy aimed at increasing the nation's capacity to finance its Guyana dollar 1.146 trillion budget in 2024, including several major infrastructure projects. Therefore, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as you can see, increasing debt ceilings is nothing new. The whole world is doing it. In 2020, to cope with increasing expenditure, Bermuda increased their debt ceiling to support development projects and recovery following the pandemic. In Peru, there was a complete suspension of the debt ceiling during the pandemic due to that country's rising fiscal deficit levels. In 2020, Brazil upped its debt ceiling to account for a surge in emergency spending to combat the COVID-19 crisis. As you can appreciate, Mr. Deputy Speaker, Trinidad and Tobago, like all economies across the globe, had to increase its borrowing to deal with the pandemic. Our government implemented numerous support programs to cushion the effects of the pandemic, resulted in accelerated borrowings and a consequential increase in adjusted general government debt over the period fiscal 2020 to fiscal 2023. In 2020, our general government debt stood at 81.5% of GDP and was trending upwards. The view at the time is that it would cross 90%. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in keeping with our prudent debt management strategy, in the face of significant countervailing headwinds, our debt levels have gradually decreased, standing at 70.8% of GDP as of today. It is noteworthy that our ratio of public sector debt to GDP is still lower than several of our comparator countries in the Caribbean, including Barbados, Bahamas, Antigua and Barbuda, Dominica, Suriname, Jamaica, St. Lucia, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Our debt to GDP ratio is lower than all of these CARICOM countries. Since the increase under the Development Loans Act in 2021, government's borrowing to support the economy and advance developmental projects have averaged $3 billion per year. In fiscal 2024, thus far, we have borrowed to finance approximately 60% of this year's deficit, leaving a headroom of just $2.5 billion left under the Development Loans Act. It should be noted that the majority of the government's borrowing is done through this act. We are able to lock in more favorable rates and reduce our borrowing costs using this act in contrast to the other acts, the External Loans Act and the Guarantee of Loans Act, as we borrow in Trinidad and Tobago dollars. This enables us to manage a $1 billion debt portfolio with minimal risks. Of utmost importance is the quick access by which this government has been able to secure funds under the Development Loans Act as compared to the other ones. Even during the pandemic, we ensured that all salaries, income and salary relief grants, social welfare benefits were paid on time and to everyone. We as a government continue to ensure that no one gets left behind, and we continue to put measures in place to safeguard the welfare of our citizens. It should be noted that government borrowings directly impact the economic development of our country through the provision of funding for capital projects and public amenities such as hospitals, the armed forces, and for continued support of the vulnerable in society. I wish to emphasize that this government borrows not only to ensure that our people can operate on a day-to-day basis, but also to ensure that future generations reap the long-term benefits of our development projects. Moreover, we are required to have sufficient headroom to safeguard the country from unforeseen circumstances or macroeconomic shocks that could cause a collapse of government revenues. As we have recently seen, such circumstances, such as the Ukraine war and COVID, etc., require substantial government interventions across the world to support households, the healthcare system, and businesses. Therefore, in order for the government to quickly respond and provide the necessary resources for emergency purposes, it is fundamental that the government has sufficient borrowing capacity available. Therefore, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is of critical importance that the limit under the Development Loans Act is increased so that there is adequate headroom to facilitate borrowing by the government for budgetary support or any unforeseen or emergency circumstances that may arise. We live in an ever-changing world, and it is key that precautionary funding mechanisms are easily accessible by the government. Fiscal measures require substantial fiscal resources, and increasing the borrowing limit is essential to ensure the government has access to the necessary funds. As I mentioned earlier, the available or remaining headroom under the Development Loans Act is just $2.5 billion as a result of the borrowings done under the pandemic. The proposed fiscal year 2024 budget deficit is $5.2 billion. We have financed $3.4 billion to date, and without revising the 2024 budget to cater for the fall in natural gas prices, we are still required to finance at least $1.8 billion, barring any further unforeseen developments in revenue and expenditure towards the end of the year and during the mid-year review. Given our potential vulnerability to the current tenuous geopolitical dynamics, it is imperative that the government maintains a level of flexibility that will allow it to quickly counter the effects of revenue contraction or unforeseen expenditure demands. This will mean maintaining a reasonable borrowing capacity. Accordingly, it will not be practical for this government to have access to a maximum of only $2.5 billion TT dollars. I need to underscore, this government has never defaulted on any of our debt obligations. We continue to service all our payments on time, which has supported a stable credit rating for Trinidad and Tobago, which is the only country in the Caribbean which has an investment-grade credit rating. However, given that the timing of the receipt of revenues may not always coincide with our spending needs, our ability to expeditiously access our domestic capital market allows for the timely payment of these debt obligations, along with other critical payments such as public servant salaries. This government continues to meet our everyday expenditure to keep this country afloat and to develop and advance our economy, to help improve the standard of living of our people. Over the last 8.5 years, I must repeat, we have always paid public service salaries and social grants and serviced our debt no matter what. Therefore, Madam Speaker, the current limited borrowing capacity under the Development Loans Act would potentially restrict the government in meeting its domestic financing needs in fiscal 2024 and beyond. I also would like to emphasize that I am not coming to Parliament today, which some people may not realize, some people on that side, to ask for permission to spend an additional $10 billion in 2024, as the government can only spend what has been appropriated in this year's budget. I want to repeat that. The government can only spend what has been appropriated in this year's budget. So even though we are seeking an increase in the limit under the Development Loans Act of TT 10 billion, we cannot borrow an additional $10 billion just so. We have come today seeking to raise the limit by $10 billion, as only $2.5 billion is currently available. This increase, we believe, would give the government sufficient room and flexibility to meet its current and emergent financing needs into the medium term, and will ensure we do not have to grapple with the risks and administrative burdens of having to come back to Parliament every month, which is probably what they want, or they would like, to increase the limit by another small sum. This is impractical, inefficient, and poses considerable risk to the smooth functioning of our economy. Mr. Deputy Speaker, increasing the borrowing limits carries low financial risks, as this government is steadfast in its commitment to prudent fiscal management and risk mitigation strategies. If we were not, we would not have had a report from the IMF, which has confirmed that we are now in the stage of a sustained economic recovery. We would not have an investment grade rating if we were not. We will continue to practice fiscal discipline. We will prioritize transparency and accountability, instill confidence, and uphold the highest standards of financial stewardship in managing these borrowed funds. The decision to utilize and increase the limit under the Act stems from its inherent advantages over alternative methods of borrowing. We do have multiple borrowing options, such as borrowing under the Guarantee of Loans Companies Act, or externally under the External Loans Act, on the international capital market, or through multilateral agencies. However, we have not come to this Parliament in almost 10 years to increase the limits under the respective legislation, Guarantee of Loans Companies Act, and I said almost, and External Loans Act, because we have ample headroom to undertake any additional borrowings. The headroom under the Guarantee of Loans Act now stands at TT $22 billion. And the headroom under the External Loans Act now stands at TT $12 billion. We prefer, first and foremost, to mobilize resources in the domestic market to avoid the exchange rate risk that comes with external borrowing in a foreign currency. And I want to make this point because it is not always understood. It is not a good idea to borrow money in US dollars. It does two things. It increases your external debt to GDP ratio, which was of interest to members opposite because they asked me a question about that today. And you have to get the US dollars to pay it back. But if you borrow in TT dollars, you are much better off, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So that we refrain, we do not rush to the international capital market, we do not rush to borrow from foreign institutions because of these two considerations. In addition, when you borrow under the Guarantee of Loans Act, you pay a much higher rate. The rate that the government gets directly is much lower than the rates that are given under the Guarantee of Loans Companies Act. Exchange rate risk is always present, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And in addition, rates in the United States, that's another problem with foreign borrowing, have trended upward in keeping with the Fed's effort to manage inflation. Interest rates in the US reached 8% recently. We do not have this interest rate dilemma when we borrow at competitive rates on the local market. The rates we get are much better on the local market. And this is another reason why this government prefers to borrow in TT dollars on the local market. In addition, our active presence on the domestic market assists in deepening our local capital markets. And it is clear to us that should we borrow on the international market, our average cost of borrowing would triple given the rising interest rate environment. Just let me repeat that. If we were instead to decide to borrow on the foreign market, our average cost of debt would triple. In essence, the majority of the government's borrowing is done under the Development Loans Act. This is what we have chosen to do, and we see it as the best form of borrowing for efficiency and value for money, where we get the least cost loans, and where also we contribute to deepening our local capital market and our local commercial banks and financial institutions. In summary, the current headroom under the Development Loans Act is 2.5 billion TT dollars, and this proposed amendment increases the permissible headroom under this act from which the government of Trinidad and Tobago may seek borrowing from 65 billion to 75 billion. This increases the limit by 10 billion so that the government is given the option to borrow under all of the legislation available to us to derive best value for the country. And I just want to make a point. We have gone to the international capital market 3 times. over the last couple of years. And the interest rates we have achieved are better than almost every other country in Latin America and the Caribbean. Recently, we went to the capital market with interest rates in the United States reaching 8%. We were able to get an interest rate below 7%, 6%. Whereas the Dominican Republic went to the market 2 weeks after us and had to borrow at 11%. That's an example of what is going on in Trinidad and Tobago. You don't hear people talking about these things. The commentators don't talk about these things. That the government of Trinidad and Tobago can borrow at 6%. But the Dominican Republic has to borrow at 11%. And other Latin American countries, 10%, 12%. So that 15%.
Again, members, honorable members, Minister of Finance, honorable members, we are going fine. Please, let's keep it up. Right? Each member will have the opportunity to enter the debate. Proceed.
Yeah, how much more time do I have?
You finish at 3:02 p.m.
Plenty time.
3:02
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to emphasize that we get much better interest rates, much better terms and conditions when we borrow on the domestic market. And we help our economy because the money stays inside Trinidad and Tobago. It circulates and the multiplier effect kicks in. It builds and strengthens our local financial sector. If we have to go overseas, we have to borrow at higher rates. But even when we do that, we still achieve interest rates that are half what our comparator countries in Latin America and the Caribbean achieve. Half. And when you go overseas, as we did last year, you have to do something called a road show. You have to present Trinidad and Tobago, the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. It's as if we were doing a credit rating. It's as rigorous as that. You have to show the international investors all of your policies, all of your metrics, all of your debt to GDP ratio, the strength of your institutions, the government's plans for development, the government's achievements, and you have to build credibility in Trinidad and Tobago. And, you know, facts are stubborn things. Despite all the old talk, I remember in 2016, when we did the first road show, and we went to the United States, because we were advised that from time to time, it is necessary to maintain a presence on the international capital market. Because if you are not a frequent issuer, if you're not out there on a fairly regular basis, you are going to get adverse consequences because people don't know who you are and don't know your credibility and don't know what kind of government is in Trinidad and Tobago and would not have confidence in Trinidad and Tobago. So we were advised in 2016 to go on the international capital market, which we did. And we borrowed $1 billion US. I recall, before I went off on that road show, and we had a team going to various parts of the United States. I myself went to New York, and then I went over to California and came back. And then we opened the bond issuance on Bloomberg. And within a couple hours, it was oversubscribed by 200%. And you're talking high-quality investors, some of the biggest and best international banks in the world that invested in Trinidad and Tobago paper. But I remember, before I went on the roadshow, I had to go and meet with investors. Every day you would have 20, 30 meetings where you have to present Trinidad and Tobago, present the government of Trinidad and Tobago, present the credibility of Trinidad and Tobago. I remember when I did that in 2016, the pundits in Trinidad and Tobago were putting in the papers, that will fail. He won't be able to raise the money. He will come back as a failure. And it was oversubscribed by 200% in 3 hours. And we were able to get an interest rate of 4.5% over 10 years. And it was expected we couldn't get better than 6 or 7. And just 1% on $1 billion over 10 years, Mr. Deputy Speaker, you're talking about in excess of 500 million Trinidad and Tobago dollars that was saved by this government's approach to fiscal policy. And we did it again during the pandemic. During the pandemic, we had a refinancing of a bond that was taken out by the former administration. In the middle of the pandemic, governments collapsing, economy collapsing, revenue collapsing, oil price gone down to zero. And we couldn't do a physical roadshow, couldn't travel, borders closed. So we had to do a virtual roadshow. So I had to go on the computer, on the screen, do a virtual roadshow over a period of a whole week with investors from all over the world. And again, we raised $550 million at 4.5%. In the middle of the pandemic, oversubscribed by over 100%. We did it again last year. We went to raise another 500 million, oversubscribed by over 200% in 2 hours. And we got interest rates that are half the rest of the Latin American and Caribbean countries. So I just want to make the point that this is not a place for amateurs. This is a responsible government. We dealt with the pandemic. The population recognized what we did during the pandemic. And it wasn't just the health response by the Minister of Health and all his healthcare workers, for which I must congratulate him. It wasn't just that. It was the whole of government approach to dealing with the pandemic. Social services. And we in finance had to provide the money for it. And as a result, we had to resort to borrowing. But because we were prudent, we decided to go domestic, where the interest rates are lower and where it builds the national economy. As a result, our debt has reached close to the ceiling in terms of domestic borrowing. I want to re-emphasize that with respect to external loans and guarantee of loans of companies, we have billions and billions of dollars in headroom. But in terms of central government borrowing, we get the best rates and you build the most confidence, we need the headroom. So we have been using our borrowing as a tool, judiciously, to preserve the gains we have made over the last several years, the jobs we have created, and our development program. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I wish to emphasize that the proposed adjustment to the debt ceiling, it appears, Mr. Deputy Speaker, they don't read the central bank reports. The last central bank report published just 2 months ago indicated that we have reduced the unemployment rate to 3.2% and created thousands of new jobs. It seems they don't read the papers. So anyway, we recognize the effect that the global pandemic has had on our economy, as it has had on countries around the world. And this has caused us to rely on borrowing for budgetary support. We therefore consider it prudent, practical, and necessary that the existing statutory limit of 65 billion be increased by 10 billion pursuant to Section 3 of the Development Loans Act. And with those few words, I beg to move.
Honourable members, I will now propose the question for debate. Be it, member, I'm on my legs, please. Honourable members, I will now propose the question for debate. Be it resolved that the purposes stated in the said section, the government is hereby authorized to borrow money externally or internally in a further sum or in further sums not exceeding in the aggregate $10,000 million in the currency of Trinidad and Tobago. I will now recognize the member for Siparia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I thank my colleagues as well. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I listened attentively to the Honourable Minister for Finance, and with the deepest of respects, I want to say I don't believe a word that you said in this debate. I don't believe a word. And therefore, I joined the debate with a sense of deja vu, Deputy Speaker. At one point, the minister said they didn't come to increase certain ceilings for over 10 years. Well, let me remind you, we've been almost, well, okay, almost 10 years. But this particular ceiling, this is the 4th time that you're coming to raise the ceiling on the development loans. So we've been down this road before, in the same type of debate over the past 8.5 years. And to date, in spite of the minister's boasts of sustainable and positive outcomes for the people of TNT, there has been nothing. So the government came 3 times to increase the ceilings. In 2015, again in 2020, again in 2021, and this is the 4th time in this 8.5 years, 2024. Now, what is interesting is to note what was coincided with the increasing of the ceilings. In 2020, March 2020, we came here to increase the ceilings under this Development Loans Act. What happened in August 2020, Mr. Deputy Speaker? General election 2020. So March 2020, general election, August 2020. We came back in July 21, and there were 2 THE elections in that year. First, there was a 6-6 tie, you all remember that? 6-6 tie. And then the government said, hey, we're going to change all the boundaries. And then came to increase the ceiling again. 2024, we are here today with any time a general election, and I'm saying anytime you call it, we are ready. We are ready, we are working, and we will be ready. Whether it's next week, whether it's a snap, or whether you stress us out, we will not be stressed out. We will continue to fight for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. So, by the time this sitting is over, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the ceiling will have reached $75 billion under this one statute. Under this one statute. In the 8.5 years, they have increased the ceiling by $45 billion. MP Tanko made a comment to us in a previous debate, which I would like to repeat. It took 47 years and 14 governments to build up to $30 billion in debt ceiling under this Act. It took 47 years, because this is a 1964 statute, right up to 2011 when we increased the ceiling. 47 years, 14 governments to reach the debt ceiling to $30 billion. In 8.5 years, this government has increased that debt ceiling by $45 billion. For just 8.5 years, I'm sharing with you, 47 years, 14 governments, $30 billion. That was it, up to 2011. Enter this regime, this government, and they have increased that ceiling by $45 billion, which represents a 150% increase in 8 years. So where is all this money going? That is a very dangerous gamble with our nation's future, and that is only one statute, you know. This government came in 2015, there are other debt ceilings. In 2015, there were 3 resolutions on the order paper. One was for development loans, which is what we're dealing with today, but there are 2 others. 2 others. They attended 3 different pieces of legislation, which gave them an overall increase of $50 billion. So under development loans, they increase it from $30 billion to $45, an additional $15 billion. Under the External Loans Act, from $15 billion to $30 billion, which was an added $30 billion. And an increase in the statutory limit under the Guarantee of Loans Act from $25 billion to $45 billion. And now again, as I said, another increase for the development loans. The minister gave us an idea of the headroom, if I wrote it down correctly. The headroom under development loans at this time is 2.5 billion. The headroom is 22 billion under the Guarantee Loans Act, and under the External Loans Act, $12 billion. So they have headroom of 22 plus 12, which is 34 billion, plus headroom under the Development Loans Act of 2.5, so 34 and 2, $36 billion that they can't borrow. The minister made a very interesting point, and again, that's why I can't believe what he tells us, what minister tells us. He said that we cannot spend the 10 billion. We cannot spend even that 34 billion in headroom under the other acts. Because guess what? The monies were not appropriated by Parliament. You ever hear such foolishness and nonsense? How many times have you come in a midterm review and changed everything, appropriate by supplement and otherwise? That's why I say I cannot believe a word. I mean, are you the same Minister of Finance who comes here every year under midterm reviews to increase, supplement, add, take away, whatever it is? So we are not fooled by the fact that you're telling us, hey, we're not going to borrow this 10 billion. You will borrow it. You will come back and appropriate. And you know why? Because we are in an election year. This is election money. Whilst all of that is happening, what is even more frightening is that there is nothing tangible to show for all the money spent over the 8.5 years under these various loans. After 8.5 years in office, after spending nearly $500 billion taxpayers' money, we have regressed to one of the most backward states in our existence at this time in time. So please imagine in 2024, we are a nation under siege by criminals. People get shot in their beds. People get shot while they're having a bath. They get shot while they're driving, while going to school, while waiting for a taxi, while standing on the street. It is like a war zone that we are in now, after all these billions have been spent. In 2024, after the government has spent nearly $500 billion of taxpayers' money, over 50% of this population do not have a consistent, safe water supply. After the billions spent, entire villages are left without a water supply in this dry season. People sometimes have to keep their children at home instead of send them to school because they have no water to bathe, no water to wash, no water to cook. Again, here we are in 2024. After spending over $60 billion in the health sector, citizens are still being forced to lie on the floors and trolleys when they go into the emergency departments, nation's hospital, because they just don't have enough beds. So whilst you have spent the billions, Minister is speaking to us about improving the quality of life of our citizens. That quality of life has worsened under this government. Again, in health, people cannot access basic medication. They're being denied basic surgeries, much less for life-saving surgeries. Hospitals are like virtual killing fields. After $60 billion spent on education under this government in the past 8 years, children are still being forced and crammed into temples, mosques, churches all over the country because there are not enough schools. The government has not bothered to repair them. Across the country, people are protesting every day for better roads. It is as though we are in 1924, under the time of colonial neglect. And when the rain finally comes, the floods take over, in spite of millions being spent on ghost floodplains. I heard earlier in the session a question answered by the Honourable Minister of Works about preparations for the wet season and the floods, and whether what Minister has done, if it's in the best interest. Minister said, well, he's not Jesus. Well, thank God he's not Jesus, because woe and heaven betide us should he ever be even called or thought to be such. So people are forced to live now rampant terror, unprecedented crime, violence, and poverty and unemployment levels. And today the minister tells us about how many jobs have been created and talks about the central bank reports. Has the minister seen, or does he even care? When the cruise ship people came here to seek to do the lines, when those cruise ship people came here for recruitment. How many persons lined up by the thousands? When the prison officers lined up for recruitment, so many persons there. And Minister wants to boast about jobs and central bank reform. Minister, this government, Deputy Speaker, the police force recruitment as well. And therefore, those stats, there's a famous expression, how to lie with statistics. Those do not reflect the reality of unemployment in Trinidad and Tobago.
There may not have been a referral, but you used a word there just now, which I think you can slightly readjust, please.
Deputy Speaker, I am very much guided by what you're saying. I have not said that anyone. It is the name of a book. There's a book that the title is How to Lie with Statistics. And therefore what I'm saying is the statistics may not reflect the reality. I am not accusing anyone in this House of lying with statistics.
And again, Honourable Member, we are on the same page. It's just that you now explained about the book. You didn't say you were mentioning the book previously. Nice one. Proceed.
Certainly. It is the title of a book. In fact, I'm very familiar with it. I used to teach a course at the University of the West Indies in Jamaica in language and linguistics. And that was one of the, compulsory texts that the students had to use at that time when I lectured at the university. So I'm guided. It is the name of a book. The stats do not reflect the reality of TNT today, where unemployment is at an exceedingly high level. So we are failing in every sector. We are suffering oppressive, dictatorial, incompetent, wasteful, corrupt governance. And today, guess what? That same government now has the unmitigated goal to come back to this parliament to get authority to raise the debt ceiling to $75 billion. My question is this: for whom? For whom are we raising this debt ceiling? Government tells us it is for development, but is it development for whom? Is it for their privileged elite groups and friends, neighbors, financiers, family? Their track record shows clearly that it is not for development of the majority of the people of our country. And I ask the question again, development for what? Exactly what? Ministers give us no specific projects, no specific nothing, has given us nothing in terms of what this money will be utilized for. In fact, he took front before front back down by saying, we're not going to spend it because it's not appropriated. But if it is for development, give us some ideas. You did that in 2015. Minister did that in 2021, 22. And, well, here we are in 24. What is this for? And I'll come back to that. So our question then remains, where has the money gone? Over $300 billion spent, and now we're borrowing billions more. The government owes a duty to tell the country where this money has gone. Where the money gone, Minister? You must tell us. You must tell the country. And where will it go after today? The country demands answers. We demand answers. I ask again, where the money gone? Almost $45 billion. We are not seeing it. They're not feeling it. They're not tasting it. There is only suffering. So I hope the minister, in his wind-up, will share with us where the money gone and where this money is going. Now, Minister spent some time about COVID. Let's talk a bit about COVID. That was the rationale for increasing the ceiling. COVID was it. The minister boasted in 2015, when minister came for his first debt ceiling increase, that they would be transparent. And again, the minister said today, this is for transparency, we'll be transparent. Prudent fiscal management, and all the nice buzzwords. But of course, our transparency has not happened until today. I want to remind members about how deliberately secretive this government has been in accounting and for transparency as to how they spend money on projects. The now $75 billion they would have already accessed will be further accessing through the debt ceiling increases. The government is therefore constrained to provide information, and the government deliberately failed to do so. Here we are back again. In 2020, especially during the COVID pandemic, when government came to this House like a thief in the night, they raised the debt ceiling again by $10 billion. Back then in that debate, we vigorously protested this move. Since then, we have been calling on government to tell us where the COVID money gone. To date, no answers, absolutely no answers. They have dismissed and treated with contempt this Parliament and citizens. Again, I remind us, Honourable Deputy Speaker, this is an election year. And so it is even more important to disclose where the money went and where it is going. 4 years later, no accountability. And, Deputy Speaker, this lack of transparency during the COVID pandemic is the subject of much debate. It's so bad. It has been chronicled in a volume here, a highly regarded Caribbean investigative journalism network, CIJN, in a very lengthy country report in 2022. September 5th, 2022, this report is out and can be reviewed by everyone. In that report, very lengthy report, it is available on their website, CIJN. Now, you know, there's a trait of dictators. I'm not saying any one of us here may be, but there's a trait of dictators, two traits really. One is that they do not believe in independent press, and they believe if you repeat a lie often enough, it becomes the truth. You repeat a lie often enough, and this was the case of the dictator Hitler, the whole propaganda strategy. And this government, that has been their modus operandi of repeating and repeating and repeating the same untruths, the same untruths.
Just 1 second, member. Again, members, please. Right, the MP for Siparia is on her legs, right, and she's the only member is recognized at this time. So please, again, hush tones or silence, please. Proceed, member.
So this network, CIJN, they're not easily bullied or manipulated. They have some very great journalists with them. One is Jim Clancy, a renowned international former CNN journalist, a formerly internally respected LA Times editor, Davan Maraj, D-A-V-A-N, a different Maraj, Davan Maraj, and Caribbean media veteran Wesley Gibbons compiled this Trinidad and Tobago report about the COVID and the money spent on COVID. Now, according to their website, the organization is dedicated to holding governments, corporations, and other institutions accountable. It produces groundbreaking storytelling about issues of ultimate importance to the Caribbean. In this report on Trinidad and Tobago, which is titled Following the Money, as I said, published in September 2022, I quote, Trinidad and Tobago encountered the COVID-19 challenge even as depressed economic conditions threatened to worsen and outlook appeared dim for growth and increased resilience. Questions, however, linger regarding precise accounting for all money accessed and spent on pandemic-related measures. In an interview carried in the MIC, CIJN's parent company, it is reported that enough information, not enough, regarding expenditure flows given to determine the precise nature of the level of accountability. He said it was a fact that transparency and accountability on questions of public financing are weak. The report goes on to state, there was sharp public commentary on the tabling of the Auditor General's report for 2021 in May 2022, for instance, which brought concerns regarding as much as US $4.4 billion in unaccounted expenditure. Significant discrepancies and accounting gaps were also noted, with emphasis on the disbursement of grants. Now, in addition loans, grants, over US $1.87 billion was withdrawn from the HSF. So not only was money under the development loans of the $10 billion, a US $1.8 billion also for COVID was drawn off under the HSF 2021 fiscal year. In addition to that, sir, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the drawdowns were explained as being necessary to address financial shortfalls resulting from pandemic measures. It has, however, been observed by some that there were not enough clear guidelines regarding use of the drawdowns. There has been difficulty determining how much had been allocated to address the budget deficit and what was spent on direct pandemic relief. This report, again, the Minister of Finance himself, in Spotlight 2, cited a variety of external and domestic financial buffers which allow the government to access financing for the COVID crisis, and these include as follows. These are all the loans and grants and so on. Government access in addition to the monies under the development loan ceilings, in addition to the drawdowns from the HSF. In addition, the government borrowed US $150 million, TT dollars 1.02 billion from CAF, the Development Bank. The government also signed 2 loan agreements with the IADB, combined total of US $150 million. These loans targeted the public health sector, education, and housing. The country also secured US $20 million from the World Bank, again for help in the health sector. A further US $712 million was accessed from the IMF. The US government, through Centers for Disease Control, CDC, granted TNT and CAFA $950,000 US in pandemic assistance. Do you understand what's happening here? In addition to the increase in borrowing ceilings, the government received so much other funding from so many other sources and has not accounted for the expenditure on COVID to date. The Canadian government donated US $4.6 million to help the Caribbean in its COVID response. The country also benefited from donations of PPE from the People's Republic of China, United States, the European Union, and South Korea. And South Korea also donated US $100,000. Mr. Speaker, can you imagine all of that money was accessed by the government in 2020 during a pandemic, and they still went ahead and raised the debt ceiling to $10 billion. So 4 years now, the question is, where has this COVID money gone? There's an article in one of our newspapers recently which tells us, Express March 11, 2024, tells us that several countries, that government has spent, they said 4 years ago, on the March 11, 2022, was the date when the government declared the COVID. That government has spent, this article says, Express 11, March 11, 2024, about $5 to $6 billion. And what has happened in other countries, because of concerns of how the money was being spent, on what? I quote from the article. Several countries have initiated...
Sorry, who's the writer of this article? Thank you.
Again, honourable members, the member has quoted the source, date, and also the source. Right, if you decide to respond, but proceed. Thank you, members. Okay, members have ruled. Member of Siparia.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Again, please.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I am responding to comments made by the Minister on several occasions in his piloting of this motion, which was COVID expenditure. So I'm stating so much money has been spent. I think it's in excess of about $10 billion. $10 billion. And 4 years later, this government has not accounted for that expenditure of $10 billion. And the minister comes and talks about COVID expenditure again, transparency, accountability, fiscal or prudent fiscal management, and on and on and on, benefiting the people of TNT. Where did $10 billion went? Where is the $10 billion COVID dollars? And in answer to that question, the Express of March 11 2024, I quote, Express editorial, several countries have initiated inquiries into the handling of the COVID pandemic that has been revealing. Britain's COVID-19 public inquiry assesses government response and draws out lessons for the future. Sweden, France, and Italy have done various inquiries as well. So several countries have gone that way. And some other nations are considering pursuing their own accountability exercises. I serve notice today that when we form the next government, we will establish an inquiry into the COVID expenditure done by this government. We'll establish an inquiry. The minister has reported so much money, borrowings, loans, grants, and so on. And our Auditor General's report, Deputy Speaker, notes that the US $100,000 donated by Korea was not reflected by the statement provided by the Ministry of Health. The TNT Transparency Institute International, for instance, has ranked TNT 82 in 2021, according to the Corruption Perception Index. I say that report by the Auditor General for the period October 1, 2020, September 30, 2021, has raised several questions regarding accounting for some areas of pandemic expenditure. Close to TT 290 million was noted as explicit COVID spend. 10% of that sum remains unaudited. That auditor's report noted financial contributions from private sector companies toward pandemic support and donations from Korea to be used for PPE and so on, but was not reflected on the statement provided by the Ministry of Health. That auditor's report also highlighted some areas of concern related to expenditure at the municipal corporations, regional health authorities, and statutory bodies. Numerous breaches of financial regulations were cited, along with issues of improper financial management. The report spoke of, that auditor's report, absence of approvals for deployment of unspent balances within local government bodies, the non-existence of separate accounts for unspent balances, flawed oversight process involving use of chairman's funds, weak accounting for humanitarian aid and other donations towards COVID-19 relief. There were also concerns regarding several state-administered relief efforts, including a food assistance program. You all remember that? When some candidate is somewhere...
Member, please.
Yes, sorry.
You have just about 2 minutes of your initial speaking time. You have an additional 15. You care to avail yourself? Madam,
Yes,
Opposition?
yes,
Yeah. Okay, proceed.
Thank you very much. I spent time on this, and my colleague, the MP for Orapooch West, will deal with some of the other financial and fiscal matters, but I think it's important. This is $10 billion of money spent. And so the report says, for the food, you remember that food program, food relief program, where persons, they said they were giving these boxes, market boxes to MPs, all MPs, but then they were given to candidates, PNM candidates as well. That has never been fully accounted for. And here it is, the Auditor General is saying the procedures and so on were not followed. This report, I say, really casts a great dampener on the boasts of the government about spending COVID money. And so we remain very concerned. I will continue. My colleague on the other side was saying how great is the PNM. I would say great is the truth. Great is the truth, and we shall expose them. Again, I make the point, when the UNC gets into office, we certainly will cause an inquiry to be launched, as other countries have done, into this matter. In the rest of time I have, Deputy Speaker, Minister told us when he came in 2015 to raise the ceilings that he says, we are not into vanity projects. I quote from the Hansard. Our infrastructure program, we are not into vanity projects. Over the medium term, we have our National Highways Grid program, our East-West Corridor Transport project, our bus fleet renewal program, mass transit system, government shipping service, new commercial, industrial, and passenger cargo ferry ports in strategic locations, such as Toko. What has happened to these ports? What has happened to Toko Port? Promised since 2015 and down the road. Air transport infrastructure development, new airport terminal, modernization of the license office, a comprehensive drainage development program, and so on. Quotes on the minister. Which of any of these infrastructure projects 1 decade later? None of these promised programs are in place. I always say PNM, promises never materialize. They have and they continue to put funds, borrowed funds and others into vanity projects, and we could give the list of them, starting with soak on the seas, paintings, talking about the construction of the premises residence in Tobago, construction of President's House, all these other projects. And the question is, this will tell us some of where all the money has gone. Wastage over the years, Madam, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Remember the Malcolm Jones $13 billion Petrotrin GTL loss, written off by this government as soon as it came into office. $13 billion claim, removed the claim and ended up having to pay money instead, taxpayers' money, in the case in courts. We had the whole call a hard fiasco, $725 million case against him thrown out. The Sea Bridge fiasco, nobody knows who owns Bridgemans up to today. The Manzanilla Highway, $400 million for what? For 5 miles, still incomplete. Mashup, well, that's like the highway to Point Fortin. Remember Dr. Member for Orpooch West, what is it? Cricks. The Mosquito Cricks biscuit. Yes. Orpooch East, thank you. Thank you. Sorry, yes. The Curab interchange. How much was paid for the Kate Donner premises owned by a minister? The St. Augustine nurseries demolished to build houses. Farmland was part of PNM campaigning. Rents.
Again, you're still quoting from your article, right? Remember?
I'm sorry. No, I'm moving.
Okay, because remember, it becomes your words. You're no longer quoting, right? Okay, that's what need to be clear. Sure. Let's need to be clear.
I thank you for the reminder, Deputy Speaker. These are well known to the public. We have places for rent, paying millions, 23 million in rent for particular buildings, and it goes on and on and on again. The far more I will be here until next. What the Roman bill of some minister? You remember that? The Roman bill? That's where the money is being spent. What about the minister's sexual harassment settlement? The minister's sexual harassment settlement, taxpayers' dollars. The sandals issues with money is being spent. I am not listening to them, my voice is louder. They can just giggle all they want.
But the speaker should be stopping them from disturbing you.
You are now disturbing me. Can I seek your protection?
Yeah, proceed, member. Proceed.
Again.
Members, please. Your conversations.
All right,
Your conversations reach the speaker's chair, so let's be careful. That's all I'm saying. Let's be careful. Member for Siparia, proceed.
Thank you so much. Renovation of the Prime Minister's residence, 18 million. President's house, contract given, I'm told, to the wife of a particular minister, $115 million. Ministers building bridge using state resources. Airport service terminal, no proper contract. Another minister's relative, is benefiting from financing. The list goes on. Can I say something, Deputy Speaker? That these are just some of where the monies are going, the thousands of dollars spent. And I can tell you, under the government island, we have another document, not produced by me, produced by the Ministry of Planning. The achievements of the government of Trinidad and Tobago, very lengthy document, over 450 pages long, 2010 to 2015. And this document is produced by the Ministry of Planning, that lists achievements. This is where the monies went. The government has said Government tells us that we spend all the money. We increased the ceiling to 30 billion. Yes, certainly we did, but I can show you, you can see, touch, feel, and taste the projects that we did. We built over 106 schools. I have the entire list here. We had a whole laptop program in education, in the health sector. We refurbished so many health centers. Under sport, we built a National Aquatic Center, the tennis center, the velodrome, the cycling velodrome. Under infrastructure, we can get so many other projects, which I think my colleagues can carry through with. So as I close, how much time have I? 9 minutes. In the last remaining minutes, 10 minutes? Thank you. Thank you, sir. Okay, I thank
That's
you.
correct. Yeah.
All this is fine, but the minister doesn't share with us any which way or ways in which we can build revenue streams. Borrowing is, yes, borrowing is good. If you want to borrow something, people borrow you have to pay. And that's the point. There's no proper repayment plan here being offered. Now, if you, as I say, any householder, any human being, you borrow for certain things. You borrow for investment. You borrow to buy a house or to have a mortgage, on the house or a car. So you have an investment, you have an asset. So what are we borrowing? What are we borrowing for? For the fourth time. I see in the estimates of our revenue, 2024, that government estimated that they would borrow about 13 billion, is it? I think $13 billion in 13 billion dollars, yes, 13 point something billion dollars in borrowings. So here we are, this one alone is 10 billion. Where's this 13 billion? The estimate is always wrong, because for 2023 they had estimated, a smaller amount. And then when you revise it, it went up to $11 billion. So this gives us an indication of where they want to go. And the minister says it does not appropriate it. But you have it accounted for as 13 plus billions in borrowing for fiscal 2024. Then we move along. The minister told us it's better to borrow locally. Yeah, it's always good to do things locally. And yet this very same minister went abroad on 3 occasions looking for foreign loans, foreign borrowings. That's why I tell you, I can't believe a word that you say, not one word. And we move along as I close. The 3 bonds, all these issuances and so on. I cannot, in any good conscience, support this motion. I cannot. I see it as conmanship. Conmanship.
No, again, remember, I know you are experienced enough. Please, let's withdraw and come again, please. Thanks.
We cannot support this motion. There is no transparency, there is no accountability, no any development from this measure. Instead, our citizens are forced to endure government's wanton wastage, misuse of dollars, every time they come here to raise the debt ceilings. They're endangering not just our present, already unstable economic system, but also future economic viability by this questionable motion. I say to the Minister of Finance, withdraw the motion. Spend your time telling us for once and for all where all the money gone. After you count to the population for your wastage and destruction of our economy, then I ask you this. Government is not responding to the cries of people in our country. It seems that they're instead responding to their, in my conclusion here, Deputy Speaker, they're responding to their general election handlers. We heard a bit about property tax today. I will not anticipate that debate, which that is fixed for Monday. We have heard about high electricity rates. We've heard about higher water rates. Now, there's some words in local parlance that their general election handlers have told them, hold your hand, Dorothy. Wait, Dorothy. So they're coming now to backtrack and backtrack because they know it's an election year. And therefore, they're buying time. Believe it or not, once that election is done, every one of these increases will be visited on the people. If we take God out of our thoughts and put them back for a third term, it is high property tax, high water rates, high electricity rates in your waste post-election, should we take God out of our thoughts. So after accounting, I call again for the minister and the others on the other side. I'm sure they'll be happy to contribute, for every sector has failed. They're counting on the days you've been tried, tested, and found wanted by the people of this country. Once again, for all in the political wilderness which you will be consigned to, I say let us take our country back from this government and from on the road to ruin. I thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I recognize the member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, us on this side who form the government are focused on the affairs of the country and running the country for the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and are certainly not obsessed with elections, either internally, as is happening on the other side with challenges from Mayaro, or a general election. This motion that we're here today, those of us who are sober to look at, is to increase the debt ceiling for certain borrowings to finance the general development in Trinidad and Tobago, for repayment of borrowings effected for such general development, or for the repayment of borrowings effected for general development. Mr. Deputy Speaker, what we're here today to do is to increase the borrowing ceiling, the limit for Trinidad and Tobago, from $65 billion to $100 billion. And as I sat here, I found it from 65 to 75, billion dollars. And what I found a bit ironic in listening to the contribution from the member for Superior is the short memory as to what it is that was done to put us in a situation where we saw a dramatical increase in annual budgets and expenditure. It is ironic to sit here this afternoon and to listen to figures being thrown out about tell me where this billion gone and tell me where that billion is gone. So just to remind the population that in 2009, our annual budget, and 2009, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to remind us, was a period where gas prices had risen from the 2007, 2008, 2009 period. The country was doing well. Henry Hub was about $13, whereas today it is $1.60-something. Henry Hub, for those who don't know on the other side, is a US price marker for natural gas. So in 2009, with serious revenue streams and the construction of a number of petchem plants and new LNG coming on train, we had an annual budget of $39 billion. $39 billion was the annual expenditure of the 2009 budget. After 1 year in office, in 2011, the United National Congress saddled this country with an annual expenditure of $52 billion, up from $39 billion to $52 billion, with absolutely nothing to show for it. Every week, it was allegations of corruption as to mismanagement. Every week, members of their cabinet, every month, were being reshuffled, removed. Persons were being removed from cabinet in that short period of 2010 to 2015 for allegations of corruption. Let us not forget that. By the time they left office in 2014, the last budget, fortunately for this country, that those on the other side presented, they had taken up our annual expenditure
to $63 billion. Every single budget between 2010 and 2014 was a deficit budget. Deficit budget, by definition, means you're spending more than you're making. So why take the country to a $63 billion budget? But one only needs to go back, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to the reports at the time and to the history that was written during that period to understand that the sole purpose of increasing on the taxpayers of Trinidad and Tobago the annual budgets during that period had to have been for personal gratification and also maybe even some grease in pockets. So to come back now for the population as to what we're dealing with here today, Mr. Deputy Speaker, a government has two general ways to raise revenue to run a country and to pay bills. The revenue raised from taxation or investments I put as one category. And then the second is from borrowings. So you can either raise revenue from taxation, which comes in a number of ways, a number of forms, including in our energy sector that I'll spend some time on today, in the form of royalties, in the form of profits on share of profits and these types of things, or from investments. And how appropriate to talk about the investments. And one of the best investments that was created by a PNM government in 1975, the National Gas Company. Because you see, the NGC had amassed a lot of billions of dollars in cash in its accounts. And that money, which is an investment for the people of Trinidad and Tobago, earned from gas sales, should be used if anybody was really interested in promoting our energy sector and ensuring a future for the future generations of Trinidad and Tobago. You would have used that cash, the billions that were in National Gas Company's accounts, to build pipelines, to bring gas, to get involved in upstream as opposed to necessarily purchasing gas from others, and to get involved in investments outside of Trinidad and Tobago. But to remind the population as to what happened between 2010 and 2015, when ferreted out of NGC's bank account was $16 billion in cash by the UNC, going to a particular contractor now who's in Panama. That was the management of the investments by the UNC during that period. So to sit here today at a time where our gas prices are suffering because of global commodity pricing, again something that those on the other side may not understand, it is a little hard to stomach. So revenue can be raised, as I say, by taxation or investments, or by borrowings. Traditionally, it is via borrowings. And just to put it in a global perspective, because they like to pretend or they like to sell this narrative, those on the other side, that Trinidad is not a real place. Us on this side believe in Trinidad and Tobago, work hard for Trinidad and Tobago, fight for Trinidad and Tobago on a daily basis, and let the population take note that they should not even dream for a second of putting the management of Trinidad and Tobago back into the hands of those who managed it between 10 and 15. Something known as your debt to GDP ratio, which is an economic measurement of how much debt the country is carrying versus its gross domestic product. How much money you can make during the year, and if you can manage your debts going forward in the future. Trinidad and Tobago, even with a collapse in current gas prices, as we're seeing in this fiscal, has a debt to GDP ratio today of about 70%. So 70% debt to GDP. Let me tell you what some of the other countries in the world. China in 2022, this is from the IMF. China in 2022, 77%. France, 111.67%. Germany, 66.5%. Italy, 144.41%. Japan, one of the major industrial countries in the world, in 2022, its debt to GDP ratio was 261%. 261. The United Kingdom, 101%. The United States, 121%. So those are countries, as Doppy is saying, who have a reserve currency and they're still facing debt to GDP ratios of over 100%.
Charles, I will not want to repeat the words. Very insulting language being used in class.
Standing order.
Okay, member. Okay, again, members, please. I have recognized the member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West at this time. And again, honorable member, just in case for the records, in this house, we identify members by their constituency accordingly, right, with regards to making statements. Right? Please, members.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as I was talking about countries' debt to GDP, I was comparing Trinidad and Tobago at 70% to some of the major economies in the world, and some of those economies who have currency that is recognized as tradable and fungible currency. Barbados in the Caribbean in 2022 had a debt to GDP ratio of 123%. Jamaica in 2022, 77% down to 72% in 2023. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I put this in context for persons to understand what it is we're doing here, and that we in Trinidad and Tobago are not in an IMF program. We in Trinidad and Tobago have just completed an Article 4 consultation, which, for the record, Mr. Deputy Speaker, under this administration, we have never delayed or put off an Article 4. But I want to remind the population that under the member for Siparia, when she was governing this country as Prime Minister, the member for Siparia, they delayed, postponed, and refused to have an IMF Article 4, because as we heard her whole speech this afternoon, the member for Siparia, the whole speech is about elections, not governing a country. So in 2015, they avoided an IMF consultation, Article 4. However, we have just come through our 8th IMF Article 4 consultation. And the global public record shows that they have not only predicted growth, but they have also said that our fiscal policies and our energy policies, plans, and our energy transition are right on track and will take this country where it needs to go. That could not be said in the period of 2010 to 2015. In fact, what we saw there was a complete destruction of certain areas of our economy. So they may sit there whole afternoon as they may, as they wish, and throw whatever insults they want, but facts are facts, and history has recorded that awful time in our country's history that it took very long for us to recover from. And having said that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to talk about an area where the majority, as a singular area, of our GDP comes from, and much of our revenue. Because when we talk of oil and gas revenues, that's pure oil and gas. Under manufacturing, we then have the petchem industry. And we managed to maintain that we're the second largest exporter of ammonia in the world, the third largest exporter of methanol in the world. We're still in the top 10 in the export of LNG in the world. Now, as we hear them time and time again, and this afternoon once again is a good opportunity to put on the record, there are two parts to revenue when it comes to oil and gas production. One, oil and gas is production, and the second are the formulas used to calculate the revenue derived from the production. I want to remind the population through you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, when those on the other side came into power in 2010, our gas production was 4.3 BCF a day. By 2015, after they had decimated the energy sector, it had dropped to 3.8 BCF a day, a loss of 500 million scuffs of gas a day. At the time, we heard dishonesty about maintenance and other areas. But it did not stop there, because you see, today we're hovering around 2.8, 2.7 BCF a day. And I'm going to explain to the people of Trinidad and Tobago that unfortunately, what was done during the period of 10 to 15 did not stop only in a loss of 500 million scuffs a day, but immediately upon their departure from office, this is what the country of Trinidad and Tobago faced. Because as I've said time and time again, and I will come to a certain commentator who found himself on a panel in a short while yesterday, speaking from underneath a rock that he should just have stayed under when he was banished from a financial institution that he thought was his personal fiefdom many moons ago. So he better be tuned in to be listening now to understand before he goes and makes these types of statements. Because I put here today on record as a PNM government that goes globally and engages all over the world, we will not stand for the continuation of colonialism. And those who continue to have colonial blood running through their veins don't come around this government. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to talk about why our production has been decimated during the period of 10, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the member for Siparia, who is hardly ever in the chambers, come today, and she has not stopped bumping her gums. I seek your protection.
Again, honourable members, Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West is recognized. Other members will have the opportunity to enter the debate. Please, so again, listen in silence or in very hushed tones. Thank you.
Very much. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I've just explained to the country how our gas production fell by 500 million scuffs by 2015. Let me tell you what then happened, because the record reflects that not a single gas supply contract was negotiated during that period. Not a single conversation was started during that period for future gas. This is what was faced. On the 31st of December, a gas supply contract that was not renewed during that period disappeared, losing 250 million scuffs. By February 2016, another one dropped from 645 million scuffs to 255. So that's another loss of 400 million scuffs. So in that short period of time, you already have 600 million scuffs, which should have been protected by conversations and negotiations in the period of 10 to 15, but were not. Another one, by August of that year, reduced from 150 million scuffs to 50 million. Another one then dropped in the same year from 220 million scuffs to 30 million and then to zero. And what is said here is that these contracts, these gas supply contracts, which were expiring, should have been negotiated during the timeline of January 1, 2014 to 2015. It was not done. So when you calculate that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we lost 1 million BCF, 1 BCF of gas, added to the 500 million during their period, and that takes us to today's production, 2.8. So the reason for these losses and what we face in gas production is something that we have been reversing, something that we have been working on, and you are seeing the results as is reflected in the IMF's latest report on Trinidad and Tobago, a recognition that the work has been done. But you see, unfortunately, you have to do the production of the gas, which takes time. Unfortunately, we were able to keep the production steady. So that's the first part. So when you listen to those on the other side, the irresponsible handling of our energy sector during that period literally led to a decimation of it. And when you hear them talk about, well, the policies, and they quote Norm Christie from BP and what Norm said, we wouldn't have invested if we didn't have these policies. Those policies that were put in place, what Norm Christie from BP didn't say to the country at the time, but what he told us, the Prime Minister, the Minister of Finance, and myself, is we would have earned not a cent in revenue as Trinidad and Tobago from that period of 2014 to 2024 this year. So for 10 years, from the largest gas producer in Trinidad and Tobago, as a result of the policy by the UNC, we would have not earned a cent for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. But fortunately, what we did on the revenue side is we got to work and we renegotiated all of those contracts. And the result of that, we got billions of dollars in revenue for the people of Trinidad and Tobago that we would not have earned if we had continued with the UNC energy policy. So then the next point is, Mr. Deputy Speaker, oil. Again, the member for Siparia has had an opportunity to talk. She used the whole time reading from a speech. And now it's just interrupting. Oil production again. From period 2010 to 2015, oil production dropped from 98,000 barrels of oil a day to 78,000 barrels of oil a day. So that is a loss of 20,000 barrels of oil a day. And of course, what we're facing is a natural decline of 15 to 20% a year. So to sit here and understand the period of management, what I've taken the time to do is to explain on the production side, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and what it means and who is responsible. But the world is seeing now all of the work that is taking place. And now might be an appropriate time to refer to an article in today's Express, on page 10 of today's Express, under the business section, where a certain gentleman, an individual, has the gall to say the following. He's not elected, never went up for elections in his life, but former chairman of Republic Financial Holdings Limited. Former, it seems that whenever anybody becomes a former, their mouth gets big. Ron Harford yesterday called on citizens to remember their crucial role in holding the government accountable. And they quote him, "We belong in this damn country, and the politicians, that's all of us, are here to serve us. And when we see things going wrong, it is your money that is going wrong. That's your tax money. What is being wasted? We must no longer be spectators. We must be citizens and assume the rightful position and responsibilities to guide this country," Harford said. He goes on to say, and this is the remarkable part, because you see, we live in a democracy. Everybody is entitled to their view and opinion. They could opine about politicians all they want. Some of it is deserving, some is undeserving. So that is fair comment. By all means, say what you want. If you want to throw your hat in the ring, throw your hat in the ring. Because as chairman, you were removed, you were not elected as chairman, and when it came time to an election, you couldn't get the support to continue. But what happened is he goes on to say, and this is the part where I was astounded, and it just shows me, and I want to caution, when you go out in public to speak and to try and have intellectual and intelligent conversation with the population, especially at a chamber event, do your homework. At least do a little bit of reading. What he goes on to say and is quoted, "It's quite remarkable that this is an oil and gas country and we have no plan for oil and gas production. The absolute essence of this country, that oil and gas should be produced, but we have no idea and we don't talk about those things." Mr. Deputy Speaker, I challenge those on the other side who have the technological capabilities to go now and do a simple search, and they will see it is on Reuters, they will see it is on Forbes, they will see it is on all of the leading energy newspapers of today, Bloomberg, etc. Yesterday and day before, I was in Venezuela, along with BP, conducting continued conversations, negotiations on behalf of the people of Trinidad and Tobago for a project now with BP and Venezuela called Coquina Mannequin. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, without fear of contradiction, that is the news that is top of the news in the global energy reports of today. So to have this gentleman and others, those who really know nothing of the energy sector and those who decimated the energy sector, try and comment on these things is a little bit more than Trinidad and Tobago can stomach. So if this gentleman, he may not want to read the local newspapers, he may not want to follow the local news, is staying in touch with Bloomberg, with Forbes magazine, with Oil and Gas Now, with all of the international publications, he would have seen that the headline, in fact, I just got it from the Vice Minister of Libya. The Vice Minister of Libya, and I will put him on record now, the Vice Minister of Libya, Dr. Khalifa Rajib Abdul Sadex, just sent a message where he is sending the Reuters article, BP in talks with Venezuela and Trinidad governments to develop gas fields. And he says, great news, brother. Wish all the best of luck.
48, one member.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, once again, let the population see the comparison of those who would aspire to govern this country. And just imagine for a second the member for Point-a-Pierre in a global energy setting trying to carry on negotiations or conversation on behalf of you, the people of Trinidad and Tobago, to try and achieve something apart from ownership of a gas station. Family. So BP in talks with Venezuela and Trinidad governments to develop a gas field. Great news, brother. Wish you all the best of luck and success. And this is what is happening. 2 weeks ago, with the Minister of Energy from Egypt, the Minister of Energy of Algeria, the Minister of Energy of Qatar. And those are the conversations taking place. This week in Venezuela, once again, progress being made to ensure future gas production for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And this immediately results in additional revenue. Because you see, those on the other side during the period of 2010 to 2015 had knock knees and cowered to the multinational oil and gas companies. When we engaged them respectfully and told them they needed to renegotiate our revenue terms, we heard the screams. They would pick up and leave. They have done the exact opposite. They are investing more and more in Trinidad and Tobago. They are asking for our partnership now to go and source external gas to bring to Trinidad and Tobago. And that is what the record reflects. I can say as well, Mr. Deputy Speaker, without fear of contradiction, that as a result of the new and favorable revenue terms that we have negotiated, especially on the gas side, we have earned now in excess of $17 billion additional dollars that would not have been earned. Because you see, the peg and the marker that the UNC were prepared to use, to utilize, and to do nothing about, Henry Hub, is what we moved away from. And I will tell the people of Trinidad and Tobago, even in a depressed market now, how as a direct result of the work that we did, we are earning 40 to 50% additional revenues as if we were going to still be on Henry Hub. Let me give you some examples. In October 2022, this is what is earned. This is what is coming to the...
Again, still speaking time, you just have about 2 to 3 minutes. You have an additional 15. You care to avail yourself?
Thank you very much,
Proceed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker. We all know the period of 2022. That year, prices skyrocketed. For example, a metric ton of ammonia went up to $1,400 US. $1,100 US, now it's stable at about $400 US. So that was excessive earnings. We actually had a surplus budget. But as prices started to decline, as prices started to stabilize in gas, let me give you an example and tell the people of Trinidad and Tobago what it is we managed to earn. So look, 2022, October, Henry Hub spot price was $5.66 a MMBTU. What we did with our LNG netback, we got $10.09 there, and on our domestic gas, we got $7, leading to a weighted price of $8 versus $5. You then go down, just to use another, we ended 2023 fiscal with a Henry Hub average of $3.20, and our monthly gas weighted price was $4.40. So immediately you see that you have already earned 35% more than you would have if you are just stuck to Henry Hub. And on the domestic side, I can say, Mr. Deputy Speaker,
please, let's the small disruptions. Let's continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, on the domestic side with revenue, the country will recall in 2020 when there were renegotiations of domestic gas prices taking place with the petchem producers. How we heard, oh, they're going to collapse point leases. Oh, they should go at the lower pricing. This government stood firm in the middle of negotiations where certain companies were threatening to shut their plants. We said, go ahead and shut your plants. And if we did not do so, the lower gas prices we would have been locked into there, we would have lost billions of dollars in revenue. That is how we have been managing it to ensure future revenues for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And you see, all of this ties into the borrowing conversation, because what you're trying to do is you're trying not to have to borrow. So even with a declined production, Mr. Deputy Speaker, what we can say here today without fear of contradiction is, had we not done what we did, had we not taken on the negotiations asking for better revenue for the people of Trinidad and Tobago, we would have lost between 50 at the high end to 20% at the lowest prices in additional revenue that we can say here today from 2019 we have earned for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And what we did is all of the new PSC contracts that we've negotiated and some of the ENP licenses, we have utilized these new formulas as well to earn additional revenue. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, these are some of the initiatives that have been used. Now, to get back to the debt ceiling, again, we hear those on the other side behave as though there is something isolated about Trinidad and Tobago, something as though there are not other countries in the world that on an annual basis, and some more than an annual basis, are seeking to raise their debt ceilings. The strongest and largest economy in the world, the United States, we have looked on in the last 12 months of them sometimes going to the brink of a crisis because the Congress cannot agree in advance to raise the debt ceiling. They have debt ceilings of trillions and trillions of dollars now. Every single president that comes in raised the debt ceiling since the days of first President Bush, at least once or twice or three times sometimes during their term. So there is absolutely nothing abnormal with seeking to raise the debt ceiling here. Another part of the contribution for the member for Siparia that not only, I'm sure, confused me, but would have confused the population, is the reference to the period of 2020. I had to make a note of it. And the suggestion that the borrowing and the raising of the debt ceiling in 2020 was because of a general election. I want to remind the population, because we know once again it is a fact that the member for Siparia initially denied the existence of COVID and how it should be dealt with. Talked about the election campaign for August 2020 was to build a dome by the member for Siparia. this country and the rest of the world that live in reality in March 2020 faced a virus that we knew nothing about, very little about as a globe, and had to deal with multiple millions of people dying as a result of COVID. And that is why the government came to increase the debt ceiling in March 2022. There was no horizon at that time. This government and the people on this side were not concentrating on any general election. We were concentrating on saving lives and keeping people whole. And the record shows that in 2020, that fiscal, we had to borrow $13 billion. That money was spent, and the Minister of Finance is on record on a number of occasions in providing an account as to how that money was spent. That money was spent with the Minister of Health's department, ensuring that hospitals had sufficient oxygen, that they had sufficient ways to have a parallel healthcare system. It was spent with the Minister of Education, trying to get, in those circumstances where you're competing globally, devices for children to be homeschooled. It was spent with the Ministry of Social Development and the Ministry of Agriculture, getting and delivering those food boxes that kept people alive during a very difficult period. It was spent making sure that even though public servants were staying at home, every single month their salaries were paid. And to remind the population, small businesses were provided with assistance during that period of time. Persons, their loans, we gave guarantees to the banks not to foreclose on the loans of small businesses because of the stay-at-home policies that were taking place at the time. We had to compete with the rest of the world and the developed world at that to get vaccines for our population. Just to remind the population, lest you believe for a second the irresponsible contributions as to what happened in the year 2020. So in the year 2020, that borrowing was to fill a deficit that grew astronomically. I will never forget the morning in April 2020, reaching out to the Minister of Finance and the Prime Minister and other colleagues to say, oil has just gone into negative. World WTI, they were paying people to take the oil. That is where we reach, and that is where our revenue comes from. The same thing happened with gas prices because factories around the world had shut down. We had a reduction in our revenue that year, unexpected, of $17 billion. But we showed once again during that period of time, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that even though we had to borrow, we not only made sure that it was spent on the population. You didn't hear anybody building a house on Pumpkin and Bodie during that period of time. You didn't hear anybody having a house constructed where the contractor had to take off the signs of the trucks outside their house. You heard people being kept alive and being kept whole. Every single teacher in the Ministry of Education was paid on time. I remember one evening, us preparing for cabinet and looking at what was happening in the rest of CARICOM, where other countries, the prime ministers were asking the ministers and the public servants to take up to a 3% cut of their salaries because they did not know where the money would come from to run the country that month. So to stand here, to sit here today, and to listen to the contribution of a senior member of this House, talking about Canada donating to the Caribbean region a few million US, is whimsical and pathetic. Because I can tell you that if there was that money to be donated to the Caribbean, Trinidad and Tobago being a responsible member and leader of CARICOM, we did not put our hands out to take that money away from our CARICOM brothers and sisters who were suffering at the time a lot worse than us. Because fortunately, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have the wherewithal. We are not on record talking about any ATM machine for CARICOM and embarrassing this country with our CARICOM brothers and sisters. Rather, during that time, the CARICOM was being led by the member for Diego Martin West from January to July 2020. leading the charge in having negotiations with the White House and other governments around the world to get vaccines, not for Trinidad and Tobago, but for the whole CARICOM region. I remember the Prime Minister for Barbados having a conversation with me during that time saying, Stuart, we need to get ventilators. Rihanna has just donated 13 ventilators to the government of Barbados, but they are not being allowed to leave the United States because of the policy at that time, where every country in the world was worried and looking after itself. And what did we do? Spoke to the Minister of Health to see what we could take from our stock to be able to help other CARICOM countries. So that is a responsible government. That is a leader. We sent oxygen to Jamaica during the period. So these are the facts. These are the realities. This is what happened. This is what history factually will record, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So when we come here today, responsibly, to ask to raise the ceiling in case we need to, and to hear, and you heard from the Minister of Finance saying, I'm not going to access that this year because we've already done an appropriation. And to hear this cry, oh, you will come in a mid-year review to increase the budget and to do this. You know, that has not happened. When you look at the last 8 years, because a mid-year review will only increase the budget when you come with a supplemental budget to increase it. Anybody could go and check the records to see in the last 8 years how many times that has happened. I mean, once.
We don't spend what we appropriate.
Correct. And we don't spend what we appropriate because we are always trying to ensure that we save. We have never missed a debt payment, as the Minister of Finance said. So the population, let your hearts not be worried. Let your continued confidence in the government know that it is properly placed. You need only do a reflection. I know it seems like a long time away, that 2010 to 2015 period, but the detrimental effects on Trinidad and Tobago are still being suffered as a result of that period. If they had been a responsible government, if they had done what they're supposed to do, and you know, I'll end by this, Mr. Deputy Speaker. As I sat here and I listened to the irony of borrowing conversation, in August 2015, a few weeks before a general election, they used a special state enterprise to borrow over $400 million for 10 contracts and divvy it up and dish it up with their friends during that period to spend $400 million borrowed dollars in the space of 5 short weeks. So that is why when you see the reactions on the other side when it comes to borrowing, that is what they see. What do we see? We see it as, God forbid we're in a rainy day and we need to be able to do it to meet our expenses, then we will do it. And the country will look and will see the responsible governance and the responsible economics that have taken place that are no better concluded and confined to the recent end of the Article 4 by the IMF, consultation by the IMF, where they, an independent body, have summed up how they see the management of Trinidad and Tobago taking place economically. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we will continue to do what needs to be done. We will continue to do all that needs to be done in the energy sector, as we're seeing, with the promise of increases in production. And I warn the population of Trinidad and Tobago here today, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as I end, that all of this hard work is going to come in increased production post-2015. So when you're making that decision, 2025, so when you're making that decision, Mr. Deputy Speaker, understand what happened in the period of 10 to 15 and those dark times and the decimation that took place in the energy sector. And just project yourself and ask yourself, population, are those on the other side you want anywhere near the energy sector, where the member for Siparia a few budgets ago did not even know the shareholding of Atlantic LNG? I thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I recognize the member for Opuch West.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is usual in these debates to comment on the persons who would have come just before you in terms of their contribution. And having listened to the Minister, the member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, rant and rave and generally misbehave without any relevance at all to the matter before this House, Mr. Deputy Speaker. His entire presentation had nothing at all to do with the motion before us. But that is typical of the PNM. That is typical of this government. They come here to distract, to rabble-rouse, to misinform, to misguide, and that is exactly what both him and his Minister of Finance have done in today's debate, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And he believes, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that because he can stand and overcompensate with his voice for I don't know what, that people must pay attention to him, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Unfortunately, what he said, and he must pay attention to his own words sometimes because he's repeated every single thing he said here, is what he always says. He has repeated it multiplicity of times, but today he added one more bit. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me treat with that before I get into the substance of my debate. This gentleman, the Minister of what is he now? Minister of Energy. I will deal with the Minister. Yeah, hit and run. Typical, hit and run. He's afraid of confrontation. This gentleman used the Parliament's time, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to attack an individual who is not in this House to defend himself. And you know what is the offense that that individual, Mr. Ronald Harford, I don't know who this gentleman is. I've never met him. I've never seen him. I have no idea who he is. But the offense that Mr. Ronald Harford committed in the eyes of this Member of Parliament, the Member of Parliament for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, is he said, and this is the headline that bothered him, Harford, we must hold the government accountable. That's your tax money being wasted. That is what offended him. That is what offended him. I fully endorsed this demand by a businessman that the government of Trinidad and Tobago must be held accountable and citizens must not be bullied, not in this House, but when they stand up for their rights and demand accountability from this government. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am particularly incensed by that. You attack a man because he is not here to defend himself, because you have a personal grouse. That is an abuse of this Parliament. It is unacceptable. That's not the only thing he did. He spent most of his presentation blabbering about all the things that he has done. Half of it, I will treat with the rest of it just now. The first half of it was about 2010 to 2015, and all these things that he said we borrowed and did. Totally ignoring the fact that the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, in an excellent presentation a few minutes ago, indicated that she had over 450 pages of things that were delivered, projects that were delivered, initiatives that were delivered, things that improved the quality and substance of life of citizens of this country. Totally oblivious to that, because he wanted to make a different point. Totally oblivious, cast aspersions on all these wonderful projects that were done. It's not that you can't read it. The truth offends these guys.
No, hold on. I was wondering if to let it pass, but seeing that you repeated it, member for Naparima, let's retract the statement. Thank you. Proceed.
So it is not that the minister...
I mentioned earlier, member for St. Augustine, you may make comments, it reaches the chair. Trust me, it reaches the chair. Proceed. Which West member?
Thank you. So it is not that the minister does not know. It is not that he is blissfully ignorant of the facts that 2010 to 2015 is the best period of governance that this country had ever seen. The facts are there. The facts are there. And that is what offends him too. Because unlike under this PNM administration, when we borrowed money, we were able to provide evidence. You could have touched it, you could have seen it, it was there for all. And the one or two occasions when they dared to challenge that, I remember former Minister Tim Gopi Singh, when they challenged, they accused the opposition then of misinforming, of saying that there were no schools. The minister came to this house, this honorable house, and provided item by item, name by name of schools and EC centers constructed. But so it is mischief. It is mischief to come here to misrepresent the truth. Mischief. Mr. Deputy Speaker, but that's his first part of his presentation. His presentation was designed to do two things: misinform and misguide. But the one thing he did that he talked of, the one truth that he would have said in his entire, 45 minutes that he ranted and raved about, the one truth is that this minister and his prime minister have been working assiduously in terms of the energy sector. They have been running down gas deals here. They have been holding the multinationals over the barrel, ensuring and insisting that higher rates are received from them. They're doing this gas deal, they're doing this gas deal, they're doing this initiative and that initiative. He's living in Venezuela more or less. Living in Venezuela. Every day is something in Venezuela. But after all of that old talk, Mr. Deputy Speaker, oil down, gas down, oil production down, gas production down, revenue from the energy sector down. All of that is because this government has that gentleman, the member for Port of Spain, North, St. Anne's West, in charge of the energy sector. When will we recognize his incompetence? One last thing before I get caught up too much in this gentleman's misinformation. Something I need to clear up.
Again, member for Couva North. Please.
The member ranted and raved again about what he remembered during COVID. How he picked up the phone and he had to call this one and that one. You know what I remember about this minister's presentation, what he did in COVID? He locked out citizens of this country, abandoned them abroad, refused to let them come back to Trinidad and Tobago. But the same Venezuelan company could have come in here. Citizens had no value for them then and have no value for them now. But PedVisa could have come in here. I also remember that they had no idea. They didn't know who came. They didn't know what they come for. And when the facts presented itself, they came there for COVID guidance. They came to talk about COVID. All of a sudden, they come to talk. There are other allegations, about oil transactions, etc., other allegations. But they insisted that senior executives from an oil company in Venezuela came to Trinidad and Tobago, a sanctioned oil company, on a sanctioned plane, sanctioned personnel, came to Trinidad and Tobago to discuss COVID with this government, while citizens of this country suffered, starving, begging on the streets in New York City and Canada, all over the world. That is what I remember with this Minister of National Security then. So he was a failure in national security. He was a failure in national security, and they come here now to bury the energy sector, which is exactly what he has done for the last 9 years. 9 years, they have buried it. There are other issues, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I may end up using all my time to rebut. I also listed, that's another thing. All of this talk he talk about revenue, doing this, and was able to extract from the multinationals billions and millions of dollars. But they come in today, with all these wonderful things happening, they come in today to ask to borrow $10 billion more. It is, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is really important sometimes to pay attention to the members opposite. My leader, the member for Superior, indicated clearly when she spoke that we could not trust what this government is saying. That is a fact. And let me give you an example. Today, the Minister of Finance, in presenting this motion, spoke eloquently, read from a prepared speech, and when he deviated from the speech, he got caught in line, in misinformation. My apologies. he got caught in providing to this House misinformation. He boasted. They created, you should read the central bank's report. According to the central bank report, the Trinidad and Tobago's unemployment is 3.2%. 3.2%. And according to him, he has created thousands of jobs. Thousands. Here are the facts from the very same central bank data center that he should pay attention to when he's coming here with muddied hands to misrepresent the truth. Central bank data, September 2015, number of persons employed, 642,100. Third quarter 2023, that's the most recent data that they have. Third quarter 2023, 584,200. That's 508. Well, I don't know where this Minister of Finance, and maybe that will explain why we're in the crisis we are in now. According to that Minister of Finance, 584,200 is more than 642,100. His maths is not just mathsing, His maths not mathsing, it's completely wrong. But I believe, Honorable Sir, I believe that the Minister is very well aware of the truth of the figures. And the truth, as my leader said, the truth is great as the truth, and it will always prevail. The Minister in his presentation, the Minister of Finance in his presentation also, spent a lot of time in trying to treat, again, with what happened in 2010. You would swear that these people are not in government for the last 9 years. You would swear, and they're exactly right. They are watching the back. They're watching the rearview mirror. They're watching behind. And that is why we cannot go forward. They have indebted past generations over the last 9 years. They are sitting here now to indebt future generations ad infinitum. What is interesting, though, is that they come to this House today to ask for $10 billion more. And instead of providing an explanation as to what exactly they want to do, they come to rant and rave and misdirect, and because they don't want the population of Trinidad and Tobago to pay attention to what they're doing. That is why when a man calls for accountability, he's angry. This is typical. It is an attempt to conceal the truth by bullying or otherwise. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to therefore bring this debate back to where it's supposed to be, which is on the development. So you will have a chance, You will have a chance to read your presentation. Allow me. Sorry. Yes. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am very well aware of defending myself. I don't necessarily need protection. I am very well aware, especially for somebody as incompetent as that gentleman. If you could fix property tax, you might be able to anyway.
Member, all I'm telling you to do is to address the chair, which is the procedure of this House. That's all. Address the chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It is normal.
Other members, please remember, Ropuch West is on the floor. Others, listen in silence, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It is normal debate style. In fact, it is format that when you bring a motion, the recitals provide the evidence, the justification for your resolution. That is normal debate. These gentlemen, some of them have been in here for decades, for years. The Minister of Finance in particular has been here for a long time. So when you bring a motion and you ask this House to debate it, you assume that the minister will, in the whereases, justify his resolution. And it is important, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because I think the population of Trinidad and Tobago, when they hear about finance, usually get turned off. In this case, when this government borrows money, it is not members opposite that pay it back. It is future generations down the road. And it is taxpayers today, based on the minister's presentation on another matter earlier today, which we'll discuss on Monday, It is taxpayers today that will have to fund these kinds of borrowings that they are doing now. It is taxpayers today, and they will do that. The taxpayers will have to fund it by having to pay increased taxes, which, as far as I'm concerned, and if I have the opportunity, I will be able to prove, is not necessary right now because of this government's incompetence. We have been put in a financially difficult situation. I move back to what I was saying, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The recitals, whereas this, be it resolved. This recital is very important, and I quote, "And whereas it is necessary for the government to borrow further sums of money for the purposes stated in the said section," and that is to justify section 3.1 of the Development Loans Act. The minister's recital, whereas it is necessary for the government to borrow the further sums, the $10 billion. I listened to the minister with great intent, with great interest, because I too am very concerned when this government borrows money, because they never explain why. They borrow money and they spend and never explain what is done with the money. The leader of the opposition, honorable leader of the opposition, has asked for government to explain how they have spent the billions, and it's $10 billion, based on a document that was laid in this house, not by me, but by those on the opposite side. $10 billion spent on COVID. Where that $10 billion was spent, we are still awaiting response. But in this instance, they have come here now for $10 billion, asking for $10 billion additional dollars, and not a single attempt, not a single specific from the Minister of Finance to tell us this is what we are going to do with what we want to borrow. Not one instance. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the reason I raise that is because this is the fourth time. We are here today not because we want to discuss the crisis of crime in this country. That's not why they brought us here today. We are not here to discuss the level of poverty. We are not here to discuss the increasing food prices. We are here to discuss we are not here to discuss the crises in national security agencies in this country that are responsible for protecting citizens. We are here to discuss the government's expenditure, their borrowing pattern. They are borrowing. So at the very least, this minister should have come and said, this is how we spent the money that we borrowed before in the last 8 years, 9 years. This is how we spent the money. And this is what we are going to do with the additional money. For a reminder, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in 2015, they came and raised, I will only speak about the Development Loans Act. I will only speak about that because there were other acts on which the ceilings that they raised. Development Loans Act. In 2015, they raised the ceiling by $15 billion. Spent, maxed out, finished. $15 billion finished. Not an explanation of how that $15 billion was spent. Not telling us, well, it was spent on a school because we know they didn't build any. They didn't even complete the ones that are there now. There are schools in this country started, and at 90% completion that were abandoned by this government. So they borrowed $15 billion in 2015, spent it out, came back in 2020. Borrowed another $10 billion, spent it out, came back in 2021. Borrowed another $10 billion, spent it out, coming back here today. Coming back here today to ask for another $10 billion. This government simply lacks absolute foresight. But worse than that, I started by saying that they are afraid of accountability. They come here today and will not provide a single shred of evidence, a single indication to say this is how we spent your money. Billions of dollars spent under this act, and you're coming now to ask for more? If this were a bank, you would have to come and justify your expenditure, not just how you're going to pay it back, because that's a separate issue. That's a separate issue. Not just how you're going to pay it back. You have to explain what you want the money for, what you're going to do with it, and how you're going to pay it back. Nothing from this government. Not what they want the money for, not how they're going to spend it at all, not how they're going to pay it back, because this government is not interested in paying back any loans. None. They will keep it, kicking it down, kicking this can down the road, so that we have intergenerational debt growing and growing and growing, because they simply do not have to pay it. It doesn't come from their pocket. The day it starts to come from their pockets, they'll pay a lot more attention to it, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I want to quote from the Hansard of the 2015 debate under this, on the same development loans amendment, when they came before at that time to increase the ceilings on the 3 pieces of legislation.
What year, member?
This would be 2015, honorable member. It was December 2015. And I quote the Minister of Finance: "Our government intends to conduct a borrowing program in a highly efficient manner, a transparent manner, managing the country's revenues and expenditures so as to minimize the government's borrowing for budgetary support and providing government guarantees to state enterprises only for those projects with the maximum potential to reap maximum economic, financial, and social benefits for Trinidad and Tobago." That is what he said in 2015 when he came and asked for $15 billion under this head. I asked, and I asked again. So you said that then. You're going to borrow in a proper, transparent manner. But where's the evidence of that? You are going to talk about the potential. You're going to only borrow for specific entities that have the maximum potential to reap maximum economic, financial, and social benefits for Trinidad and Tobago. But nothing that has been said from 2015 to now, including today, has provided one iota of evidence that any money that was borrowed here, any money that was borrowed under this head, was spent for the development of Trinidad and Tobago. No evidence at all, and this will continue, because all that they are doing on those members on the opposite side is campaigning. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am firmly of the view that this request to grant government access to an additional $10 billion at this time, when the minister, both ministers who just spoke, was boasting about the country is doing so well, the economy is doing so well, constantly, and yet come here to ask us for borrowing. The fact is that this is for election campaigning and nothing else. And that is why they cannot identify a single project that will be used for this money. In 2015 as well, this minister promised, the Minister of Finance, promised, and I quote again, same Hansard, "I am giving an undertaking now because I think it is important and everybody knows the state of debt in our country. I cannot tell you when. I cannot say I will do it every 6 months. I don't want to make that commitment now, but on a regular basis, every year there will be reports in Parliament, reports to the Parliament on the state of the country's debt." The Minister of Finance promised to give a regular report on the state of the country's debt. Mr. Deputy Speaker, 2016, 2017 passed, 2018 passed, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24 we are in now, and up to today, not a single response, not a single indication, not once has he kept his word with regards to reporting about the state of debt in this country. Allow me, Mr. Deputy Speaker, allow me. The Minister of Energy spoke about the debt to GDP, the debt to GDP ratio. What he neglected to talk about was in 2015, the adjusted general government debt to GDP ratio in 2015, when they came into office, was 47.3%. According to the minister, the member for Port of Spain, North St. Anne's West, today it is about 73%, 2024. It is upwards of 70%. And after this $10 billion you want to borrow here, it will be higher than even that. When we left office, and by we I mean the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago that care about the country, not them. When we, citizens of this country that care about Trinidad and Tobago, left the government, adjusted central government debt outstanding adjusted general government debt outstanding, was 76 billion, 76.5 billion. Mr. Deputy Speaker, do you know what the level of adjusted general government debt is outstanding today? 137 billion, 552 million. We went from 76 billion to 130 under their astute leadership. And the Minister of Finance views that as, what was it? Prudent management, prudent fiscal management. Nothing could be further from the truth. And I say that, to quote the gentleman who loves this phrase, I say that without fear of contradiction. I hope it is pellucidly clear to those on the upper. That's another gentleman, by the way, sorry. Thanks to this government, Mr. Deputy Speaker, citizens of this country, households in this country, every single household will be now indebted to the value of $380,000. Every household, that is what this government has taken us to. $380,000, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is a substantial figure, higher than a substantial amount of households' annual income. $380,000. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in theory, there's nothing wrong with borrowing. In principle, there's nothing wrong with borrowing. I've said that before, and we, I think, all agree on this side. Nothing wrong with borrowing. What is critical is explain how are you going to pay it back? How are you going to pay it back? And what you have done with it. You cannot borrow to consume only. You must borrow to invest. You must borrow to build. The Minister of National Security ranted and raved, the Minister of Energy and the Minister of Finance like to refer to other countries, other economies, of how well the numbers, their debt to GDP ratio in England, in Canada. Yes, sir, in England, in Canada. He loved to talk about other countries, their debt to GDP ratio. Let me give him another statistic. ECLAC, Caribbean, GDP growth rates. You see, they want to distract with debt to GDP. Debt to GDP is a metric of growth. They are focused on growth, but growth without development is zero. It has no value. We on this side are concerned more with development. Growth is a necessity, but how you grow is what impacts on development. I will treat with that if I have the opportunity in a few minutes, Mr. Deputy Speaker. What is interesting is based on GDP growth rates. Would you believe the Minister of Finance was boasting about Trinidad and Tobago is growing? IMF have said the economy is finally. What the IMF said, quite simply, is that for the first time in a decade, for the first time since they have been in office, for the first time, there's growth. For the first time. All these years, the Minister of Finance talking about, oh, you can see the light now. Things are going great. The economy is growing. Finally. But as another economist indicated, when you had COVID and everything went down, the economy went down. It took them, 2 years? 2 years to start to see some semblance of growth. Once it goes down to zero, anything that happens after that, once you start to open up the economy, it will appear that there's growth. But the truth of the matter is, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and numbers, facts don't lie. Let's look at the GDP growth rate. And as an economist, I know that I have heard the member for the Gomartin Northeast previously. He likes to use nominal data. But nominal data doesn't conform, it doesn't include consideration for inflation. So it is a misrepresentation of the true production and productive capacity of a country. We use GDP at constant 2012 prices. So let's see. Trinidad and Tobago, GDP in 2015, constant prices. This comes from Central Bank website. One of these days, hopefully the member for the Gomartin Northeast will have the time to go and check it. 2015, GDP at constant prices, $187.5 billion. 2015. That was under the leadership of the then Prime Minister, Mrs. Kamala Prasad, Bissessa. The most recent data that they have here is from 2022. GDP at constant 2012 prices. You know what that figure was? $150 billion. According again to this minister, we're seeing growth. Things are wonderful. His governance, he's a magician. He has made the economy grow.
Hi, Honorable Member. You have an additional 15 minutes. You care to avail yourself?
Absolutely. Thank you. Time definitely flies when you're having fun, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And unfortunately, I am not having fun. Not at all. It is discerning and saddening to have to come to here today to try to put some, I didn't want to say sense, but to try to put some logic, try to put some guidance into a debate that has been completely railroaded out of what it's supposed to be by both the member for the Gomartin Northeast and his neighbor, the member for Port Spain North, St. Anne's West. GDP at constant prices have shown that between 2015 and today, the economy is smaller today than it was in 2015. You could boast about growth for all you want. The fact is that the economy has contracted under this Minister of Finance, under this Prime Minister, and under this government. That is an irrefutable fact, and I say that without fear of contradiction. None. Mr. Deputy Speaker, that is unfortunately where Trinidad and Tobago has found itself. In a situation where, under this government, the economy is still smaller than it was 9 years ago. A university-based economist has already indicated that he doesn't think that we will return to that kind of level until 2026. I'm not too sure where he got his information from. I know where I have gotten my information from. But I could tell you that things will not get better in this country until 2025, when that government is booted out of office and a caring, considerate government is put in office for the improvement of the lives of Trinidad and Tobago. So while they're boasting about growth rate, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have just shown that while he likes to talk about, he wants you to focus on last year and this year to year, you must assess him by his complete performance, and his complete performance could probably best be described as complete lack of performance as the Minister of Finance and as a financial head, the fiscal steerer of the boat of this country, Mr. Deputy Speaker. He has crashed the economic and financial boat of this country, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So much so that based on this ECLAC study, almost every other Caribbean country.
The data you said.
Oh, absolutely, sir. Absolutely, because I want to refer to it in a bit. The date of this publication is 2021. 2023. It's entitled Preliminary Overview of the Economies of the Caribbean 2021 to 2022. So they are looking at the growth rates of the Caribbean countries. And almost, every single one has a higher growth rate than Trinidad and Tobago. Everyone. But they all went through COVID. All of these countries went through COVID. All of them went through COVID. Oh my, Barbados beat them. Barbados. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I repeat that I feel no sense of pride in saying these things. As a matter of fact, I think it's an indictment against the population of this country, and that is unfortunate. It is unfortunate. However, in a very short period of time, the country will get an opportunity to correct that wrong. Because it is clear that no matter how much money this government has at its disposal, it will not be able to right that wrong. Instead, they will come here and they will promise the world. They will say all kinds of things, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The Minister of Finance boasted about Trinidad and Tobago having been an investment-grade credit rating. The only one? Thank you, sir. thank you. Because, he could, this is the only time he could talk. Sorry, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Like I said, I don't need protection because the truth defends itself. Moody's credit rating. They boasted investment grade rating. Moody's, date 1st March 2024, Government of Trinidad and Tobago, Ba2 positive. That's the level, Ba2 positive. The junior minister, who cannot speak until it's time, who cannot speak except when it's time for him to speak, that junior minister is gloating. Allow me. Thank you. Allow me. When they took office, Moody's, the same Moody's, the rating of Trinidad and Tobago was Baa2. Today, it has fallen to Ba2. But the boast of the minister, and that's where I want to carry this, the boast of the minister is investment grade rating. If either junior or senior minister of finance would only go to the Moody's website, what they will find is that there's a level. There are rankings, long-term rankings. The long-term ranking says that, I'm reading here, Ba2, that's where PNM has us. Ba2 is a non-investment grade. So you mean the Minister of Finance comes here to tell us we are investment grade rating, and Moody's, the same reference that they are making, Moody's is saying this is a non-investment grade? If they are so convinced, so they must be the only ones right. Moody's wrong. They are now casting aspersions against Moody's because Moody's does not agree with what the policy, what they want us to believe. Let me tell you what non-investment grade means, what the Ba2 that they're boasting about, that we have fallen to. It's 3 levels lower than what they found it. 3 levels lower. What Ba2 means is that obligations rated Ba are judged to have speculative elements and are subject to substantial credit risk. Substantial credit risk. It is a non-investment grade. Under UNC, under People's Partnership, under the administration of the leader of the opposition today, she was Prime Minister then, we had Baa2, which was listed as an investment grade. Not me say so. Moody's, who gave us the grade. And one of the factors that Moody's and the IMF considered in giving the ratings that, again, the Minister of Finance liked to boast about just now, IMF rating. One of the factors that they were concerned about is the level of risk. That is what determines the credit opinions. And the level of risk is premised heavily on the government's ability to repay its debts. All of these wonderful initiatives that they talk about here, all these ratings and rankings, do not include the request that they are now making for $10 billion more, because that will increase the debt profile. At the very least, I expected the minister to come today to tell us, this is the debt profile of Trinidad and Tobago. This is where we are going. That is what he's supposed to provide. So we will know that when there's bunching of debt and how badly off things are, that is what should guide the policies of the government. How they are going to, you cannot be borrowing to repay debt. All that is recycling. Unfortunately,
Hold on.
this government...
Remember, please, remember for San Fernando East.
The point has just been made. That is why this country is in the crisis that it is in. That is why the government has maxed out the credit card with regards to loans, and I have to come back here to borrow again because we have 2 incompetents in the Ministry of Finance. Mr. Deputy Speaker, allow me because I know I will finish. The time really runs, but I don't want it to go without having the opportunity to provide some alternatives. I don't want it to go without having that opportunity. Because it is my view that we should not have had to get to this point today, or in 2021, or in 2020. We should not have had to get to this point where we have to go and borrow, locally or internationally, this kind of money. So it is one thing to have to borrow, it's another thing to have been put into this position. I said it before, there's a level of incompetence in the Ministry of Finance, not in the staff, but by the leaders, the two ministers in the Ministry of Finance. I think perhaps they need 3 or 4 or 5 to make some sense, because 5 of them on that side will probably make one fair minister. But it will probably take all of them. Anyway, I said that I wouldn't want to leave without having explained, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that we are in the crisis that we are in now, where we are forced to... Oh, I have time. Thank you. We are in the crisis that we are in today because of their negligence. It is bordering on criminal negligence, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Criminal negligence. And I hope any minister that gets up to speak afterwards, instead of ranting and raving and providing misinformation and misdirection, instead of speaking about things that have nothing to do with what we are here to deal with today, bring facts. Because here's a fact. ECLAC, again, I referred to this on a previous debate, but I think it is very relevant here today. If this government had taken any action to put relevant legislation in place to treat with some of the issues the member for Port of Spain, North St. Anne's West raised in his presentation, the need to get more from the multinationals. You don't need to hold anybody over no barrel, You need to pass the legislation, the BEPS legislation, base erosion and profit shifting legislation. You needed to do that years ago. Because according to what was published by ECLAC, and I will give you the date, sir, it was copyrighted in 2021, Navigating Transfer Pricing Risk in the Oil and Gas Sector. It is on page 42 into 43. Page 42 into 43. What is said then is an assessment was done. And this information, by the way, this was since 2021. 22 passed, 23 passed, and now they come with BEPS. According to this legislation, if this government had put in place the legislation to ensure tax compliance by the multinationals since 2018, this is not 2018, sir. We are 6 years ago. They would have been able to save or earn taxation to the tune of $2.6 billion US. 2.6. Let's say that rounds off to about what, 6 to 12, 13, what, but 2.6. So that's 17 billion TT dollars. You're coming to borrow here 10. In 1 year's time, in 1 year's time, they would have earned for the treasury of this country, for the benefit of the population of this country, in 2018, 17 to 18 billion dollars. Similarly for 2019, 2020, 21, 22, 23, and today, 24.
May I just have about under 2 minutes?
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Point being, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we didn't need to be here. We are here today because of the incompetence of that government. And instead of fixing the matter, instead of coming up with an integrated development strategy where there's some form of productive capacity being built, some sort of an initiative so that they could create an investment climate where people want to invest. Instead, we have negative investment. We have outflows of investment rather than inflows. Instead of doing all of that, I repeat, an integrated development strategy. More to come on that. Pay attention. More to come on that. Instead of doing that, instead of raising the capacity utilization rate, we have 1/3 of the capacity in this country underutilized because simply this government has not created the environment to maximize it. Instead of doing all of that, they simply refuse. They come to the population to convince them that we're saving money because we're borrowing at a lower interest rate. We didn't need to borrow. They just needed to put in place the legislation that was there. They just needed to do that. Failure to do that is why we are here today. So anyhow you look at it, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this piece of legislation was forced upon this country, just like the increased borrowing over the last 8 years, because of a government that simply does not care about future generations. And before I go, Mr. Deputy Speaker, yesterday I had a meeting with some teachers in my exercise of providing some supplies for schools. And one of those teachers told me that she hopes that when the minister gets some of this money, because they will pass the legislation, they don't need our support. When the minister gets this money, that he considers that teachers, when they retire at age 60, are denied access to their insurance. They would have contributed to the insurance for up to 33 years. But once they reach retirement age, they lose access to insurance at a point in time when they need it most. Mr. Deputy Speaker, while the government giggles, while the minister giggles, Trinidad and Tobago suffers. I share my minister's...
I've given you your time.
Thank you very much.
Honourable members, at this time, the sitting will be suspended. We will resume at 5:45 p.m.
5:45.
As we resume the sitting, I'll recognize the member for San Fernando East.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute on this extremely important motion. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I sat here and I remember that we are here to discuss the Development Loans Act. So the ceiling being raised here from $65 billion by a further $10 billion to a debt ceiling of $75 billion. Raising this limit allows for further investment in development projects, which allows for economic growth, reduction in unemployment, new job creation, diversification, and a host of other positive benefits that will improve the quality of life of the people in Trinidad and Tobago. But before I get into the meat of my contribution, let me respond to some of the things I heard earlier by the member from Oropouche West. The member for Oropouche West is, will come here regularly, full of sound and fury. But with each sitting, he sounds more and more confused by the minute, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Simple things. The member came here. The member, the so-called Shadow Minister of Finance, came to this chamber and apparently did not know what refinancing meant. And I really wonder sometimes if we are taking these debates seriously. Anyone who has ever borrowed money ever understands what refinancing is about and what it is used for. The member also stated clearly that he didn't understand what the money was going to be used for and that we never stated it. Let me direct the member's attention to the very preamble of this motion where it was clearly stated. Whereas it is provided by Section 3(1) of the Development Loans Act that the government is authorized for the purpose of A, financing general development in Trinidad and Tobago, B, repayment of borrowings effected for such general development, C, repayment of borrowings effected for general development, 1, by a statutory authority within the meaning of the Statutory Authorities Act. 2, by an enterprise that is controlled by or on behalf of the state. Or 3, by the University of the West Indies, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The purpose of this borrowing is clearly stated. What we are doing here is really raising the debt limit, or in a more personal reference, the credit card limit of the country of Trinidad and Tobago, and that is for investment in specified development projects. I would like to remind the member that investing in development projects or borrowing for development projects is an investment in the revenue-generating capacity of Trinidad and Tobago. Borrowing for development is an investment. The member seems to have forgotten that or never knew it. I'm not going to spend too much time on the member for Oropouche West. I was really taken aback by the contribution by the opposition leader. The opposition leader came here today and said to us that she did not believe a word out of the Minister of Finance's mouth today. Said she did not believe a word, and then in the same breath turns around and says that the United National Congress is ready for an election. With a straight face, the opposition leader said that. This is the same United National Congress. Every day you read about them in the media, it looks like an episode of Young and Restless. If you listen to what was going on last week and you read about what was going on between her and several of the parties she's trying to align herself with, it looked like a love triangle. We had one member of this triumvirate saying that it's either me or he, and I not joining if he joining. That is what is going on in the UNC.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, 48-1.
Right, so again, member, tie in your point quickly. I'll give you a little leeway.
Deputy Speaker, the opposition leader said that the UNC was ready for an election. I'm responding to that by saying that cannot be so. The opposition leader said clearly that they are ready to go. In one article, the opposition leader says we're ready for an election. In another article, the member for Mayaro says, well, we need to change the executive. So which one is it? This is better than any episode of any soap opera I've ever seen. Yet they want to try to convince the national community that they are in fact ready for an election. Amazing and utterly hilarious, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the member for Orapuch West also came here and said that the government raised the debt ceiling 4 times. 4 times, okay? But the member somehow forgot or didn't say, and I'm going to provide a little history here. A little history here, that the debt ceiling or Development Loans Act borrowing limit has been raised several times over the years. In 2000, it was 7.5 billion. That was the limit. In 2003, it was 10.5 billion. In 2008, it was 17.5 billion. And then in 2011, it went from 2011, during the dark ages of this country, it went from 17.5 billion to 27.5 billion dollars, Mr. Deputy Speaker, raised by $10 billion, which is exactly what we are here today to do, that the member is down crying. Who was in office in 2011, Mr. Deputy Speaker? I believe it was those on the other side. It was the opposition leader. And 2000, which was 7.5. In 2015, the debt limit was raised from 27.5 billion to 42.5 billion. In 2020, 52.5 billion. 2021, 65 billion. Today we're here to raise it to 75 billion. What they're ignoring on the other side, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is that as your economy improves, your ability to repay your debts also improves. And that is why we are being allowed to raise the limit on this borrowing for developmental projects, so that we can invest these funds into our economy to increase the revenue-generating capacity of this economy, put people to work, and improve the quality of life of people in Trinidad and Tobago. They want to ignore all of those facts. The gentleman from Orapuch West came here and stated, and I mean, so many people were flabbergasted, so flabbergasted by his contribution, that they sent me so much data. It's amazing. Let me just find something here. The member says that the country was downgraded by Moody's. Downgraded. Let me read something for you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. In April 2015, I'm trying to remember who was in office at that time. Moody's downgraded Trinidad and Tobago's rating from BAA1 to BAA2 and changed the outlook from stable to negative. Reasons cited for the change included the decline in oil prices and limited economic diversification. What an indictment, which weighed negatively on economic growth prospects, as well as inadequate provision of vital macroeconomic data. They failed to provide data. Whoever was in office in April 2015, you would have to tell me. Yeah. The member for Orapuch West sounds more and more confused every time he speaks in this chamber. Absolutely unhinged. I can't imagine a shadow minister of finance. I cannot imagine a sensible member of the opposition. Yeah, my fault. I'm sorry. I can imagine a member of the opposition not knowing what refinancing means.
Again, please, the speaker needs to hear what the member is saying, please. Remember that.
Trinidad and Tobago's economic prospects have so improved since the pandemic of 2020 that we are now able to borrow money at lower rates. And we have decided to take full advantage of that opportunity so that we can do and engage in certain developmental projects that will benefit all, and also refinance some of our more expensive debt which we were forced to borrow during the pandemic. The leader of the opposition came here speaking about spending during COVID. Mr. Deputy Speaker, that is nothing more than a political red herring. We have been examined and scrutinized up and down by every possible international agency you can think of. The World Bank, the IMF, the IDB, CAF, even local banks. When you have to borrow money, you have to justify your spending. The international rating agencies, S&P, Moody's, they have all interrogated our economy and this government spending, and not one of them has ever said anything about concerns about spending during COVID. That is a completely made-up scenario by the member of the opposition. And it's sad, because they keep trying to craft these false narratives, which are not substantiated by any kind of fact whatsoever. The member for Oropouche West came here and said that what the government should have to do is come here and say, well, what we're borrowing money for, and how long we're going to borrow it, and how we're going to pay it back. How does the member think we borrow money in the first place? You think we just go to local banks and say, hey, give me $1 billion, and they say, okay, and they hand it to us? We have to offer proposals. We have to offer presentations. The Minister of Finance was in meetings all of last week, along with other members of government involved with the IMF, having to explain and justify ourselves and to show that we are prudently managing the economy of this country. And the member for Oropouche West is lost, confused, saying we should have to re-explain ourselves at every step. And if anything isn't done properly, we do not receive access to the money or funding that we require. We are heavily scrutinized by every independent international agency in this hemisphere. So I am not sure what the member is talking about. Let me give you some more backstory about this Development Loans Act. The Development Loans Act, Chapter 7104, was enacted in 1964. It allows government to borrow money both internally and externally for the purpose of financing general development in Trinidad and Tobago. Now, we may have borrowed money externally previously during the COVID crisis. Because our banking system is so flush with cash, with excess liquidity, as they call it, and I'm going to talk more about that going forward, and because the government's ability to repay is improving gradually and makes our cost of borrowing lower, it is a good time for us to borrow, to refinance some of our older debt and to invest in projects so that we can employ more people in this economy. We accept our unemployment rate is already extremely low, but unfortunately that unemployment is concentrated at the lower rungs of the labor market. We want to do more to invest in this economy so that no one is left behind, and that is what we are here today to do. The initial borrowing limit in 1964 was $30 million USD, Mr. Deputy Speaker. As I said earlier, as our economy grows, our ability to repay improves, and therefore our debt ceiling is increased. In 1983, it was changed to TT dollars, and a limit of 5 billion TT was enacted. The limit has been steadily increased ever since. In 2021, Cabinet agreed that the statutory limit under the Development Loans Act, Chapter 7104, be increased from 55 billion to the current 65 billion, and we are here today to increase that. Let me move on. Let me explain to you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the rationale, or one of several rationales, for increasing this limit so that we can further invest in the economy of Trinidad and Tobago. At the end of February 2024, the adjusted general debt of this country stood at $135.9 billion. The adjusted general government debt to GDP ratio at 71.4%. That is actually a reduction in our debt to GDP ratio from 2021, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We have been steadily repaying much of our expensive debt from that period, and even have repaid much of the VAT bonds or outstanding VAT payments that we had during that period. They have been repaid. This government has not just been borrowing capriciously and willy-nilly. We have been using those funds for investment and to repay some of our debts. That is what the member for Oropouche West must have missed when he was doing his research. In 2022, global public debt reached a record of, and this is in the United States, the United States and many countries around the world would have been working to increase their debt limit in the past few years because they're all, as we are, trying to recover from the COVID crisis. The member for Superior, opposition leader, stated that in 2020 we were simply borrowing money for an election, and the same thing in 2025. Let me remind the opposition leader that another significant event happened in 2020, and it wasn't an election, it was called COVID, where the entire world economy ground to a halt and our revenues fell to zero, Mr. Deputy Speaker. But I want to remind you that during that time, all public servants were paid. All medical professionals were paid. All teachers were paid. Unemployed people received relief grants. Businesses received grants for their business. All of that was done with zero in revenues, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We were giving out hampers every week to some of the most vulnerable people in our constituency, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And that was happening countrywide. So while the member for Siparia, an opposition leader, was offering sunlight and punching, we were offering solutions to one of the most devastating economic incidents in the history of Trinidad and Tobago. It's easy to sit back. Yeah, it's easy to sit back and say the most ridiculous things. Punching, sunlight, build a dome. We were busy and hard at work trying to protect the people of this country. And I would dare say that we did a fantastic job. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in 2022, global public debt reached a record of 92 trillion US dollars. That is globally, because so many countries had to borrow money coming out of the COVID crisis because their economies also ground to a halt during that period. And this includes both developed and developing countries around the world had to raise their debt ceiling. And this includes, I think, 30% of this borrowing belongs to China, India, and Brazil. 70%, all developing countries. Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Deputy Speaker, remains the single only investment-grade country in the entire Caribbean, much to the chagrin of the member of Oropouche West. Trinidad and Tobago is the only investment-grade country in the Caribbean region and in much of Latin America. We are also the only country in the Caribbean that is not currently under an IMF program. When he was calling all of his statistics that made absolutely no sense, he somehow forgot to mention that reality, that we have the premier economy in this region. All kinds of talk about growth rates, this, growth rates, whatever. We are not under an IMF program. Our economic decisions are made in our cabinet, not in an office in Washington, D.C., for everyone else who's under an IMF program. And that is thanks to the prudent management by this government and the Ministry of Finance. Mr. Deputy Speaker, borrowing on the domestic market under the Development of Loans Act is the most cost-effective option for borrowing. It offers the lowest rate. Why is that? Because this government has the ability to repay those loans. I know someone told me a long time ago that banks weren't in business to give loans. They were in business to earn interest. They lend us at low rates because we have the ability to repay. Trinidad and Tobago has never defaulted on its debt ever in the history of our country. And I guarantee you that under this government, we will never leave a man in space. There will be no defaulting of any debt under this government and the Ministry of Finance. I can assure you of that. Borrowing under the Guarantee of Loans Act would attract higher rates. So that's one of the reasons why we wanted to raise this Development Loan Act debt limit. Borrowing externally would be in US dollars and, of course, bring with it foreign exchange risk. If there was somehow some economic shock, it could become more expensive to repay money borrowed in US dollars. Even in the USA, the member for Naparima, one of his favorite comparisons, President Biden recently signed into effect an increase in the government debt ceiling on December 6, 2021, an increase of $2.5 trillion US dollars to increase the limit, their borrowing limit, to $31.4 trillion, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Countries, whether developed or developing, are all increasing their debt limit so they can further invest in the economy to spur more economic activity to create jobs, Mr. Deputy Speaker. In fact, US lawmakers at one point believed that the debt ceiling should be removed altogether. And this came from one of the premier financial minds in the United States, Ms. Janet Yellen, who's the former Fed chairman and current Secretary of Treasury of the United States. Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me move on. Let me give those on the other side and also the people of Trinidad and Tobago more information about the current state of our economy. Because of the growth in our economy, as recently evidenced by an IMF report that I believe came out last week, our economy is growing. And that is due to careful, steady management by this government. And that allows us, as I said, to borrow money for developmental projects. In fiscal year 2022, we had a surplus of 0.3% of GDP. The first fiscal surplus in over a decade, coming after fiscal year 2022, record deficit of 11.7% of GDP in fiscal year 2020. Coming out of COVID, we had to borrow a lot of money, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to keep this country going, to keep the citizens of this country safe, our parallel healthcare system, and so on. We have repaid or refinanced much of that debt, and now this economy is growing. Since then, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have cleared all VAT arrears, which at one point amounted to 2.2% of GDP. Central government debt declined to 53.8% from 60% of GDP. Public debt declined from 79.2% to 71% of GDP in fiscal year 2020. External fiscal buffers remain strong. The Heritage and Stabilization Fund has assets under management of over $5 billion US, or 18.6% of GDP at the end of fiscal year 2022, despite large valuation losses due to market volatility. If you've been paying attention to the recent stock markets in the US and around the world, there's been a huge bump in asset prices due to the technology stocks, or led by those technology stocks. I expect to see quite a bit of growth in our assets under management in the HSF when the next report comes out. In 2022, we deposited $345 million US, or 1.3% of GDP into the HSF. This was during some of the most trying economic times in the history of this country. We made a deposit into the HSF of almost $500 million US, Mr. Deputy Speaker. That is why we can raise our debt limit today for developmental projects. In fiscal year 2022, our current account surplus was estimated at 18.9% of GDP. That's our current account surplus, up from 11.9% of GDP in 2021. Huge growth. International reserves in fiscal year 2022 stood at $6.8 billion US, or 120% of the ARA metric. That amounts to 7.6 months of import cover, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Sovereign creditworthiness has improved and spreads lower than most regional peers. I would say, yes, most regional peers would be accurate. We can borrow those sums at low rates because of the quality of our economy and our ability to repay. That is why we can now raise this debt limit so that we can invest in more development projects. Our banking system is sound, with more than adequate levels of capital, liquidity, and profitability. This has occurred even in the face of increasing foreign interest rates. During this time also, our sovereign creditworthiness has improved, and sovereign interest rate spreads over US Treasury much lower than most of our regional peers in Latin America and the Caribbean. Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me segue into the recent IMF report. It is hot off the press, fresh information, and I know it came as much to the chagrin of those on the other side who just seem determined to see this country fail in every way possible. But in spite of all of that, in spite of all the negativity, this government will continue improving the lives of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, because that is what we promised to do when they re-elected us, Mr. Deputy Speaker. After they removed those on the other side for having perhaps one of the most corrupt governments in the history of Trinidad and Tobago during the dark ages of 2010 to 2015. Yes. The member on the other side, I mean, had me so surprised when he was saying about we were borrowing money to finance family and friends. And the member forgot about SIS. He forgot about live sport. He forgot about a pink palace that pop out of nowhere. He forgot about all these things. We're talking about we want to borrow developmental funds to benefit family and friends. insane. I couldn't believe what I was hearing, but let me move on. The IMF recently, economic evaluation took place between February 26 and March 8, 2024. I want you to listen to that again, Mr. Deputy Speaker. February 26 to March 8, they had boots on the ground in this country, interviewing everybody in the government, interviewing people in the private sector, everyone. And not anywhere in the IMF report is there any mention of any concern about spending during COVID. There was nothing like that, nothing. The only people who are saying anything like that are those on the other side that are trying to manufacture this false narrative that somehow COVID spending was unaccounted for, when it is clear to any sensible, right-thinking person exactly what that money was spent on. We all know what it was spent on. We all saw it. We all know it. The IMF concluded during that time that in the medium term, Trinidad and Tobago will enjoy, and I quote, a gradual and sustained economic recovery. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I say it one more time. A gradual and sustained economic recovery. It is that very recovery, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that we are completely aware of that allows us to raise our development loan debt borrowing limit today in this chamber, because we want to invest more in this economy so that we can, of course, employ, diversify the economy, and benefit more Trinbagonians, Mr. Deputy Speaker. For the first time in a decade, Trinidad and Tobago is undergoing a gradual and sustained economic recovery. Growth in GDP in 2023 expanded by 2.1%. Of course, the member of Oropouche West, talking about what happened in the past 10 years of our economy, of course, is quite selective in what he had mentioned. What the member didn't mention was some of the economic hardships that this economy has faced within the past decade. From 2014 to 2016, we saw the most precipitous fall in international energy prices since World War II. It was a complete collapse in the international energy prices, and that severely damaged our ability to generate revenues. But never mind that. That didn't prevent those on the other side, while they were in office, to foist on this country the single largest budget in the history of Trinidad and Tobago. We are still trying to dig ourselves out of the debt incurred by those on the other side when they were in office. In their desperate attempt to win an election, they had no chance of winning. None. Because the people of this country were fed up of their shenanigans and non-stop corrupt practices, Mr. Deputy Speaker. They wanted them out, and out they shall remain.
Please. Go ahead, member.
Yes. I move on. Other aspects of the IMF report. And all of this is by an international independent agency, not an arm of the PNM, not like the opposition leader reading quotes from some document from some organization no one has ever heard of before, reading from newspaper articles, refusing to say who the writer of the article was. None of that. This is from the International Monetary Fund, a well-respected international independent agency. They are saying this, not friends in the media of those on the other side. Inflation declined to 0.3% as of January 2024. Inflation declined to 0.3% after peaking at 8.7% in December 2022, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, you would know there are two types of inflation. There's core inflation, headline inflation. Headline inflation would include the more volatile aspects of inflation, which would be energy prices and food. Core inflation does not include those two volatile aspects. And because, and mainly due to the precipitous decline in imported foods, we saw a dramatic reduction in inflation in Trinidad and Tobago, and that is to the benefit of the average citizen of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Our current account remains in surplus in 2023. Surplus. Our foreign reserves coverage is adequate at 8.3 months of import cover, Mr. Deputy Speaker. That is the economy that we are operating in today. If you listen to those on the other side or some of their friends in the media, you would swear that we were on the verge of economic collapse, that this country was falling apart. But you know what, Mr. Deputy Speaker? Members in the opposition may not tell the truth, but numbers always tell the truth, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And they are saying that Trinidad and Tobago, along with the IMF, is on its way to a path of steady growth and development, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The fiscal balance in financial year 2023 was broadly in line with the budget. More evidence of prudent financial management by this government.
Member, 1 second. Again, both on the government side and the opposition side, on the lower end of the chamber, right? The chatter is reaching the chair. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The overall fiscal deficit, estimated at 1.1% of GDP in financial year 2023, is 0.2 percentage points better than expected, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We have a far smaller deficit than we would have expected, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and that is due to prudent management. Economic growth is projected to gain momentum in 2024, as evidenced by the IMF in its report. Real GDP expected to expand by 2.4% in 2024. And you know what's amazing about this GDP expansion that we are seeing, Mr. Deputy Speaker? Much of it is happening in the non-energy sector and not in the energy sector. That is true testimony to the creativity and the resilience of the people of this country, and I want to congratulate them here today for surviving such a harsh challenge during the COVID crisis and really re-engineering this economy to the point that the non-energy sector now comprises an estimated 70% of our overall GDP figure. This economy is more diversified and becoming even more diversified going forward.
Honourable Member, your initial speaking time has elapsed. You have an additional 15. Avail yourself.
Much obliged. Thank you, sir.
Proceed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, supported by non-energy sector and new energy projects coming on stream. And let me tell you some of the aspects of our non-energy sector. There's transport and storage, which makes up about 14.9% of GDP. There's accommodation and food services, 11.6% of GDP. Trade and repairs, 10.9% of GDP. This is how we are expanding our economy and growing our GDP, not by listening to what the member of Naprima was saying, to tax soca artists. I mean, that was his big idea about improving revenue generation in this country, to tax soca artists that are spreading the culture of this country internationally. I don't know what the member for Naprima has against soca artists, but this government certainly would only be supporting our cultural ambassadors and not trying to tax them out of existence. You know, I like the member for Naprima. He's the one sure vote I have in San Fernando East, but sometimes I have to set him straight. Let's move on. Inflation. Inflation is projected to hover around 2% in line with international prices. The current account surplus expected to exceed 6% of GDP going forward. Again, all of this is from the IMF report, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Not my words, theirs. The foreign reserve coverage is expected to remain adequate at 6.6 months of total imports. The IMF also spoke towards the fiscal discipline while strengthening the fiscal framework of this economy. The IMF raved about the management of this economy. In fiscal year 2024, budget as, and I quote, appropriate to support the domestic recovery and address infrastructure needs, Mr. Deputy Speaker, unquote. That is exactly what development borrowing is all about. That is what we are investing in. We are investing in infrastructure and domestic recovery in this economy. Another quote from the IMF report, the planned capital spending would help address the country's infrastructure needs and boost growth. Imagine that. The planned capital spending would help address the country's infrastructure needs and boost growth. That is exactly what we're here to do today, not use borrowings as some slush fund for some election, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We are focused on the growth and development of Trinidad and Tobago and taking care of the people of this country and not some election. We are not like those on the other side. In 2015, when they were saddling this country with debt that will take us generations to repay, Mr. Deputy Speaker. That is not who we are. That is who they are. We welcome the implementation of property tax, gambling tax, and the TTRA, all designed to add additional revenues for government in developmental projects. So what we are saying, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because of these programs that are going to be implemented, the government should see additional revenues. And all of this is being designed, our whole tax net, to make taxation more equitable in Trinidad and Tobago, so that we don't have a handful of people paying taxes for everyone. If everyone pays their fair share, it will lighten the tax burden for all. And that is simply what we are seeking to do by modernizing the taxation system in Trinidad and Tobago. The IMF also stated that they welcome the authorities' commitment to diversifying the economy, attracting investment, promoting employment, and increasing trade in integration, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This is from the IMF. Not friends, not family, not from some random organization, some report that we've never heard of before. This is the International Monetary Fund, giving this government kudos for managing and investing in the economy of Trinidad and Tobago. So don't believe what is being said by those on the other side about doom and gloom. The IMF has said that we are on the path to growth and recovery, and that is the truth. Let me refer to some of the information I've found in the Central Bank report, also another recent report. In January 2024 Economic Bulletin, the GDP expansion in 2023 is expected. Ample excess liquidity supporting robust credit growth of 7.2% in 2023. Ample excess liquidity supporting robust credit growth of 7.2% in 2023. Excess liquidity increased to a daily average of $5.5 billion over July to December 2023. Let me explain something about excess liquidity. Excess liquidity is the amount of money in our banking system above the statutory deposits. The statutory deposit is what banks or financial institutions are required to hold on hand by legislation. Excess liquidity is what can be used to be put to work within the economy through loans or other methods. The Minister of Finance and I have had several discussions about the excess liquidity within the banking system. And I firmly believe that our banking system can do more to put more of that excess liquidity to work within the economy of Trinidad and Tobago. They can look at private equity funding, they can look at venture capital. That is what financial institutions and banks are supposed to do. They are supposed to keep money circulating within an economy, and they need to invest more money back into the economy in which they are making these profits. But until then, we will borrow this money at extremely low rates and make those investments in development projects on behalf of the people of this country. Let me give you an idea of what the excess liquidity history of this country looks like and why government borrowing is essential to keeping this economy flowing. In 2020, October, we had excess liquidity history rate of $14.2 billion in 2020. That is $14.2 billion parked on the sideline of this economy that needed to be put to work. In 2021, January, $11.5 billion. 2022, December, $6.7 billion in excess liquidity. 2023, June, $7 billion in excess liquidity. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is the government's objective to get some of that liquidity into this economy so that it can be of use to the benefit of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Also from the Central Bank report, the repo rate remained relatively low and unchanged at 3.50% during the second half of 2023. Gross official reserves amounted to $6.3 billion at the end of 2023, 7.8 months of import cover. Yes, and economic activity is expected to improve in 2024, concluded by the Central Bank, bolstered by continued buoyancy in the non-energy sector, the same non-energy sector that now comprises 70% of our GDP, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and contributes significantly to the diversification of our economy. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as I come to a close, let me reiterate exactly why raising this borrowing limit is justified and beneficial to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. It allows this government to invest or increase investments in development projects, something that must be done to ensure that many of the persons at the lowest rung of our labor markets have an opportunity to also participate in the economy of Trinidad and Tobago. It spurs economic activity. It reduces unemployment, especially at the lowest rung of the labor market. New job creation, different types of jobs, or diversification. It adds fire to an already growing economy. Our growth rates should improve significantly because of this investment in our revenue capacity. In 2022, non-energy sector grew an average of 4.9% in 2022 and has continued to grow ever since. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the growth that we are seeing in the non-energy sector is not something that happened by accident. It's not something that just happened on its own. It is because this government has looked carefully at the non-energy sector in this country and decided to do all that it can to give our people an opportunity to express themselves and to become entrepreneurs in this country so that they can also participate in this economy. Trinidad and Tobago remains the premier economy in the Caribbean region. We are the only investment-grade country in CARICOM, no matter what you hear from the other side, the only one. We're the only country in CARICOM that is not on that IMF program, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And that did not happen by accident. That is because we in this government have seen what needs to be done, we understand the challenges that we face, and we have decided to do what is in the best interest of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I thank you.
I recognize the member for Mayaro.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So, Deputy Speaker, I'd like to start by making a comment. Those who rewrite history to fit their own narrative are not historians, but rather architects of deception, constructing half-truths to justify their own agenda. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have stood here and listened to those on the other side paint their own history of Trinidad and Tobago. And not every single citizen in this country are foolish people. We listen, and more so if I were to drive straight into the member for San Fernando East, spoke for 45 minutes, and what I would say was primarily a lot of fairy tale. Because I am of the view, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that every single number that has rolled out of the mouth of the member for San Fernando East, positive as they were, it had nothing to do with PNM brilliance. Nothing. It is whatever the IMF report has there has a lot to do with the rebounding of a slumbered economy after COVID. Yeah, because when you are sleeping and you wake up, industry comes alive. So you must grow. You must grow. That had nothing to do with PNM brilliance, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Nothing. Nothing. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the minister, the junior minister, spoke about managing inflation and being able to bring it down from 8% to a very low percent somewhere in 2022. Mr. Deputy Speaker, again, that had nothing to do with PNM brilliance. That had to do with global shipping costs collapsing post-pandemic. A lot of costs that were driven up, that would have moved inflation up during the pandemic period, was because of international shipping costs and delay and so on. So I wanted to just put that on the record. I am happy for the numbers. We are all happy for the numbers because we want to grow, we want to develop in this country. But don't let the government come to this parliament and take kudos for something that had nothing to do with it. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the member for San Fernando East spoke about our misunderstanding of what the term refinancing means. But we know it. We know it. Refinancing has a couple characteristics, which is not good characteristics. Because you refinance, Mr. Deputy Speaker, when you extend the length of a loan. What you do, yes, I could refinance, but nobody is going and refinance to pay it out faster, man. You refinance when you are in a bit of a difficulty to continue paying. And refinancing costs you as well. It is free. It's not free. No, you tell me where free finance is free, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Go ahead, member.
Mr. Deputy Speaker. But the junior minister of finance, like his senior minister, he loves to, they come and they talk about borrowing and access to loans and how much money we could get at low interest rate as some sort of achievement, some sort of political accomplishment when we could borrow money. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the accomplishment is when you can generate money to survive and pay your bills without borrowing. That is the accomplishment, Mr. Deputy Speaker, not borrowing. Mr. Deputy Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, all of these numbers, as rattled out by the member for San Fernando East, I really want to find out, what I'm asking, what does those numbers mean to the farmers in Rio Claro who can't get an access road fixed in 5 years? It means nothing to them. What does all of those positive numbers mean to the constituents of Mayaro in Bangladesh, Ecclesville, that have 17 landslips on one road? 17, Mr. Deputy Speaker. How all that numbers affecting those people's lives? How does those numbers affect the lives of the fishermen who are at the mercy of pirates offshore? Nobody here for the evening has said how that is affecting those people, because that is the life they live, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Again, member for Laventille West, you'll have the opportunity to enter the debate. Right? No, please. No. Hello, hold on. One speaker. Member for Laventille West. Again, I only recognize Mayaro for now. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And indeed, the member for Mayaro is a good person to recognize, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in closing of my issue for the member for San Fernando East, I would present to you that the good numbers that the junior minister spoke of was more of circumstance than PNM brilliance. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, circumstances are performing better than the government of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, that's all right, that's okay, that's all right. My wife loves me. That, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Member, and then you're going to call for the speaker to protect you. Address the chair, please. Right? Address the chair. No, member for Laventille West, please. Mayaro, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, debt. We are here to discuss lifting a ceiling of debt. But debt is not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. Debt allows you to grow. Debt allows you to invest in capacity building things. And debt allows you to have a vision for future prosperity. But debt, Mr. Deputy Speaker, must be anchored on future earnings. Too much debt will cause can cause unnecessary developmental opportunities to be sidelined when you have to take your money and pay interest and so on debt. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are here today to give the government permission to lift the current ceiling from 65 billion to 75 billion TT dollars. As mentioned previously, this is the 4th time in 8 years that the government of the day is coming to the Parliament to lift the debt ceiling. But Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to address a comment that was made by the member for San Fernando East, and I'm sorry I have to go back to him. The honourable member made a comment that the People's Partnership under the member for Superior was or had saddled a generation with debt to repay. He said that. But Mr. Deputy Speaker, I don't understand what was meant by saddle a generation, because this is what the CSO says, the central bank says. From 2011 to 2015, deficit financing totaled $15.36 billion. 15. In 4 years, 11 to 15. But let's roll the tail of the tape of the People's National Movement and government, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, from fiscal 2016 to 2020, you know what was the deficit? $47.9 billion. What? 47. Now we're talking about saddling a generation with debt. Partnership was 15. Fiscal 2016 to 2020, 47.9 billion. From 2016 to 2023, which was last year, that total is $62.3 billion. What? Now I refer this under the context that I said, that is not necessarily a bad thing. Depending on what you're spending the money on, that will bring revenue. Not only the development, because development is building and bridge and road and all these things, but how do we grow people? How does this money grow us socially as a people? Improve in the social status of our citizenry. So to come here and say that the People's Partnership saddled this country with a generation of debt at 15 billion, and we presented a 400-page document with every single thing that was done under the People's Partnership that you could look, you could feel, you could see. But you are saddling this country with $62.3 billion in debt, but that is saddling anybody, sadly. Mr. Deputy Speaker, what this government is painting as a positive development is an additional debt burden, a worsening debt to GDP ratio, and it is a financial yoke that is going to be levied on the future generations of this country. Anyhow you spin it, whether you fluff it with an IMF report or whether you sell it on a political platform, that is the reality of the matter. And that has to mean something to the citizen, has to mean something to the persons living in the Myra constituency, all of them who's listening to this debate this evening. Mr. Deputy Speaker, for 8 years, this administration, looking at the numbers, have really failed to provide any sort of upward mobility economically and socially for our citizens. Their policies that have been put forward year after year under beautiful captions in the annual budget, it has really suppressed and strangled creativity amongst our people, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, at the end of fiscal 2015, which marked the end of the governance of the People's Partnership under the hand of the member for Superior, our fiscal revenues, Mr. Deputy Speaker, could have easily covered about 76% of the country's debt. That is how you administer government, Mr. Deputy Speaker, when you can manage your debt by the revenue that you generate. However, during this last 8 years, that 76% has dropped down to a little under 40%, more along the line of 39.5%. And you see the problem in that, it underscores our challenge of having to service debt today. And today, we are here to add an additional space of $10 billion that the state, that the government can maneuver inside. But what we've not heard from any of the speakers opposite is really the revenue side of this thing. Where this money is going to come from to service this debt. And I know the member for San Fernando East may talk about all the beautiful things about the non-energy sector and so on and so on. And the member could have spoken at length, but I will draw his attention to what the IMF say shortly. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there are two fundamental issues that have arisen here today. The first issue, which I've spoken a bit before, how are these borrowing improving the quality of the lives for our citizens? The quality. What is quality? Quality is how they wake up in the morning, get water to brush their teeth, make their tea, get lunch, go to a job, drive on the road, no pothole, garbage moving out and so on. How is this borrowing improving the lives of citizens? How is this borrowing, or the capacity to borrow? Where are we heading with this borrowing? How is that going to lift the opportunities for the 20% of citizens that is under the poverty line in this country, Mr. Deputy Speaker? And the second issue that we should have addressed, hopefully when the minister is wrapping up he will address it, is what is the government going to do to take us out of this spiraling debt trap that we find ourselves in? Those things have to be addressed for the benefit of the national community in understanding why we as a parliament is here today to approve the government's request to get a bit more money or space, fiscal space to maneuver their plans going forward. So, Deputy Speaker, if I were to draw your attention to the Express newspaper in its editorial of March 12, 2024, they really analyzed the issue perfectly. And this is what the editorial states, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Despite statistical growth, many individuals still face the stark realities of unemployment, rising food prices, and other financial strains on a daily basis, not only on weekends, every single day. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, when you are a member of parliament for a constituency like Mayaro, which is a rural community, where people have to eke out a living sometimes day by day, every dollar counts, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The editorial, Mr. Deputy Speaker, goes on to say, and I quote, "It's imperative for policymakers and leaders to ensure that economic progress translates into tangible benefits for all members of society, addressing concerns of job security, economic hardship faced by the man in the street." And that is the important thing here, Mr. Deputy Speaker. How is all of this that we're doing here impacting the man on the street? Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have heard no evidence from anybody on the government side speaking today that whatever the plans are making qualitative differences to the life of the man on the street. And that is what is important. That is what we are here to do, to make sure that whatever action we take improves the life of the man on the street. If we were to look at the bilateral reports, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are facing money problems. Moody's says that our credit risk is moderate, But SNP thinks that, we're getting, very, very close to risky territory. That is what they say in all the nice lingo and jargon. But again, I ask the question, what would the latest public borrowing facility do for the thousands of people without jobs and really struggling to make ends meet for them and their family, Mr. Deputy Speaker? Mr. Deputy Speaker, we're going to move the credit limit today from 65 billion to 75 billion. Are our citizens going to get a better water supply at the end of this year? Will our UE and UTT graduates find decent opportunity for jobs? Will they? Will that $10 billion, hopefully a portion of it is going to go into some serious investments? Are they going to put the hundreds of graduates who come to all of our offices as MPs every day looking for a decent job? There's a difference between a work and a decent job, Mr. Deputy Speaker. They want decent job because they've worked hard in university for 4 years and they've sacrificed and their parents have sacrificed. The function of the state is really to deliver for these children. Mr. Deputy Speaker, will our maxi and taxi drivers, are they able to meet their loan repayments while fighting with deplorable road conditions, and their hard-earned money goes in the pockets of the spare parts dealers because you have to fix your motor car? The question here, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is that as we approve this additional bandwidth of spending for the government, how does it address those urgent needs of our citizens while putting all of us into further debt going forward? So, Deputy Speaker, much has been said of the 3.2% unemployment rate, which was adopted by the IMF. Without question, at the end of the day, we have to accept the data as placed on the record. But how do you account for the steep joblessness that is affecting our country? How? As members of parliament every day, I don't know about the rest of all you, but they knock on my door every day looking for jobs, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So it is hard to digest that the country has a 3.2% unemployment rate, which the statistics will tell you they call that full employment. So that phrase alone, I think, does get people upset. That you can't be at full employment and so many people looking on the side of the road to make a hustle, knocking on doors, willing to do anything to work, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and qualified people, if you may add that. And what is alarming to me, Mr. Deputy Speaker, while the CSO and the IMF says the country rate of unemployment is 3.2%, you know what CSO tells me? Mayaro as a constituency, our unemployment rate is 14.5%. 14.5%, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So all that, CSO, go check it yourself, go online. Yeah, Mayaro, go and check it. Them call me. They want to know what we're doing up there. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sorry. 14.5% tells me that there are about 5,000 people unemployed in Mayaro. And that is a huge number when we have to deal with bridging those gaps. And this is why I say the simple day-to-day lives of our people in Mayaro, $1 is important to them when you have 5,000 people unemployed. And if we will accept CSO 3.2 for the national community, I will accept CSO 14.5% for Mayaro. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the government, over the years, as much as the member for Port of Spain, North, St. Anne's, West, spoke about the busy bee lifestyle of him and the Prime Minister in the global energy boardwalks and boardrooms and halls that hasn't reflected in anything here as yet, perhaps 10 years down the road. Because communities like Guayari, Rio Claro, and Mayaro, we have been at the short end of the stick with the collapse of the investment capacity and facilities of the energy sector. How will this $10 billion in fiscal space to borrow for investment help our sector in that area? Mr. Deputy Speaker, poverty in Trinidad and Tobago is real and it is worrisome. And no amount of fluffing and padding any conversation here in this Parliament will take away the reality of how Trinidadians and Tobagonians are living day to day. The minister, when he gets this approval later this evening, he must ensure, Honourable Minister must ensure, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that any debt going forward, because we are in a very difficult place, because I haven't heard how we pay in that debt as yet. But whatever, and they could bring how much they want, we must be able to lift people, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because this is about people. It's not here about just numbers, it's about people. Funds that we are going to allow the state to borrow, to invest, it must be to solve problems in this country, problems of sustainable jobs, greater access to educational opportunities, moving a minimum wage to a living wage, stemming inflation, and other meaningful ventures. So, Deputy Speaker, there is the issue which hasn't been addressed by anyone. How do we lift our economy out of having to find further borrowings? How do we do that? How would we use what we are investing so far, what we are going to invest with this $10 billion of fiscal space? How are we going to ensure that that is going to reduce or stop our reliance from going and borrow money? Because it is a problem when we have to figure out a way sometime in the future that we have to figure out a way how to borrow yourself out of debt. That is a challenge that any government of the future will have to deal with. So, Deputy Speaker, the member for San Fernando East spoke about the non-energy sector and how well they were performing. And I have no reason to doubt him. I've seen the numbers myself. The numbers are doing well. They can do much better. I mean, I've spoken to several of them. There are issues that they have asked the government to look at, and it's a work in progress. But you know, in business, Mr. Deputy Speaker, when we have to make decisions in terms of planning, we sometimes have to look at the long-term picture. And sometimes we have to take the data as it is, rather than reading things into it that may not be there. And I'll give you an example. If one had to listen or to reflect on what the member for San Fernando East said a little while ago, this is what the IMF said in the very same report that the minister was quoting. Trinidad and Tobago, and I'm quoting from the IMF report here, Mr. Deputy Speaker, Trinidad and Tobago needs all its engines. That tells me not all the engines working, according to the IMF. Trinidad and Tobago needs all its engines to boost growth and secure a more diversified, green, resilient, and inclusive economy. Now, if we were doing so well on the run-up to that IMF report, to me, the IMF might have been a little more gentle in that line. But what I am reading here, by the use of the term all its engines, they are not satisfied that we're using all the engines necessary. What I also read from that is that there must be diversification from the energy sector. So the 70% which the minister spoke about in the non-energy trade, which is good.
Honourable Member, you have just about under 2 minutes of your initial speaking time. You have an additional 15. Care to avail yourself? Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the IMF identifies that we need to shake our reliance of the energy sector, and I agree as a proponent that we do have energy. We will remain an energy economy for another 20, 30 years. But we can't remain an energy economy only. So the IMF have found it important to write in its report that it is important to foster growth in the non-energy sector. So it means that whatever we're doing, we need to do more of it, and we need to do it faster. But if you were to reflect on the opposition benches over the last few years, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we've been saying that from day one. The member for Urupuch West and I have been speaking on these matters ad nauseam. But yet today, the IMF has to say it as well. The Minister of Energy, member for Port of Spain, North, Centre and West, spent his entire contribution rewriting history in the oil sector in this country. With all the work that they claim to have been doing, this is the reality of the statistics, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Over the period from January 2016 to October 2023, oil production dropped by 27%, gas by 36%, LNG production by 41%. Now, the CBTT also indicated that oil production is now around 55,000 barrels of oil. So what that tells me, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and from what I heard here this evening, there are no imminent signs of recovery in any of these production areas. Everything new we speak about today have a 5 or 7 year horizon. It ain't happening tomorrow. What are we doing in the meantime? Nobody has spoken about that. What do we do in the meantime while these things mature? So, Deputy Speaker, and the reason why that is important to know, it will convince the citizens of this country how are we going to repay this debt. That's all we want to know, you know. How are we going to repay this debt? Because debt financing is something that you have to anchor on future earnings. So, Deputy Speaker, in the couple minutes that I have left, I want to encourage the member for Laventille West as well to work hard as Minister of National Security, to work and get the crime situation in this country under control. The fear of crime needs to be tackled frontally, Minister, because it is impacting what we call the domestic economy in terms of the ability for nightlife to thrive, in terms of our restaurant businesses and so on. Movement of people. And when we could get our domestic economy going, we have money to pay debt. So, Deputy Speaker, we must look at dealing frontally with the issue of our food imports. Don't have time to go into too much of that, but we keep moving. I think we're up to almost $7 billion if we can rein that in, that money can help in dealing with paying with our debt financing going forward. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in closing, Trinidad and Tobago really faces a multifaceted challenge when you combine declining energy production, dwindling revenues from across the board, and now these mounting debt obligations that we will have. Addressing these challenges would require prudent fiscal management, strategic resource allocation, and a concerted effort to revitalize the energy sector and push the diversification process right along speedily. So, Deputy Speaker, failure to address these issues effectively, it will jeopardize our long-term economic stability and prosperity. So, Deputy Speaker, sadly, I do not believe that my colleagues across have the capacity to deliver on this particular job, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And in closing, minding all the couture that they like to pelt across on this side, I want to say that every one of us here remain united and strong to move the PNM out of government. And we will look forward to the day when we see the back of every one of you all. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Members, I recognize the member for Lopino Bonnet.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for recognizing me. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have not started on being provoked and disturbed by the member for Caroni Central. This parliament was going so good before his presence, but we will not be disturbed by him, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I was forced to enter into this debate, albeit for a very short period of time, because of the previous speaker, my good friend from Mayaro, as well as the member for Siparia, the leader of the opposition, who continues to repeat untruths, misinformation, and all kinds of things, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because, you see, it gives the impression that repeating untruths after untruths after untruths, that even those who are perpetuating it, they believe in the untruths. And therefore, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we in the PNM will stand on the side of righteousness. We will stand on the side of truth. And we will not allow the UNC and the opposition to rewrite history in Trinidad and Tobago. The member for Siparia, she stood in this parliament a short while ago, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and she said that despite billions of dollars being spent by this government in the water sector, over 50% of the people of Trinidad and Tobago remain without water. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I was astounded to hear the leader of the opposition making up as she goes along, reading from a prepared speech. Of course, someone continues to mislead the leader of the opposition, because obviously she comes to Parliament and she doesn't even read and prepare herself to enter into this debate, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to remind the people of Trinidad and Tobago, because we are not speaking to them. We are speaking to the righteous citizens of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Because not too far, Mr. Deputy Speaker, not too far, the people of this country would remember that the UNC's legacy in the water sector is the Beetham wastewater $1 billion scandal that we will never forget them for. $1 billion, Mr. Deputy Speaker, where SIS, a contractor, had to flee from Trinidad and Tobago in Panama, running from the long hands of the law, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And she wants to come here, the leader of the opposition, wants to come here and want to lecture to us, Mr. Deputy Speaker, on things that are happening in the water sector. It is the very first time, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that for years we have stability, despite the challenges, Mr. Deputy Speaker, despite the challenges, because it will cost billions of dollars to fix some of the problems. But we have been able to bring stability in the water sector, and not one of them on that side can point to any one of us and to this Minister of Public Utilities and say that scandals and corruption continues in the water sector in Trinidad and Tobago. That is their history. That is their legacy, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and they have no moral authority whatsoever to come here and lecture to us on anything that is happening in the utility sector in Trinidad and Tobago. Billions of dollars, Mr. Deputy Speaker, spent by that former administration, this current UNC opposition in the water sector, and they can show absolutely nothing. As a matter of fact, I heard a member for Princestown, the leader of the opposition, and several spokespersons, Mr. Deputy Speaker, talking about, under their administration, 70% of the population. I, as Minister of Public Utilities, Mr. Deputy Speaker, asked the executive management in WASA where that figure came from. And I was told they hired a communications consultant that manufactured that misrepresentation to sell to the people of Trinidad and Tobago in preparation for the 2015 general election campaign. There's absolutely nothing in the water sector, absolutely nothing in WASA that corroborates anything that they would have said that they would have received or achieved 70% 24/7 coverage in the water sector. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I can tell you, billions of dollars accessed from the IDB. The IDB has a report that suggested that over $500 million was spent by the former administration to run racketeering in a separation package in the water sector to separate 1,500 workers in the Water and Sewage Authority to the tune of $700 million. And as soon as they accepted a visa package, they left through one door and they entered through another door. That is their legacy. That is their legacy. Desalination, Mr. Deputy Speaker, over 20 years. Desalination water. The Minister of Finance has to find $700 million, $800 million a year to fund that desalination project and bill. Over 20 years, this country would have spent $16 billion. And we don't know when we are going to get out of it. But yet still, the leader of the opposition wants to come here and lecture to us. Mr. Deputy Speaker, they have no moral authority to speak to us on anything. No moral authority whatsoever. I would have sat in this parliament and almost every single thing that was pursued by this government, especially under COVID, they opposed it. As a matter of fact, they led a campaign that the economy collapsed, the economy collapsed, the economy collapsed. Every single day, nothing good is happening in Trinidad and Tobago. Opposed every single measure that we took to protect the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. And as my colleague from San Fernando East would have said, sunlight and build a dome. That is their legacy. Bring punch in. That and lime. That is their legacy, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So today, when the IMF and all other international institutions endorse the government's measures to put Trinidad and Tobago on a path of growth, Mr. Deputy Speaker, they even continue to bad talk us. They want nothing good happen in this country. Nothing good. And I hear my colleague from Mayaro said, well, it's nothing of the PNM, so don't take credit for it. But when it is bad, it is your responsibility. When it is bad, it is your responsibility. But when it is good, don't take the credit for it. But I'm here to tell you the reason why it is good, because we are under strong leadership led by the Prime Minister and the member for Diego Martin West. That's the reason why it is good. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to say that we did not have billions of dollars as they had under their tenure. But under the water sector, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we were able to complete projects after projects after projects all over Trinidad and Tobago, not costing $1 billion. Over 42 projects were successfully completed under our Community Water Improvement Program. The member for Couva South, not too long ago, 3 wells were drilled, producing over 1 million gallons of water and benefiting 23,000 people in the constituency of Couva South. 23,000 people. My colleague from Tabakit, a place called Cotton Hill, getting water for the very first time. They spend billions of dollars, and this Minister of Public Utilities, led by the Prime Minister, the Honorable Member for Tobago, Diego Martin West. Leave me alone. Yes, sir. Getting water for the very first time. Mr. Deputy Speaker, getting water for the very first time. Mr. Deputy Speaker, my colleague from Maruga Tableland, advertising jobs in her constituency office. She can't get over herself because pipes are being run in Samuel Cooper Trace, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for the very first time. She's advertising jobs, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we need the money, and therefore I support this measure. Because this measure, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this measure, Mr. Deputy Speaker, will allow me to continue the plans and programs for development in Trinidad and Tobago. My colleague from Mayaro, Mr. Deputy Speaker, just 2 months ago, we commenced the drilling of 3 wells that will bring about relief to the people of Mayaro for a very long time, Mr. Deputy Speaker. They were in government for 5 years, and not one well was drilled in Mayaro. Not one well was drilled in Couva South. Not one well was drilled in Princestown. No pipe was laid in Tabakit. Nothing was done in Maruga Tableland. Absolutely nothing. They have no moral authority to come here and speak. None whatsoever. And therefore, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I recall a former Minister of Public Utilities under the UNC administration prided himself in laying pipes all over the country. No water in the pipe up to now, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So happy was the member for Siparia. She talked about Ganga pipe. She said Ganga laying pipe all over the place. And up to now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I can tell you, no water in the pipes. Nothing. And that is their program of development. Mr. Deputy Speaker, over the last 3 years, despite the challenges, we will never have money to fix all of the problems in the water sector, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We will not have all the problems to fix, money to fix all of the problems. But I can tell you what we have done over the last 3 years in the water sector, in the Ministry of Public Utilities, as we have done in all other ministries, providing sober, stable governance to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Deputy Speaker, even in Tobago, the Hillsborough Dam was finally desilted. Finally desilted. This project was spoken about for years in this country. We saved the people of Trinidad and Tobago $10 million cost savings under this project. Completed way beyond time, before time, under budget. We constructed a major transmission line from Signal Hill, Tobago, to Apex Building. 7.2 kilometer pipeline, 16-inch, was completed in 47 days, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, under our Community Water Improvement Program, 47 projects were completed, benefiting over 250,000 citizens in Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Deputy Speaker, and they want to know where we spend the money. Where Mayaro going? We have more wells for you, Mr. Mayaro. We have more wells to drill in Mayaro.
Member, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I commend this measure by the Minister of Finance. I commend this measure. Because, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have more wells to drill in Freeport. We have more pipes to lay in Princestown. We have a lot of work to do in Santa Cruz. We have a lot of work to do in Tobago. We have a lot of work to do in Diego Martin Central. We have a lot of work to do in Mr. Deputy Speaker, I can tell you, we have great work, great plans for the people of San Fernando. A new water treatment plant, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that will produce 5 million gallons of water. And when that plant comes into fruition, Mr. Deputy Speaker, 5 million gallons of water will come from the Caroni water treatment plant to redistribute to areas in Pinal and Siparia and some of those San Francisco, some of those areas. In Arima, Mr. Deputy Speaker, Heights of Aripo, a brand new water treatment plant will be constructed there. Mr. Deputy Speaker, is water for all PNM style, Mr. Deputy Speaker. No corruption, Mr. Deputy Speaker. No corruption whatsoever. Sober and sound PNM leadership. They cannot come here and lecture to us, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And therefore, I commend the measure of the Minister of Finance, because we have projects all over. My colleague from Labre, Losi Road, Cedros, Granville. Diego Martin said, oh, my friend from Pointe-à-Pierre and Point 14, Pointe-à-Pierre, Point 14, all over, Mr. Deputy Speaker, brand new. We repainted that tank in Laventille, looking nice from the capital city, Mr. Deputy Speaker. No fraud, no corruption, no allegations of corruption, sober, sound PNM style, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And whilst I acknowledge the financial challenges that we all face, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I can tell you, because of no corruption, because of no kickback, and money coming in brown paper bag in people's office, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have been able to improve the living circumstances of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We've been able to do that. And not the member for Princestown, or the member for Couva South, or the member for Siparia. They have no moral authority whatsoever to come and speak to us. They must learn from us PNM style. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Honourable members, before I call on the next speaker, I'll call on the Leader of the House.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 15.5, I beg to move that this House do continue to sit until the conclusion of the matters before it.
Honourable members, the question is that this House now continue to sit until all matters of this House are dealt with. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? I think the ayes have it. Thank you. I'll now call on the member for Princestown.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, after listening to the contribution by the member for Lupino Bonner West, I could not help but be reminded by one of David Rudder's prolific songs called A Madman's Rant. Because, Mr. Deputy Speaker, all you heard about was the PNM coulda, the PNM woulda, the PNM shoulda. But after 9 years, absolutely no delivery. The member for Lupino Bonner West spoke at great lengths, telling us what was the legacy of the UNC in the water sector. I want to tell the ministers from Toko to the same Cedros and Icarcus that you just spoke about that do not have water in their pipes across the length and breadth of this country today. That is the same people who are protesting for the basic commodities that they have not had in the weeks and in months because of the incompetence of you and your government. Mr. Deputy Speaker, after listening to the honourable member spoke about the UNC likes to speak about that we provided water 24/7 supply 70% of the country. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to remind the honourable member for Lupino Bonner West that it was a joint select committee of this parliament that in 2023 February of 2023, that WASA appeared and told the country that under People's National Movement for over the past 8 years, the 24/7 supply of water in Trinidad and Tobago under your administration after 8 years is an abysmal 16%, Mr. Deputy Speaker. At a joint select committee of the Parliament, those who are not my words, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that is not words of the United National Congress. It was words coming from the mouths of the CEO and executive members who appeared before that joint select committee. So when you want to speak about failure, speak about the fact that you have been in government for the past 8 to 9 years. And 16%, 1/6, that is your legacy in terms of the water sector in this country, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the member is shouting across the floor, not true, not true, not true. That is on the record of the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in a joint select committee. But Mr. Deputy Speaker, you know, I understand the confusion with the honourable member, because it was just a few days ago that Trinidad and Tobago woke up to a Trinidad Express article that said Gonzales contradiction. And they were referring to the Honourable Minister of Public Utilities. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is what that article had to say. Public Utilities Minister Marvin Gonzales has delivered a statement that contradicts what he said about the amount of water state provider WASA is losing through leaks. WASA is one of the utility providers under his purview. Gonzales sought to disparage last week's Sunday Express editorial titled Drowning in Dry Taps and Potholes. And the dry taps and potholes is what could be found under this People's National Movement administration in this country, Mr. Deputy Speaker. But let me remind the honourable member that it was in that article it said, it is with some measure of concern and a fair amount of disappointment that I noted an editorial in last Sunday's Express newspaper that sought to misrepresent the facts. This is the minister. The minister said, I would like to make it clear that I am not in any way seeking to hinder the media as it goes out a mission of informing the general public. Citing Benjamin Franklin, Gonzales stated that half a truth is often a great lie. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is what the Trinidad Express had to say. 50% loss noted 3 times. However, it was Gonzales himself who, while reading from a prepared speech last year at the Caribbean Regional Water Loss Conference in Hilton, Trinidad and Conference Center, St. Anne, stated that according to the latest estimates, as much as 50% of this country's water is lost somewhere between its production and the end user. That figure was mentioned by Gonzales at least 3 times in the space of 2 minutes, the article says. There's a video evidence to support this that the minister provided. During his address on March 22 at the first ever specialized water loss conference in the Caribbean, a recording of which is still posted on state-owned TTT's Facebook page, outlining Gonzales' contradiction, outlining the challenges facing the region. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, when the honourable member comes today to speak to the House and tell the House all that is happening in the water sector, the minister could not even get it right. And from a prepared speech, Mr. Deputy Speaker, not on 1 occasion, not on 2 occasions, but 3 occasions. And it took the Trinidad Express editorial to point out the inconsistencies and the contradictions of the honourable member that has now become a feature in the public domain, particularly when you reflect of what happened in this very House with the TSCT cyber attack, where the minister didn't know if he was going or if he was coming. And today, Mr. Deputy Speaker, today that is a true reflection of what was adopted by the minister then. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the honourable member spoke about desalinated water and spoke about the UNC introducing desalinated water. We are proud that we introduced desalinated water in this country. When we introduced desalinated water under the Pandey administration, it was meant for the commercial sector, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It was never meant to provide water on the residential sector, on the residential lines. And therefore, when those negotiations took place under this desalinated contract, meant for the commercial sector, it was at commercial rates that it was negotiated under the Pandey administration. But again, the minister only tells you piece of the story because it's convenient for the minister to convolute in the public domain how we ended up in the situation that we are in today with desalinated water in this country. And I will tell you how we ended up in the situation we are in today, Mr. Deputy Speaker, with respect to desalination water. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the records will show that during the period 97 to 2000, there were large swaths of this country carrying central, carrying east, Chaguanas east, Chaguanas west, Couva south, Couva north. For months and weeks, they were without water. And that was because of the low production levels at the Caroni water treatment plant, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It was the vision of Bastille Pandey, the same Bastille Pandey that they sang and they praised just a few weeks ago, that they are demonizing today under the issue of the water and in the desalinated contracts, Mr. Deputy Speaker. But it was under Mr. Pandey's administration that desalcut was brought in to add water to the commercial grid so that water that was being taken out from the Caroni water treatment plant going onto the commercial grid, that water would be saved and will be sent only on the domestic and the residential grid, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the reason today that Trinidad and Tobago pays commercial rates to the Salcott for the salinated water that is going to residential lines is because of the negotiations that the PNM under Patrick Manning administration followed by a Rowley administration has us in that situation today, Mr. Deputy Speaker. That is what has us in the situation with respect to the Salcott today. They renegotiated the terms and conditions of the Salcott's contract, Mr. Deputy Speaker, keeping water that was meant for the commercial grid at commercial rates, bringing it on to the domestic grid because they weren't able to provide this country with additional catchments and additional production levels of water to be placed on the domestic grid. So therefore, they took the water from the Salcott in order to satisfy the needs of the constituencies that I aforementioned, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, all you are seeing happening today is the challenges that Couva South, Couva North, Caroni Central, Caroni East, Pointe-a-Pierre, my colleague from Chaguanas East, Chaguanas West, the challenges that they faced in that Pandey administration during that era of geographic neglect, you are now seeing that manifesting itself in several other parts of this country, that today even their own constituencies, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because of their incompetence, 9 years later, they have been unable to deliver projects. The minister spoke about dams. After 9 years, you could only speak about 3 dams in Freeport. Right now in Freeport, Mr. Deputy Speaker, WASA is moving a booster station that would assist in the central region to La Brea. So when we speak about geographic discrimination, instead of saying, well, what is located in Caroni Central, in Freeport, one like that is needed in La Brea, what they're doing, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is they're taking the resources from areas where it is much needed to place into other areas. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's into constituencies that they have held for 40 and 50 years. And that is why when I stand in this parliament and I remind members, there are some constituencies who have voted nothing but PNM and look at the condition for water, for basic commodities in this country today. And they are proud. They are proud that that is the legacy of squalor and neglect that they have kept their own constituents in. And therefore, when I speak to constituents in Princestown and Napari, in my own areas, I tell them, listen, they have been in power for more than 50 years, and look at the condition they have kept Laventille and Diego Martin in. You think they're coming to fix Princestown and they're coming to fix Naparima, Mr. Deputy Speaker? Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is that neglect and that taking for granted that today the minister could not give us a comprehensive outline of where these 47 water projects that you promised. Because up to now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, up to now, there are many parts of this country, including my own constituency, in Penal, Debe, in Separia, in Urupuch West in particular, my colleague, who year after year, I often feel very sorry for him because he has one of those constituencies that faces severe flooding. And while other countries are utilizing catchment areas where there are severe flooding, to increase the production of water through dams and reservoirs and catchment ponds and so on, that misses the member for Lopino Bonnet completely. The Minister of Public Utilities has now a track record, Mr. Deputy Speaker, of distancing himself from WASA, TSCT and TNTEC with the hope that the problems will go away because he does not have the competency or the testicular fortitude to deal with the challenges in those companies, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, when the member for Lopino Bonnet tells us about the restructuring of WASA, today we are dealing with development loans inside of the state sector. And one of the reiterations in the motion, Mr. Deputy Speaker, speaks about state enterprises and state entities that fall under the purview of ministers and ministries. And therefore it falls squarely in the domain of WASA, TNTEC and TSCT if we were to look at public utilities, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Not one word. For the past 2.5 years, all we heard from this Minister of Public Utilities is a panacea to the issues that are affecting WASA has to do with the restructuring of WASA. And therefore, one would have thought today you're coming to ask for $10 billion. $10 billion at a time when almost 50%, if not more, of citizens cannot get water in a timely manner in their taps, in their homes, Mr. Deputy Speaker. But the minister could not identify, telling me across the floor he only had 10 minutes. Who restricted the minister? I didn't restrict the minister. The member for Sapara didn't restrict the minister. As far as I know, the Deputy Speaker did not restrict the minister. The minister had 45 minutes to stand up and account to the population and say, well, this is where we are going in terms of the water projects. These are the levels and the reservoirs and dams. Not a word. Instead, what the minister engaged in was bacchanal and lacqueray, because that is the hallmark of a People's National Movement government. Whether they are in election mode or whether they are not in election mode, that is their fallback position, because they do not have answers to the population in terms of the projects that are needed in communities and in constituencies. They cannot tell us what are the challenges that are currently occurring at these dams, what are you doing about it. Mr. Deputy Speaker, what about the infrastructural challenges? And the Minister of Public Utilities, 2 years ago, March 2021, told the population that the panacea to the issues affecting WASA and being able to put water in the pipe 24/7 in all the constituencies across the length and breadth of this country was what? A water modulated plant. The minister promised 10, not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, not 7, not 8, not 9, but 10. And in the same breath, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in the same breath of March 2021, and it is on the public record, the minister said that the first one will be delivered in October of 2021 in central Trinidad. My colleague from Couva South, Couva North, Chaguanas East, Chaguanas West, currently Central, currently East could tell you that there's no water modulated treatment plant in any of the central constituencies because none exist, Mr. Deputy Speaker. But when the minister then spoke, the minister said like development loans like which we are dealing with today would address the issue of what? Water modulated plants. Since then, we have heard nothing. Did the minister come today, the member for Lopino Bonnet West, stand in this house and tell the people of Trinidad and Tobago, listen, I understand what your challenges are. I have been there for almost 4.5 years. We have been in government successfully for the past almost 9 years. We know what the challenges are. You know, my friend, my colleague from Tabaki always tells us, she says they will come and tell us, I know what the problem is, you know. I know what the problem is, you know. I know what the problem is, you know. But they will do nothing to fix the problem, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So 9 years later, we are still in the same position because I want to remind Trinidad and Tobago, while the member talks about the legacy of the UNC, the water sector, and we boast that, yes, we delivered 70% of this country received water in a 24/7 supply of water under the UNC and under the People's Partnership. I want to remind the member that is every time we have a People's National Movement administration, water remains one of the most severe challenges. The member for San Fernando East would recall that one of his predecessors, his own father, Mr. Deputy Speaker, one of the reasons they were voted out in 2010 was the large swaths of this country was without water. And the same promise of that administration then, between 2002 to 2010, and right where we are today, from 2015 to 2024, going into 2025, it was the same promise of what? These water-modulated plants. Mr. Deputy Speaker, one would have thought that the responsible thing for the member for Lupino Bonaire West to come and do today is to tell us, where are we when you made this promise? What are the challenges that you're facing? Because it was not the member for Siparia that the member stood up here trying to chastise poorly and pathetically, but it was the member himself who had the opportunity to tell the country, listen, these water-modulated plants I told you all about in March of 2021, this is where we are right now. These are the challenges. I have not been able to deliver the first plant that I told you would come on stream in October of 2021. But these are the challenges, and this is how we are going to fix it. And the loans that we are approving here today will assist in fixing those challenges. No, the member was not interested in that, because the member is not interested in helping people in this country. The member's intent is to create bacchanal and hysteria in the build-up for a general election, Mr. Deputy Speaker. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, people in this country, it's often said, you can fool me for as long as you want. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, you can fool me once, twice, three times, but not for as long as you want. And, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm hopeful that the member will find it as part of his responsibility, if not today, because he missed this golden opportunity to tell us how these development loans will put water in the pipes of our nation's citizens. He come to tell us, the honourable member that is, about the member for Siparia and former Minister Ganga Singh and so on. I want to tell the honourable minister, you could jump high, you could jump low. You could drink this, you could drink that. At the end of the day, both the Pandey administration and the Kamla Prasad administration were known as administrations that delivered on water to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And what people are interested in is not your bacchanal and your hysteria and your lacareno. People are not interested about who pipe and who don't have pipe, and where pipe drop and where pipe didn't drop, Mr. Deputy Speaker. People are more interested in to know what is inside of the pipe, because they're not receiving it today. They're not receiving water. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I recall being put out of this parliament, for raising my own constituency. The member for Tabakeet will tell you, because we border constituencies where there are schools. Yes. Schools that are sent home from time to time early. Why? Because they do not have water, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And that continues up to today. But I'm not surprised, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm not surprised, because it was this very member for Tabakeet who came and told us that parts of Gasparillo Secondary School were falling down. The Minister of Education got up and told us that is not true and put on 7 o'clock news in the night. It shows you on the CNC3 news parts of Gasparillo Secondary School falling down. They are not in touch with what is happening on the ground, what is happening in the constituencies. And listen, I understand that you are in campaign mode. I understand you are in election mode. I understand you have to make people feel things are happening, even though we know it is not happening. But at least make the effort to bring about. The member for Urupuch West spoke about it. People are interested in the quality of their life and the basic things in this country. That this development loan would bring about change in, Mr. Deputy Speaker, has to do with the public utilities sector. Mr. Deputy Speaker, one of the other things I wanted to raise, when the member spoke, not here today, but one would have thought that it would have been an important area for him to address, the honourable member, that is, the restructuring of WASA would bring about change in terms of the organizational structure, the operations of the company, and the way going forward in terms of bringing more relief to citizens. But it was in this very parliament during the Standing Finance Committee that I raised that on the books of WASA you were seeing that almost $60 million there were cuts in the NIS. And I asked the member, I said, member, does this then indicate, and very flippantly the member says, yes, it means that possibly people will be going home. And that was headline news. It had the whole country in a pandemonium for a week because of the lack of information the member provided. But more importantly, the confirmation the Minister of Public Utilities gave that employees at WASA were going home. And today I want to ask, because I think both the member for Urupuch West and the member for Siparia has cleared up the misinformation made by the member for Diego Martin North. He said these loans cannot be used. Obviously, yes, we do know it can be used through a supplementation. But Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is often said the devil is in the details. And you know, during the budget debate, it really did escape me when I did not see that 60 million cut when we were doing the debate. It was really in the standing finance. And I kept hammering at the minister. I said, Minister, tell us, give us some more information. How are you going to take $60 million off the books of WASA, and confirming that you are sending people home? There's a possibility of that. But then at the same time, from the next side of your mouth saying, well, we'll see what we can do to keep people and so on. I'm asking frontally today, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that can we expect in the very near future, when the mid-year review comes, that we see in the development loans that WASA, that employees at WASA will be offered VSEP, and the payments will come through these development loans, Mr. Deputy Speaker? I want the Honourable Minister to answer that, because the Honourable Minister has not been able to say how you are going to supplement without the supplementation, possibly that is to come with the mid-year review, where you're getting the $60 million from. And unless you are borrowing money from another vote, you owe the people of Trinidad and Tobago an explanation in terms of whether or not any of this will be used for VSEP for WASA employees. How many WASA employees do you intend to retrench, Mr. Deputy Speaker? It was in this House the Minister gave the confirmation, and I heard the member for Diego Martin North speak about this 3.2% of unemployment in this country. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is a great hoax. What is happening across ministries and state enterprises, and you will see it in every budget document, that under the line item of contract employment, there are huge cuts, huge slashes to contract employment. Just this year for WASA alone, $250 million. The year before was $350 million. $550 million cut in contract employment in WASA. But when you look at the Ministry of Education and you look at the Ministry of Public Utilities, you look at the Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Health, etc., under the area of contract employment, what you will see happen, and this has to do with the point that the Minister of Finance made, member for Diego Martin Northeast, that when you see 3.2, and the Minister is boasting 3.2 is the unemployment rate, what has happened that they are able to keep people in jobs in the state sector and they have not sent home public servants. The great hoax, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is that when you look at the line item under contract employment, a lot of these contractual positions, they are not renewing the positions. And therefore, what is happening is that a lot of these contract officers are in fact going home. They're going home, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and therefore the real numbers are not reflected on the books in terms of how much people have actually lost their jobs in the public sector. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, we will file the requisite freedom of information. I know the member for Barataria San Juan has been working on that, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, another area has to do with the National Water Transformation Program.
Honourable Member, before you go on to your next point, you just have about 3 more minutes of your initial speaking time, but you have an additional 15. You care to avail yourself?
Yes, sir.
Proceed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the National Water Transformation Program. Again, not one word from the member for Lopino Bonaire West, the Minister for Public Utilities, on the National Water Transformation Program. What has become of this program, Mr. Deputy Speaker? Apart from the 10 modulated plans, we wanted to hear today about these development loans. How are you going to increase the capacity of additional catchment areas for water production, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I spoke about the fact that in San Francisco, is it in the member for Urupuch West, that every single year, 5 and 6 feet of water. I remember one year the Prime Minister went down there, and I said in this very house, the Prime Minister went down there swinging his hand, not a tin of cricks, not a tin of sardine, not a pan at all for people. Went to Papi, showed the people up to today, San Francisco, Separia, Pinal, Debe, areas that did not see flooding between the period 2010 to 2015 because we were doing the work to desilt those rivers, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and put infrastructural projects that will mitigate against flooding. Those projects have been totally abandoned. And that did not just work on its own, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It worked in tandem with the government at that time utilizing the runoff water in the National Water Transformation Program. Absolutely nothing from the Honourable Member on this issue, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Today, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Member told us nothing about the projects that were started in many of these areas. They are incomplete projects, I know in my own constituency. And I remember there was a Minister of Public Utilities during the period 2018 to 2019. Minister Robert Lehunt, standing in this very parliament, told the country that Tableland, who did not receive water for over 6 to 7 weeks, the member for Moruga Tableland and I share the border for the Tableland area in the country, Mr. Deputy Speaker. If you're going into Tableland, I'm on the left hand. The member for Moruga Tableland is on the right hand with Mantacool and several other areas there. I remember I took the member for Moruga Tableland. She was not MP then, but she was doing the work of an absent MP at that time. Doing the work, hard-working, going in there, being a voice for the people inside of there. Because there were parts of Manticool, etc., that the PNM don't go into there. Michelle, the member from Moruga Tableland, will tell you. Why? Because if the PNM get 1 vote inside of Manticool and so on, they get plenty. So they don't go in there. But Mr. Deputy Speaker, from Rio Claro all the way to Princestown, for months, Tableland didn't get water. And it was Minister Lehunt who stood in this house in an answer to a question to me, told me, he said, we are allocating $20 million for a mega project because the pipelines in there need restoring because the water cannot climb the hills from the dam. Minister Lehunt came, Minister Lehunt left. In came Minister Marvin Gonzalez in 2020. I filed the very same question. I asked Minister Lehunt. I asked this new minister. I asked the question in 2020. I asked the question in 2021. I asked it in 2022. The exact same question I asked Lehunt. And you know what was the answer? I don't know what you're talking about, Princestown. We never promised any project. And it is on the Hansard, and there are many unfinished projects in areas of Rio Claro, Mayaro, Moruga Tableland, Princestown, Naparima. That these constituencies that are usually considered rural constituencies that depend on surface runoff water. You know, one of the projects in the budget that they just passed, and we made a big song and dance about it. Because we found in the 21st century, you are now talking about barrels and buckets, and I saw the news, they carried a headline, Padarata and Gonzalez fight over barrels and buckets. But the issue that I was making heavy off, Mr. Deputy Speaker, had to do, we were in the 21st century. We are in the 21st century when we were telling you that you needed, yes, short-term measures, but you also needed long-term measures. And what were the long-term measures? The infrastructural projects. What would have been nice today, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is to hear the member for Lupino Bonaire West, the Minister for Public Utilities, tell us the infrastructural projects that would have been completed, that was already started. Some places 50, 60, 70%. But you also saw that just last week when a member for Tabiquit spoke about the incomplete schools. Today I'm telling you about the incomplete infrastructural projects in the area of public utilities for something as simple as water in this country. So when the minister gets up and he contradicts himself, whether it's inside of Parliament or outside of the Parliament, and the Trinidad Express, not me, the Trinidad Express editorial has to point out to the minister, you don't know if you're coming or you're going. You might very well expect another editorial come this Sunday telling you that you should have used your 10 minutes to talk about the incomplete projects and the projects that will bring relief to the people of Trinidad. Yes. That is what people want to hear. People are tired and fed up of your mama guy, your old talk, your rhetoric about what jacket I have on, about the member for Couva North and the member for Point Area. People don't hear about it when they do not have basic commodities. And let me tell you, that strategy is not going to work. People are interested about what it affects their pockets and what affects their homes. That is what they want to hear from you. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, $10 billion, nothing in public utilities, nothing in social development, nothing in health, nothing in education, the critical areas that are needed to hold up this country and say to the country, we are moving forward. Nothing, absolutely nothing to add value to the quality of life in terms of basic amenities and commodities. Institutions in this country, education institutions, places of employment, ministries where people are complaining about the service. Like yesterday, the whole Ministry of Finance collapsed upon itself. And the minister stands up in the parliament today and says, and he throws the blame on public servants. Throws the blame on public servants, Mr. Deputy Speaker. But the ministry has collapsed upon itself. And the member for Urupuch West will tell you that is not the first time you have seen blunder after blunder. And they want to talk about scandal and blunder in the People's Partnership, Mr. Deputy Speaker. But this government has become notorious, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for inaction, for ineptitude and incompetence across the board. Their own supporters, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in their last year of being in government, preceding our 2025 general election or before, their own members, their own supporters don't even have confidence that they can deliver to them in programs. In regional corporations that the UNC is in the minority. Corporation workers are begging you to raise issues that they cannot get toilet paper, they can't get water, they can't get pen, they can't get paper. And this is happening at a regional corporation level. And the members can stoop as loud and how much they want. That is not going to change that fact, Mr. Deputy Speaker. That is not going to change the fact. That is not going to change the fact when people cannot get garbage picked up in front of their homes. That does not change the fact when people have to resort to stealing milk from a supermarket because they cannot provide for their children. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the modus operandi of this government, and today I almost felt sorry for them because it was a lost opportunity to tell the population what they wanted to hear about. To say to the population, listen, we have had our challenges like any other administration, but we have made progress. But as the member for Tabagit always tells us, them can't talk progress. What progress them go talk about? Right? It is spite and bad mind that has them where they are today. Because many of the projects that were on stream between 2010 to 2015, they chose to cut the projects, Mr. Speaker. Start afresh, and in many instances, they have started what? Nothing. Nothing, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So when the member stands up in this house and tells us, well, the PNM will do this, and the PNM will do that, and the PNM will give you this, and the PNM will give you that, they have done nothing for you, they have given you nothing, and they will continue to give you nothing, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So therefore, Mr. Deputy Speaker, you see these development loans that we are dealing with today?
Nothing.
You know, I remember it was in the local government election. People came and they said, well, we were campaigning. They said, boy, you know, they should go on as East. What? And they're giving out hamper and they're giving out grant. And right now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, all of that is happening for the general as well. Because they've already started, and I think Shogunas East has dealt with the pink poodle comprehensively. I think the member for Maruga Tableland will take them on, regardless of who it is they send inside of there. But Mr. Deputy Speaker, as I told people, you know, coming and they're expressing their concerns and so on, I said, listen, they have been in government for 9 years. They had all the state resources at their disposal. They will come for increases in these development loans. But the issue that this government has always had from day one is implementation. They cannot implement. They are unable to use the resources that they have to bring about relief to the everyday man, woman, and child in this country, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, I think from the leader of the opposition to my colleague from Urupuch West, to all my colleagues who spoke, It is a clear indication that we're going nowhere fast with this $10 billion in development loans. This is just another talk shop. They will throw money after the different sectors with the hope that that will help them for general election. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I think that the contribution of the member for Lupino Bonaire West put it in a nutshell for the PNM, which is a coulda, woulda, shoulda, but delivered nothing, because that will continue to happen over the next year, hoping to fool and mammagai the population, but the population has awoken from their slumber, because now it has reached their homes with property tax at the verge of losing their homes, but now it has also reached their pockets where they are unable to meet the basic essentials in terms of supermarket, in terms of meeting their bills and so on, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, with those words, I thank you, and I thank the colleagues for the opportunity to speak here today.
I recognize the member for Labray.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for allowing me the opportunity to join this debate here today. I believe we have had about 8 speakers thus far. We have had people who are well-versed in finance. We have had an economist. We have had accountants. We have had storytellers, and now we have had a preacher. The difference is that very often when you preach and you do a sermon, it normally has a trend and a message. I am yet to determine what that message is because I'm confused. The last speaker, member for Princestown, spoke of woulda, coulda, shoulda, and I don't know if he was in the same house I was in when the Minister of Public Utilities was saying what was actually being done. So I know for sure I won't be taking communion from that church. And so when I look at all the different yeah, you wish. When we look at all, sorry, Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Member.
Yes, sorry about that. When we look at all the discussions that have taken place, we have to agree on certain things. One, that there is a need for the ceiling on the borrowing to be improved. We agree that there has been steady economic growth as per IMF pronouncement. We also agree that on the revenue side, we have a dip in oil and gas. We also agreed that many countries globally have had to also increase their ceilings to meet social needs, infrastructure, and other areas. The Minister of Finance was quite clear that we can only spend in accordance with the current budget allocations, that there are provisions for avoiding continuous returns to Parliament, and therefore, although the entire ceiling or increase will not be used, we would like to still have it so that we can go to it when and as is necessary. We also heard that the rates negotiated by the government of Trinidad and Tobago is better in most cases than our regional partners and even people at the international level could actually get. I have heard in side conversations in the House here that somehow this money that we are asking for is an election year request so that we can sweeten the tea, so to speak, so that we can win the next election. I have to say that the population have spoken in 2015, they have spoken in 2020, and I have no doubt that they will speak in the same language in 2025. So whether you feel this is an election gimmick, that we're somehow going to siphon money out, you know, as there's a saying, I can't remember it completely, and it goes that when thieves see thief with bag, they feel it's police. And therefore, what people tend to do or want to do themselves, they attribute to others. And I can assure you that if we look at the PNM members on this side, I can only see honorable members who do not have even as much as a citation for bad parking. And I cannot say necessarily the same thing when I look for those on the other side. People have asked where the money went. They have asked and they have spoken about allegations of corruption. I think the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago are quite astute and educated enough to look around and understand where the money went. They know that they get their pay packets every month. They go to the hospital and don't have to pay for anything. They are seeing their roads being repaired now. They are seeing water coming into their communities for the first time. They're seeing infrastructural work and pipelines and so on taking place. In my own constituency, we have seen the completion or the 95% completion of the highway to Point Fortin, which has made a tremendous difference. So we know where the infrastructural dollars and cents are being spent. With regards to, and since water seems to be a current topic, I note that in 2010, we would have had water for all by some given year. That year has not materialized. Nothing was done significantly. And today we are asking, why don't people have water? But nothing was done between 2010 and 2015 to do anything to help the same citizens that you all are complaining about not getting help today. And therefore, I wonder if I'm in a land of some confused state where things are supposed to happen by skipping a number of years, getting done, and we forget about the years past. We speak about revenue, oil, and gas reduction. And I want to say this. The United National Congress planted no oil and gas seeds between 2010 and 2015. But in 2024, they're asking for the trees. And I don't understand that. You cannot be asking in 2024 why we have dwindling oil production, why we have reduction in gas availability, but you planted nothing, you did nothing. But somehow you expect miraculously to have the benefit of improved oil and gas conditions. Can't work that way. When I look at the investment that we would like to do, as all of us in here, I suppose, at some level, really has Trinidad and Tobago at the core of our spirit. I don't believe that as members of Parliament, we are not vested in the good outcome for our citizens. I really don't. And therefore, I ask the question, if we have dwindling revenue from oil, gas, and petchem being diminished, where then do we get the money to do the investments that we need to do? The member from Mayaro, as passionate as he was asking the question about whether or not the debt that we are increasing is worth it. And I want to remind the member from Mayaro that debt equals investment. Investment leads to high revenue, and the higher revenue pays the debt financing. So you cannot sit, do nothing, and then say, how are we going to pay for it? Don't work. We have to take the risk, we have to invest, we have to be confident that we will get the returns on that investment, and therefore the returns on that investment will help future projects and future investment while paying debt financing. Basic economics, in a sense. So, what is this money being used for? And I speak here to the population at large and the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Forget the issue on all the economic terms and all the financial terms and what is return on investment and what is debt ratio and all of that, because maybe it sounds nice, but you may not quite understand everything that is wrapped up in that language. Simply put, what this money is being used for is infrastructure investment, crisis response, structural reform, debt refinancing, job creation, social services and human development, economic growth, diversification of the economy. And under a PNM government, all of these things will be achieved through the proper, transparent, and accountability of the government of Trinidad and Tobago in making sure that these things come to fruition. We can speak pie in the sky and we can argue all day on all the technical terms on how the return on investment, whether it's sufficient, whether we could refinance it where we want. But the bottom line in all this is the simple things that that money can afford you to do. And on that note, I note that in my own constituency of Labrie, I am a rural area just as many of you are. And I don't necessarily get all the lovely things that you think PNM MPs get. I have water problems. But part of the issue is that we have 23,000 people in that constituency who do not get a 24-hour supply of water. And in that regard, some of the money and the investment that is being used is in relation to drilling 10 wells that have been tendered and which we ought to be seeing coming on stream soon. We have all the associated pipeline. We have the upgrade of the Chatham water treatment plant, and we will also refurbish the Carapal water treatment plant, as well as build a new water treatment plant to service those 23,000 people who now rely on rain and bucket and cups. So this is where our money is being spent. This is where our money is being spent. I will take you up on labor sometime, but I shan't be distracted. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, when we look at the confidence level that the people of Trinidad and Tobago has shown in the People's National Movement, and when we look forward to where we are going in the next few years, I have no doubt that if we ask the people of Trinidad and Tobago who would they prefer to manage their investment dollars, I am sure the results and the outcome would be the same as the 2015 election, the 2020 election, and the 2025 election to come.
Thank you, members. Thank you.
So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have said what I came to say. Many have said many other things. And I stand in support of this amendment. I stand in support of the Finance Minister. And I thank you for this opportunity.
I recognize the member for Couva South.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I was not really going to make an intervention in this debate, but the Minister of Labour, the MP for Labre, and the member for Lopino Bona West, the member for Minister for Public Utilities, they have really forced my hand this evening. And as a result of that, I had to scribble some quick notes and come to the wicket this evening. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, if you listen to the two previous speakers before my colleague, the member for Princestown, I really am forced to wonder where we are after 9 years of a government that is led by the member for Diego Martin West. Because the minister, the MP for Labre, the Minister of Labour, more or less admitted that there was incompetence on the part of his ministerial colleague. He admitted that his constituents were having challenges in getting a reliable water supply. And I'm forced to ask the question, who provides the leadership in the Ministry of Public Utilities, and what is happening at WASA? And I do not know, I was a bit perplexed and confused in his delivery, because 1 minute he said that his constituents were experiencing problems with a reliable water supply. And on the other hand, he said that a lot of development was taking place in Trinidad and Tobago. And if I listened very correctly, he said that there were water in the pipelines throughout this country. So on the one minute, he's telling the country that there's problems in Labre for water. And on the other hand, he's saying or said that there was water in the pipelines. And also, he said that when you see that there is infrastructural development taking place throughout the country, he said potholes were being repaired. Well, you can, if you want to challenge the veracity of what you have said, Minister, you are free to check the Hansard and verify what I'm saying. But as I said, I took quick notes based on what transpired. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm sure that if you drive all over Tunapuna, there are potholes throughout the length and breadth of Tunapuna. the infrastructural collapse in this country under the current Minister of Works and Transport is unparalleled and unprecedented in Trinidad and Tobago. The roads in Couva South is the worst I've seen in 32 years of my working life. Both 32 years. Let me help you with your maths, Saruka Malone. Let me help you. Through you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I was in the trade union movement for 19 plus years. And I'm a member of parliament for 14 plus. So add the maths and you will know how I arrived at 32 years. And from where I sit, and you could do a survey, it is the worst in terms of potholes. It is like driving on an obstacle course. In fact, for ladies who are pregnant and have to make their way to the Couva District Health Facility and so on, we have to plot a course for them to reach the Couva District Health Facility to avoid delivery taking place between their respective homes and the Couva District Health Facility, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, the member for Labre and the Minister of Labour said that when you go to the hospitals in Trinidad and Tobago, you can virtually access a quality level of health care and you are in receipt of everything. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, you can ask my colleague, the member for Chaguanas East. She's a member of the Joint Select Committee on Social Services and Public Admin. And they have been engaged in a series of town meetings with Trinidad and Tobago, and there are horror stories in terms of where...
Remember, again, that particular GSE is still in session with regards to the topic you are on. So again, don't go too far down that road. Let's tie the point very quickly, because it's presently being dealt with.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm guided. I am only referring to what was in the public domain and what I read. In no way...
No, hold on. Go ahead. Let me hear your point.
In no way that I have consulted with my colleague in terms of the deliberations. I am just speaking about what I've been exposed to in the public domain.
Okay, and I clearly understand that. So as the Speaker, I'm saying that it's presently being dealt with at the GSE, even though you would have read something or heard something within the media. Again, according to our procedures, standings here, you would not be able to delve too deep into that particular aspect that you're bringing up.
Well, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in no way, let me move on immediately and give you some experiences of my constituents as it relates to the level of health care in Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because I'm sure my colleague, the member for Labre, will agree with me when I'm finished. Because when they go to the Couva District Health Facility, they go to Mount Hope, they go to the San Fernando General Hospital, and they go to wherever they, in their quest to get some level of health care. You can't get basic drugs at the respective pharmacies in these health centers. And even those that are on the CEDA program, it is the biggest headache in terms of acquisition. When persons seek to get cataract surgeries, they seek to get scans and x-rays and so on, it is hell because you get appointments, you are being told you have to come back 2 years from today, you get an appointment a year from today, and I could go on and on. in the context of the level of health care. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am forced to immediately debunk what has been put on the record by the Minister of Labour, the MP for Labre, in the context of the state of Trinidad and Tobago, the narrative he attempted to create in terms of where we are. And, Mr. Deputy Speaker, also, I have to respond to some of the issues that was raised, and in relation to what has transpired with the level of water and so on in the constituency of Cuba South. My colleague, on the other side, the Minister of Public Utilities, indicated that under his tenureship as the Minister of Public Utilities, that, and I want to get it right, when he indicated that stability has been realized at WASA in terms of its operations. And, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am forced to ask members of the government, when I have read headlines which are in the public domain, for example, dry taps for thousands in the north, Kernaham Trace still waiting pipe-borne water supply since protests, water pain, no water for weeks in parts of Grande and Talparo. Where is the stability after 9 years of governing Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Deputy Speaker? And yes, to exemplify the state of incompetence at the highest level in terms of what the ordinary citizen has been subjected to, I simply want to quote from an article in the Trinidad Guardian, the 7th of March, 2024, and one Ms. Amin Hanif said, she has been deprived of water since January of 2024. It is, and I quote, it's real difficult. I cannot send my child to school because her socks and things are dirty. And in addition to that, the individual indicated, Ms. Hanif indicated, that she is unable to cook and function on a daily basis, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, there has been no level of stability at WASA, and in addition to the narrative that has been that the minister attempted to create in his presentation, that there is a reliable water supply in the constituency of Cuba South after 3 wells have been dug in the Calcutta 1, 2, and 3 area for the benefit of the persons who reside in these areas. Mr. Deputy Speaker, if I go into my WhatsApp messages and so on, and texts that I've received from residents in the last month or so, it is one of a virtual collapse where persons are no longer getting a water supply every 3 days. Whatever schedule that has been published by WASA and it is placed in the print media and on social media, WASA is simply not adhering to the water schedules. And the question has to be asked. It has to be asked, because if the minister is telling us that under his leadership there is stability at WASA, why is WASA not being able to stick to the simple water schedule that is out in the public domain? And in addition to that, with a full dance in this house and even outside of this house, the minister has attempted to tell the country that when you call WASA to get a truck-borne water supply, you can do so in a very efficient manner. And that is the furthest thing from the truth. And I'm sure that what I'm saying can be attested to by all of my colleagues, because constituents continue to tell us and provide the horror stories where when they call the call-in center, they have to stay on the line for 30 and 35 minutes, sometimes 40 minutes, and so on. And they hang up in frustration, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So where is the stability at WASA? Where? And when they do get through the calling centers and they get the work order number, the delivery is not guaranteed within 24 hours, in spite of promises to get additional truck-borne contractors and so on, because the minister did give that commitment to my colleague, the MP for Princestown, that WASA was going in the direction of recruiting additional contractors to aid in the delivery of truck-borne water, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are existing in very precarious times. Precarious, not through any fault of any member of this opposition. It is because of a lack of vision, a lack of leadership, and a lack of direction as it relates to leading and governing the affairs of Trinidad and Tobago. Because the Minister of Finance, the member for Dogomatin Northeast, has returned to the chamber. And this is a minister, the minister who in his last budget presentation entitled Building Capacity for Diversification and Growth. The budget before that was Tenacity and Stability in the Face of Global Challenges. And 2022 was Resilience in the Face of a Pandemic. And before that, in 2021, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it was what? Resetting the economy for growth and innovation. The truth be told, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is that after all these glorious budget statements and so on, is the minister saying that after his 10th budget presentation, that he and the cabinet that he belongs to has not reset the economy for the growth and resilience? Is the government saying that yet they are unable to develop the capacity for diversification and growth of the economy, Mr. Deputy Speaker? And Mr. Deputy Speaker, one has to ask the very important question. The government is here through this measure seeking the authority to borrow externally or internally a further sum of $10 billion. And one may be forced to ask the question, because it has been established by my colleagues on this side during their respective presentations, the Leader of the Opposition, the member for Oropouche West, and so on, why is the country being held to ransom, really, for the poor management of the energy sector by this government? Because at the end of the day, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it has been established that oil production figures from the central bank has placed our oil production at approximately 54,000 barrels of oil in October of 2023, and it has been established also that our LNG production fell by approximately 41%, and from January 2016 to October 2023, oil production fell by 27%, and as I said, gas production fell by 36%. And this is why the opposition is forced to put on the table or ask the question, why should the government, why should the country be held to ransom for the poor management of the energy sector? And at the end of the day, Mr. Deputy Speaker, all I could say is that what we are witnessing is an act, while they will want to counter-argue that it is within the law and what they are doing is the legal thing and they are adhering to the law and so on, what we are really witnessing is an act of desperation by a government that is fully aware that they are under political pressure. And because of the political pressure that is out there, they are seeking to provide or realize a comfort zone or be placed in a comfort zone because production is down, prices are down, the revenue streams that were projected when the Minister of Finance put forward in his budget presentation is not there, and they are seeking to be in a comfort zone by the mid-year review and so on to be able to have the necessary funding to be able to provide or to have that level of trajectory in fulfilling whatever plans they have as it relates to the forthcoming general elections. Because the Prime Minister, when I think he went down to the tropical angel harp Spaniard in the constituency of Chaguanas East, and they could bring who, they could put who, they could spend whatever. In the constituency of Chaguanas East, it will be licks in 2025. And all I am saying, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is that this is a measure which is being pursued by the government here this evening, simply trying to put their house in order as it relates to the upcoming general elections, because the Prime Minister said that the upcoming general election will be the most significant general election in the political history of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And, Mr. Deputy Speaker, what we are simply attempting to do, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is to make the government accountable, and account not only to the people not only to the members of Parliament, but by extension, the people of Trinidad and Tobago, because I'm sure all who are looking on to the debate here today will want to hear how will this $10 billion be spent. The Minister of Finance attempted to counter and said, well, we cannot outline because it was not appropriated for and so on. But the leader of the opposition, based on her experience and being a former prime minister, was able to debunk that by saying, then in the mid-year review, you will come and seek the supplementation in relation to the borrowings which are being sought. And what we are simply, as I said, attempting to do in our respective presentations is to hold the government accountable. And I listened very attentively to the Minister of Energy and Energy Affairs during industries. During his presentation, the member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, seemed to be very agitated over a headline that he read in the newspapers yesterday. And this has... Well, I mean, Mr.
Members,
Deputy Speaker.
Again, members, please.
Mr.
Please, members. Couva South, your time is running. Your time is
Mr.
running,
Deputy
please.
Speaker,
proceed.
You know when I am on my legs, I can still hear. I have that ability to speak to you and listen and hear what is coming. And
I have to ensure the proper thing is done. Remember that.
And
so
I heard the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries echo something that white man cannot tell me what to do. And when I look across on the government's bench, I see Diego Martin Ortiz sitting next to the Minister of Energy and Energy Affairs. I hope that he's not sending a subtle message to the Minister of Finance in relation to rank within the cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Deputy Speaker. But Mr. Deputy Speaker, on a more serious note, during his presentation, the Minister of Energy and Energy Affairs launched a very vicious verbal attack on the former chairman of the Republic Banks Holdings Limited for his public call on citizens, and I quote because I'm quoting from the article, for his public call on citizens to remember their crucial role in holding the government to account. That's your tax money being wasted, and I quote, and when we see things going wrong, it is your money that is going wrong, that your tax money is being wasted. We must no longer be spectators. We must be citizens and assume the rightful position and responsibilities to guide this country. And that has been the role and position and consistent position of the opposition under the leadership of the member for Siparia over the last 9 years. Because what we have been doing is calling out the government and asking the government to account for their expenditure as it relates to how taxpayers' monies are being expended. And this is why, during our respective presentations here, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have not heard the member for San Fernando East spoke a lot about development and development loans and so on. But what development activities are being targeted? That is the primary concern of the leader of the opposition and all my colleagues who have spoken here. How is it contributing to the economic development and well-being of the economy and by extension the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And Mr. Deputy
Honourable
Speaker,
Member, you have just about 2 more minutes of your initial speaking time. You have an additional 15. You care to avail yourself?
Certainly, Mr. Deputy
Proceed.
Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, if the member for Rukal Maloney wants to look at my notes and so on, I can certainly make it available to her on completion of my contribution, and then she will understand it was scribbled and it was something done on the spur of the moment, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because as I said, I am concerned, and like all of my colleagues, we are concerned how it is contributing to the economic development of Trinidad and Tobago. And as the member for Couva South, I am forced to ask if the government, which they're using their majority, they will go through, they will be able to go through and be successful in piloting this motion. How will this, and they borrow the $10 billion, will the constituents of Couva South benefit? And how will they? Will it lead to a renewed charge from the very incompetent Minister of National Security as it relates to the state of affairs at the Freeport Police Station and the Couva Police Station in dealing with the murders and the home invasions and the assaults and rapes and so on? Will the Couva and Freeport Police Station get the necessary motor vehicles? They are using used vehicles that are shutting down all over the constituency of Couva South. Will they get the necessary manpower requirements to ensure that on the respective shifts, you had your time, Mr. Minister of National Security. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, because officers have told me, I've been to town meetings and so on, where they do not have the required manpower on your respective shifts. They have, a shift should have between 8 to 12. They have 4. And when 2 stays home or absent for some reason and so on, they cannot do any patrolling and policing from an effective point of view. So the Couva and Freeport police stations are virtually shut down in terms of being operational. Mr. Deputy Speaker, will we see the construction of the Soniladu Early Childhood Education Center, which has been closed? It was 99% complete under the People's Partnership government when we were focused in providing universal early childhood education for every child in Trinidad and Tobago. And out of spite, out of malice, out of vindictiveness, just like what they did the children at the Beach High School, this has been left to rot. It has been vandalized, bush all over the place, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Will a small portion of this $10 billion be used for the refurbishment and formal opening of the Soniladu Early Childhood Education Center? Where's my colleague from Tobago West in terms of will some be spent for the refurbishment of the Couva swimming pool and also the Couva Children's Hospital in terms of its proper use for the well-being not only of the people of Couva South, but for the entire population of Trinidad and Tobago. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, these are the questions that are on my mind and will continue to occupy the space when we make our respective contributions in relation to the questions on behalf of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. What are the revenue projections from these projects or developments that was alluded to by the member for San Fernando East without being specific? Are they self-financing? Would the returns generated by these projects in future cover the debt that is being will increase as a result of the borrowings if and when pursued by the government of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Deputy Speaker? And it goes without saying at the end of the day, it goes without saying that increasing debt crowds out future economic development or advancement. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, successive PNM administrations, they are notorious, they are known for raising and imposing taxes, and we have very glaring examples. The member for Degomate Northeast said he raised fuel price once, twice, 3, 4, 5, and there yet he is now unleashing the property tax, and they are focused on increasing and imposing water rate, increased electricity and water rates and so on, Mr. Deputy Speaker, so that the successive PNM governments, and this has been the hallmark of the current Minister of Finance, to impose or raise taxes to build their fiscal revenues, with little or no regard for its impact on the business community, the middle class, or the working class, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And it will become a problem, or it will become problematic on successive generations to continue to repay our debt in the future. Will we have to tap into our national savings to repay our debt? Well, I hope in your winding up, Mr. Minister of Finance, and if I am to quote or rely on the conclusion of your colleague next to you, I do not know if, from a white man's point of view, you are indeed pointing us in the right direction this evening. Mr. Deputy Speaker, what I want to say is that we are very concerned, because if we have to tap into our national savings to repay our debt, this is savings which could have been used to fund future economic development, infrastructure, health, education, national security, and I could go on and on. The opposition will continue to display our sense of responsibility in calling for proper governance, proper transparency and accountability, and at the end of the day, hold the government accountable in terms of how they seek to expend taxpayers' money. At the end of the day, we will not support any cat and bag measure unless the information is provided to all and sundry. And from where we sit, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we feel that this is a government where the writing is on the wall. They could borrow, they could generate revenue. Time is longer than twine, and the people will speak whenever the general elections is called. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Diego Martin Central. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Thank you for recognizing me for this very short contribution. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I came here today and I thought that this would have been a fairly straightforward bill, a fairly simple bill for a responsible government, a responsible opposition to come debate, speak about the merits of it, and move on. But of course, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that didn't happen. Mr. Deputy Speaker, no government makes a decision to borrow lightly. At the end of the day, you're going to have to look to find that there is adequate or requisite capital available. You need to ensure that you have the funding to honor those debt obligations. And you have to do that within an overall fiscal strategy that will not allow those obligations to become a burden for generations and for subsequent governments to come. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to assure the national community who will be looking and listening at this debate today, that this government and this Minister of Finance fully understand the seriousness of those decisions, fully understand the seriousness of the factors which that must be considered in arriving at those decisions, in making those decisions, and in not making those decisions, both for now and for the future. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we sat here and the member for Diego Martin Northeast, the member for Port of Spain, North St. Anne's West, the member for San Fernando East, all came here. They all came here and laid out for all of us here, gave us historical context, gave us the facts and the figures, the present-day reality, both here and internationally, all with independent, credible data to support their contributions. But what did the opposition add to it, Mr. Deputy Speaker? Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's more of the same. See, say what you will about them, but they're consistent. They're consistent in that they know that they will come here, have no concern for facts, and deal with it from just emotional arguments. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me tell you what I did today. Before this debate started, I wrote down 4 issues that were going to be raised by the members opposite, and I gave it to the leader of the House. I was nervous. I was 3 for 4 until my friend from Miaro, the shadow opposition leader, until he came, right? And of course brought in the 4. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am now batting 100. I am 4 for 4. Right? Mr. Deputy Speaker, the first reason, led off by the opposition leader, is all about trust. Right? They don't trust the government. Well, here's the thing. That's not surprising. It's not original. The fact of the matter is, if governments were formed on the basis of whether opposition trusted them or not, governments wouldn't be formed. Right? The reason that we are on this side, quite frankly, is because more people in this population trusted us than trusted them. So the opposition leader's lack of trust for us is a moot point as far as we're concerned. What is more important to us is that the people of Trinidad and Tobago continue to trust us. What is more important to us is that our international stakeholders and partners like the IMF continue to publicly show that they have faith in our policies and in our self-imposed prescriptions and have concurred with our economic growth projections. Mr. Deputy Speaker, what is important to us is that our local, our regional, and our international partners in the energy sector, whom we have negotiated or renegotiated significant and beneficial contracts for our country, continue to work with us and continue to see us as partners that they can work alongside. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the thing is, if I was to take this lack of trust issue that was raised, not just led off by a member for Siparia, but of course mirrored all along the line, because, well, that's what needs to happen. You parrot and you double down and you continue the conversation. And on that point, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it was particularly galling to listen to the opposition leader here today come to talk to us, the government, about the things that they have become experts at. Mr. Deputy Speaker, talking about coming to the house like a thief in the night, talking about money for friends and family, talking about doubling down. Them, Mr. Deputy Speaker, them of Section 34, them of OAS, them of Cambridge Analytica, come in. The hypocrisy of that. But you see, that is the game plan. The game plan is pretend that we didn't do this, all you do it. When the conversation come up, we could say, all of we do it. No, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that is not us. We are not of that. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the second reason that would have been espoused by the member for Oropouche West is a combination. If the economy doing well, then why you need to increase your borrowing? And on top of that, you didn't tell us how we're going to pay back this borrowing. So, Deputy Speaker, I think the Minister of Finance, as well as the Minister in the Ministry, the member for San Fernando East, dealt with that sufficiently well. The economy is doing well. The economy is doing sufficiently well that we want to continue in a strategic and responsible way, fanning the flame of that economy, driving the economy, not just at the macro level, but down to the granular microeconomy level, driving this. And how do we do that? Well, we do it by, of course, the common construction projects, yes, but also we are all part of development is also ensuring that the necessary programs are in place, that we have things to empower our young men, our marginalized women, our people who are trying to pivot from one career to the other, quite frankly, our unemployable, to reskill them, retool them, moving people from an analog existence to a digital existence, moving government from an analog existence to a digital existence. Mr. Deputy Speaker, all of these things are well underway. These are the things that are happening. We come to the House constantly to talk about these projects. The government speaks about them all the time. And then the opposition will come here and act as if that has never happened. And what all you're doing with the money, and all you ain't going to be able to, you're not going to be able to repay the money, and why you have to borrow for it in the first place if you're doing well. Mr. Deputy Speaker, constantly, member. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this other issue that has come up a few times about how are we going to repay our debt. I want to mirror something that the Minister of San Fernando, you'll have your time, you're coming just now. I realize you're gazing up. The member for San Fernando East spoke about. He said, Deputy Speaker, whenever this government has to borrow, whenever it finds itself in a position where it decides to borrow, we can walk into any financial institution, locally, regionally, internationally, present ourselves, argue our case, and we will be able to borrow money at competitive rates and attractive rates. Mr. Deputy Speaker, what again was particularly galling is that the opposition is coming here to raise this with us, this opposition, that when they were building the Point 14 highway, could not go and borrow the money, had to run it from cash flow because they could not be subjected to the sort of scrutiny that would have come with borrowing from any major international financial institution. And I have to sit down here at 9 o'clock in the night to get to this point where somebody has to answer Shogunas East. We will all have our day. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am not going to stay very long. I am going to move on to the third issue that was raised by them on that side. No. No, the hour is late and we are all tired. All right? Mr. Deputy
Members,
Speaker,
please.
my apologies, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the third point was the point that I was worried was not going to come up, and I would have been proved wrong. But of course, my friend from Miaro, my friend from Miaro came to talk about diversification, right? So in the midst of this, diversification must come up, right? And I like the member. I wish him well as he moves. He tries to move a few seats to his right. I like the member from Miaro. I quite like him. And I wish him well as he moves up but the member is misguided. And he is misguided because it is again this circular argument that the opposition likes. Why are you borrowing money? You don't have to borrow money. If you borrow the money, what's going to happen? There are thousands of people who need jobs and thousands of people who, what is going to happen to them? You're borrowing all this money, you're increasing our debt to GDP ratio, but you still have these thousands of people who are unemployed. Why do you think we're borrowing money in the first place if we have to? Because the government is focused on driving economic activity throughout this country, impacting those very thousands of his constituents, Shogunas East constituents, Diego Martin Central constituents, Pointe-a-Pierre constituents across this country. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want this talk about diversification. I want to remind this House about the proposals for the aluminum smelter plant and the construction of the Sandals Hotel in Tobago, both of which were subject to the outcry of the opposition, both of which the opposition went to lengths to ensure never happened in this country. If those projects had happened, think about this diversification argument that you all are tossing around so loosely now. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the simple and uncontestable truth is that every effort to diversify this economy, every effort to add new revenue streams to this common pie that we have to share from is met with strenuous, tenuous, dubious objections from those opposite. And unfortunately, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have not heard anything from them in the way of some sort of a viable, feasible idea, some contribution. If you don't like what we have to say, then add value to the conversation. Don't just come here to talk about what we can do and who thief and who do this. Add value to it. But never does that happen here. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the fourth issue articulated by those opposite is this thing about some sort of a slush fund for elections, this conversation about we only borrowing money because election come in. We want to spend money. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the only people who seem to be obsessed with the election in this country are those opposite. This government has said time and time again, and we have proven time and time again, that we are concerned with governance in this country. That is what we have been put here to do. That is what we've been doing for 8.5 years. That is what we are focused on. An election will come when an election comes. When the election is due, the election is due. And we will stand on our record and we will walk into the election with our heads held high, expecting to do the very best that we can. And we expect to be right back here in 2025. But you see, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the truth is that those opposite, and the member for Sipari in particular, want an election, because if you have to talk about election talk, Mr. Deputy Speaker, you don't have to talk about Miaru, you don't have to talk about Oropuch East, you don't have to talk about Chaguanas West, you don't have to talk about that, and you could sit down in your space because you have an external enemy to fight. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are no enemies of the UNC. We are the government of this country. We are the ones who are focused on governance. At the end of the day, the opposition will be the opposition. If they want to be responsible, they will be responsible. If not, they will sit down there for the foreseeable future, and we will continue to run the affairs of this country. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I pass all four. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the motion before us aims to authorize the government to borrow money externally or internally in further sums not exceeding the aggregate of $10,000 million in the currency of Trinidad and Tobago dollars. Mr. Deputy Speaker, over the last 2 weeks, the government has opened the Diego Martin Public Library in my constituency. It has turned the sod for construction of a new Ministry of Social Development and Family Services building, and for the construction of 191 apartments for the HDC's Citrus Close in Laventille. And it's installed culverts along the Manzanilla Road being constructed by the Ministry of Works and Transport. Those 4 projects alone, spread across 4 ministries, represent an investment in our citizens by this government of over $400 million. In 2 weeks' time, our athletes will travel to Grenada to participate in Carifta Games. Our soccer warriors are heading off to USA for a Copa America Eliminator match. Our senior men's hockey team are also en route to complete their own qualification matches. All of those teams, Mr. Deputy Speaker, being supported and partially funded by the Ministry of Sports and Community Development. As we speak, hundreds of projects, hundreds of initiatives, programs either currently being undertaken or on the drawing board for commencement, all of which call for funding from the national purse, all of which represent investments of various amounts in the people of this country, in the future of this country, in the best possible tomorrow for this country. The expansion and the modernization of the airport in Tobago, the Valencia to Toco Highway, the widening of the Churchill-Roosevelt Highway from Chaguanas to Chase Village, all of these projects are investments in the people of this country. Mr. Deputy Speaker, when we talk about development comes in all sizes, big and small. Development can be projects. Development can be connectivity of communities. Development can be the improvement of the people in a community, the way in which they're able to operate, the ease of doing business. But all of these projects require funding because it requires cash to care, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Now, the Minister of Finance, member for Diego Martin Northeast, has already explained that this is not us asking for permission to borrow $10 billion extra. This is a fiscal management tool that allows us as, Minister, I hope I get this correct, as we have issues of liquidity, when you have cash to spend, you can manage that process. Absolutely. Right? That you can manage that process so that the work does not stop. Because the fact of the matter is, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is that we don't want the work to stop. There is much to do and we are focused on doing it. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I wanted to add my voice today. As I said, The hour is late, and we have heard a lot here today. Most of the sense came from this side, and most of the rab from that. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to add my voice of congratulations to the Minister. I want to add my support for this motion. I look forward to seeing the motion pass and the success stories that will be attached to it on its successful passing. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I recognize the member for Tabakit.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm coming in at this 9. Yes, he had 4 points. I'll have 10 points just for spite at this point in time. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as I join this debate here tonight on a very important fiscal matter that I find it interesting. You know, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I did my government and politics education in the United States. And there's a system within the US senatorial system known as a filibuster. And so, for those of us who know, a filibuster in the system of the United States is used by members, usually in the minority, in the opposition then, who want to delay the passage of a bill or prevent some procedural element so that they come into the debate and they lengthen the process. Yeah, and so I'm trying to understand, Mr. Deputy Speaker, why is the government filibustering their own bill here today? I sat here, I was waiting for the Minister of Finance to conclude this bill about 3 hours ago. 3 hours ago, and I can't understand why the government, could only be the member for Aruka Maloney at this point, who told them, get a practice session here tonight, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The first time in a long time I heard the member for Labre speak was tonight. And only for him to forget he's a minister of government and has a ministry that he could report on, because not once did he mention labor. He talked about no water and he talked about bad roads, and he forgets all about his own ministry that he could report on. And you know, I'm coming after the minister in the office of the Prime Minister with responsibility for government communications. Now that tells you everything that they put him so late in the night. Because he sounded unconvinced and was very unconvincing. And so it makes sense to put that Minister of Communication late in the night. Usually, the Minister of Communication would have all of the requisite knowledge to defend the government's position, to articulate the government's move forward, and to present artfully and persuasively an argument for why it is the government is doing whatever it is doing. He did none of that. He gave us 4 points that he claimed he wrote today, that he has raised in this House already before today in a prior debate. So, you see, when the member for Superior said we can't trust them, he showed us why. That trust issue, the question of the narrative, the question of diversification, he raised that in a previous debate. My memory is good, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So he's not even being innovative. He didn't even come to discuss what we were talking about today. He used his old budget speech, cut it down a little bit, and came to tell us to filibuster his own motion. So I say, no, Dego Martin Central. So when he faces Dego Martin Northeast for screening, he will have to answer for this filibuster here today, because he didn't have to do that. He didn't have to do that. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in my entry into the debate here today, coming after my colleagues who spoke to the question of when you are asking the population or you are telling the population you want the ability to borrow more, or that it goes without saying that you are looking forward to a space where you may need to spend more, because that could be the only logical conclusion. And so when we say to you, you have to be able to tell us, you have to be accountable and transparent and say to us, these are the reasons why we may need to spend more. This is why we may need $10 billion extra. This is why we may need to borrow $10 billion. And so the questions that we have are valid and reasonable. And so, as I raised in my private member's motion, and I'll raise it here again today, What is your difficulty with answering reasonable, logical questions? What is the difficulty in saying to the nation that we may need $10 billion more, that we may have to borrow it, and these are the things that we would want to do? What is the difficulty? And so, Mr. Deputy Speaker, after countless speakers on that side, filibustering, no, we have to respond. If Minister of Finance had stood up, thank you, Mr. Deputy. No, I am not filibustering. I am setting the record straight. I am setting the record straight. I want to find out if the next speaker cannot tell me why they are not allowing the Minister of Finance to wrap up this debate if they don't really want the $10 billion. If they really don't want the $10 billion. So, no, but how is it? How is it that you tell us this is important and then you keep fielding speakers to tell us nothing, right? So that's a valid question. It's a valid question. And I'm sure there are 5 more speakers lined up and maybe one of them would be able to answer the question. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, when the Minister for Labour was speaking, the Minister said he would answer what the money is being used for. Minister, I know many may have missed it, right? But the Minister of Labour said it was going to be used for infrastructure investment, human development, and crisis management. Yeah, Minister of Labour, we could check. He said some more, but I stopped. I scribbled. No, I have a very good handwriting, no scribbles. And so that crisis management, Mr. Deputy Speaker. But the Minister didn't elaborate, so I thought the Minister for Communications would come and elaborate on what this crisis management may be. So is it, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that in anticipation there was this space that the Minister of Labour is in his deliberation saying that this government may require an additional $10 billion for some crisis management. And so, when we look at the state of the country overall, and it is not out of a desire to put down Trinidad and Tobago, but a desire to live in the reality faced by the people of Trinidad and Tobago. What crisis is the Minister of Labour waiting to manage? Because as far as we can see, there's a crisis in healthcare, there's a crisis in national security. We are already in a space where we needed a crisis management. And so therefore, Mr. Deputy Speaker, how is the Minister of Labour telling us that we may have a need for crisis management when we can show you right now where the crisis is happening and you are leaving it ignored and unabated, Mr. Deputy Speaker? And so, as we discuss the finances of the country, the Speaker just before me, the member for Diego Martin Central, said that the opposition uses emotional arguments, or emotive arguments, is what I assume he was trying to say. And that in the use of the emotive arguments is a way to take us away from logic and reason. But Mr. Deputy Speaker, we sit in the House of Representatives. It is our duty to represent the voices of the people who sit outside of this House. And so, Mr. Deputy Speaker, if we don't raise issues of infrastructural decay, and if we don't raise the issues where people come to us as representatives and say, if they are spending all of this money, why not spend it here? Why are we unable to see improvements here? Why can't we have a better healthcare system? Why can't we have better schools or for school infrastructure be updated? When they're saying these things to us and to accuse us of using emotive arguments rather than just doing our job of representing the voices of the citizens outside, I find that to be very disingenuous from the Minister, the Minister of Communications, the member for Diego Martin Central. And so that the space that we are in, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is that we have a government who has to account for 9 years thus far of governing. They have to account for billions of dollars of expenditure. They have to tell the people of Trinidad and Tobago that with the billions they've already spent, this is the quality of life that you have now. And they have to say to the people that in the next year, if we were to address the need, if we were to use this $10 billion, it would be used to address your needs in X, Y, and Z manner. And so, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I say to the government, in your move to filibuster your own motion, I think that you yourselves know that $10 billion more to access loan facilities of $10 billion more will not help you. It will not assist you. And so that is why you're using this time to field every speaker that you have to tell us little to nothing about your actual achievements, your role for development in the future, and to tell the people of Trinidad and Tobago, after 9 years of under the governing of the People's National Movement, what can the people of Trinidad and Tobago show for that? And I thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy
next
Speaker.
one, you see.
Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I recognize the member for
Tobago West. Thank
I recognize the member for Tobago West.
Thank you. Mr. Deputy Speaker, first thing first, I have a real problem with the opposition trying to tell the government when and if they should speak on their own motion. We brought this motion here, and we have a duty to speak to our constituents. We're not speaking to them, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We are speaking to our constituents, and it's just the same way the member for Tabakit found it necessary to stand up tonight and set the record straight. We must set the record straight too. Mr. Deputy Speaker, after the Minister of Finance moved the motion, the opposition member came in, make her little appearance, took her pictures in the hallway so she could post, make her appearance, came and said what she had to say and left. And in their contributions this afternoon, they twisted their stories over and over. On my way here, there was questioning time, and the member for Cuba South went in to ask some supplemental questions. And even in asking supplemental questions, they throw in matters that are not true to try to manipulate the population. And when you, Deputy Speaker, told him, I cannot allow this question, you know, this has nothing to do with the topic, he whispered to the person next to him, because I was following the debate, it's just to put it on the record. Mr. Deputy Speaker. So after they came here tonight, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Members, please. Proceed.
Yes,
proceed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, his mic was still on. I was on my way here, so I was listening. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have a duty to put this on the record. I remember when I entered as an opposition senator, I had not done this anywhere before, and you had to learn what to do and how a debate goes. And we check the records, we check the Hansard, we depend on this record to tell us what was happening at the time. So when they come here and they speak stuff that is not true on the record, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have a duty to set the record straight, because this is not about the next election, this is about the next generation. And one day, some little boy or girl is going to make his or her way to Parliament and going to want to know what was really taking place at that time. So we have a duty to speak to our constituents through you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, not even through them, because they have a way of coming here and throwing talk that they know is not true and then leave. Half of them that spoke already left already because they can't deal with the truth. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity to join the debate. As our government places laser focus, remain focused on building this country, on taking the necessary steps to invest in our people, to develop projects and programs to move our country forward for the long term. We're strengthening the economy, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's about building capacity. It's about generating economic activity. It's about strengthening our foundation, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and charting a positive and prosperous way forward for our people. And that's nothing new for the People's National Movement. That's who we are. That's what we do. That has been our mandate from 1956, and then when we took the opportunity to make this a modern and independent nation in 1962. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, at that time, we know that we have the responsibility to set up the economy in such a way that would offer opportunities to every single Trinbagonian. Black, white, East Indian, whether you're PNM, your opposition, whatever, that has been our duty from day one. And the economic gurus at that time, they felt that the best way to get sustainable development and to develop infrastructure and related services was through credit financing, and you had to do so prudently. So we set out to develop these acts to allow us the ability to borrow for long-term financing, Mr. Deputy Speaker, towards building infrastructure and related services. So there are 3 acts of parliament that allow us to do so. You have the Guarantee Loan Act that deals specifically with companies and state enterprises. You have the External Loan Act, where you borrow in foreign currency, and we have the Development Loan Act, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And from as early as 1964, we brought the first bill. And you hear them making comparison, the debt to GDP, the borrowing limit was X number in the early days, and now it's so high. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in 1964, the exchange rate was $1 US to $1.72 TT. Now today, it's $1 to roughly $6.80 or $7, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So things have changed over the years, and we have to put the economic systems in place in order to treat with the issues of this current time. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, over the years, the record would show that the People's National Movement, we have been serious as it relates to our role as custodian of the economy, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So we borrow to support the development of the economy and towards building Trinidad and Tobago. And we wouldn't come here to borrow if we did not need to do so, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We brought our government and our people out of recession. We brought them through COVID, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and we did so while our neighbors in the region faced the IMF and structural adjustments and so forth. We tightened our own belt. We administered our own medicine to keep Trinidad and Tobago out of the hands of the IMF. When you look around the rest of the region, there is nobody else who could really boast of having a strong, solid economy in and out of COVID. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, whilst they talk about, well, Barbados is in this better position, they're not doing their research, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, Barbados is under IMF structural adjustments, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So how could you compare us like if Barbados is in a better position than Trinidad and Tobago? So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have been keeping the ship of state afloat and a sail. And there are other countries in the region that still look up to Trinidad and Tobago for our economic prowess, Mr. Deputy Speaker. At the end of the day, that's what we do. We build the country. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we build the country. There are those out there in the public domain who would say, the PNM always asks us to tighten our belt and so on, but we take the hard decisions and take the necessary action towards ensuring that we develop a prosperous future for our people. It's not about the next election, it's always about the next generation, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Every speaker on this side, Mr. Deputy Speaker, did not speak about election. They are obsessed. They are obsessed as they fight among each other and dig out each other's eye over them, Mr. Deputy Speaker, about election. Nobody on this side talk about election. This is all about development and creating opportunities for the future generation, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And the people out there would tell you, the People's National Movement is always steadfast and committed to building the country, employing prudent fiscal policy, and the UNC would blaze out the Treasury. They raid the Treasury pretty much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. That has been it. And to the point that they eat up all the food and give you a little crumb so that you would shut up and you wouldn't complain. Mr. Deputy Speaker, and that, if you ask the average Joe out there, that is what they would tell you. But we are about preserving a strong economy so that the people of Trinidad and Tobago can benefit from the patrimony of the country and our children can have something to look forward to. We make policy and make the moves for those who cannot vote, the children who cannot vote, the people who cannot speak up for themselves, the ones who cannot line up in front of the parliament and put a placard, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We are here making the necessary moves and instituting the right policies and so on to take care of them. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I must commend every member on this side who spoke before I did, because at the end of the day, most of these members are somewhat new, and they had not been around between 2010 and 2015. And you could easily get fooled by the UNC, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because they tell their stories knowing that their stories are inaccurate and untrue with a real straight face. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as somebody who had been in this parliament since 2010, I entered this parliament in opposition, so I heard all the stories. I sat here looking at all the chaos. I was a witness of the madness that the country had to go through under the UNC. So it's really interesting for them to come here today and speak like conservatives. I heard Member Tanko asking, why do we have to borrow? Why couldn't we just adjust legislation? And I'm like, what kind of sense does that make? And here you are trying to pretend to be some sort of conservative, some sort of defender of democracy, some sort of paragon of perfection, when over the years you have done nothing but promote profligate spending, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We have been here and we have witnessed all of that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and talking to us over here like they were saving and building the country. Saving what? Building what, Mr. Deputy Speaker? Nothing. Precious nothing. And we, the people of Trinidad and Tobago, can stand witness. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I was young, fresh and green in the parliament, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I had to sit and witness this debacle of the $40 million NP contract, where they gave a contract to somebody who had no kind of experience in transporting flammable substances, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It was 40 flammable, the same thing. I say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, they had no experience to transport the substance, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and they gave them a contract for 20 tractors at $40 million, mere weeks after they had won the election. I sat in the Senate, Mr. Deputy Speaker, when it was Senator Mary King always talking about transparency and integrity and accountability and so on, and then she had to leave because she had given her family member some contract and so on, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I sat there and I witnessed all of that. So to come here in this house today, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and hear the UNC talk about being responsible and needing to explain to the population what is going on and being accountable, Mr. Deputy Speaker, balderdash. Balderdash bonk, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, when we demitted office I want to touch on that issue of unemployment rate and so on. Here they are questioning the CSO's figures. Since when we question the CSO figures? Since when the CSO is a PNM? Mr. Deputy Speaker, when we were in opposition and they were in government, they did not even allow the CSO to do its business. They didn't even allow the CSO to keep record. So there were no figures to relate to refer to. They were giving us all kinds of stories telling us that we don't have an unemployment problem. But we had no figures to refer to, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And now they want to come here and tell me, oh, it's 14% unemployment in their constituency. All of the stuff that they make up and peddle on social media, destroying our democracy day by day. I want to stand here like defenders of democracy today, Mr. Deputy Speaker. For those who forgot, I remember. And for those who were absent, I was there. I sat right here in the house with them and I heard all the stories. So for the UNC to come here today and act like they are these great protectors of the democracy and of the treasury, we do remember, Mr. Deputy Speaker, when we demitted office in 2010, the limit for the guarantee loan for companies was 9 million. They came in 2011 and raised it to 25 billion, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Billion. Mr. Deputy Speaker, when we demitted office in 2010, the development loan limit was 20 billion. They increased it to 30 billion. And if you check the answer, the order paper of September 7th, 8th, and 9th of 2011, you would see the different motions that they had asked to have the debate in one, to speak on the 3 motions in one debate. And you would see motion 1, Guarantee Loans Act, Companies Act. They're asking for an increase of 25 billion. And then for the Development Loans Act at the same time, for 10 billion. And for external loans, 6 billion, Mr. Deputy Speaker. All 3 motions at the same time, September 7th, 8th, and 9th. You can go and check the answer, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And interestingly, they did not give us a reason then, and they have not given us a reason yet, up to this day. Mr. Deputy
no, again,
Speaker.
Please. Let's retract, please. Let's retract quickly. Thank you.
Yes. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we kept asking over and over, what do you want this money to do, Mr. Deputy Speaker? And they told us, we're not going to spend it. We just want to have the facility there. That's what they told us. They told us, they used 2 words in the answer. We have it there as a cushion or as a float. Yes, as a float. Go back and read the answer, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and that is why it's important to come here and speak and set the record straight on the answer, because sometime later on, somebody going to be going back to read it. They say they want it as a float and as a cushion. Mr. Deputy Speaker, all we saw was all money floating away, and the only thing that got a cushion, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the only thing that enjoyed a cushion was their pockets, their family, their friends, their relatives, the pusherman, the person they're buying liquor from. All them is the people that enjoy the float and the cushion, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We had to sit around layman and eat their crumbs off the ground. And that is what Trinidad and Tobago experienced. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for them to come here today, I must say I am shocked. Because we sat in this parliament and we witnessed many of them came through these doors with sackcloth and they left in silk, Mr. Deputy Speaker. To the point that some of them worthlessly and disingenuously even gave themselves silk, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we sat here and we witnessed, Mr. Deputy Speaker, people roll into this parliament as a maxi man in a maxi and leaving Benz, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And you have the nerve to stand here and ask us, where did the money go, Mr. Deputy Speaker? Where did the money go, Mr. Deputy Speaker? These are the folks who spent $350,000 in roti, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I want to ask me about where did the money go? And Mr. Deputy Speaker, you know I had planned to sit out today, but you see the member, Siparia, coming here to tell me about, and you had a roaming bill. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is my 14th going on my 15th year in this parliament, and all you have on me is I went to Barbados for a conference and then take off my roaming because I thought Bahamas was on the same CARICOM plan and ended up with a roaming bill. Then interesting, then you need to explain to me, if you have a problem with that, then you ought to have a problem with taking your sister on trips amounting $800,000 plus. That's where the money went, Mr. Deputy Speaker. You also have to have a problem with spending for Carnival 2015 alone over $1 million in Carnival fete tickets, from money coming out to NGC. You also must have a problem in spending $2.2 million on a trip to go to Brazil. You must also have a problem in spending $12 million to go with your family and friends to India for nothing. Mr. Deputy Speaker, you must also have a problem with giving low-income housing.
One Deputy Speaker. What? This has nothing to do with loans. This has nothing to do with loans.
Take it. Take it. Go filibuster. Take it.
Thank you. Proceed, member.
Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, they were asking where the money went, and I'm asking that too.
Members, I need to hear the member, just in case if I need to make a ruling. So please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker,
proceed.
Housing that was developed by the PNM for low-income people, Mr. Deputy Speaker, they were giving it to people who were making $40,000 a month and that kind of thing, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The records will show, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the life sport that had people running for their life after $400 million, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Where did the money go? And these folks come to the Parliament. These members come to the Parliament with no kind of shame whatsoever and want to place on the record about accountability and to tell us when and how they spend the money, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, when they had the opportunity to increase the limit, let's speak about the guarantee companies, loan act for the companies, Mr. Deputy Speaker. At that point in time, they increased by $16 billion. They spent the whole $16 billion. And when that wasn't enough, Mr. Deputy Speaker, they went into the accounts of NGC and year after year took out money to the tune of an additional $14 billion, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Where did that money go? Mr. Deputy Speaker, as they say, that we need to come here and be accountable and explain how we're going to spend this money. Yes, they came to the Parliament for the additional $16 billion, but because they didn't want to account to anybody, Mr. Deputy Speaker, they went into NGC, the cash cow in their time, and they went ahead and they took out money year after year after year to the tune of $14 billion and cannot tell us where that money had gone. So to come here now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and the thing is, they always promising the nation all kind of things, baby grant, all kinds of fancy things to tell the nation that they care baby grant that the people never see, Mr. Deputy Speaker. They promised us airport in Tobago. What did they give us? They came, they changed the name and gave us a slide to slide our bags down because they refused to fix the conveyor belt, Mr. Deputy Speaker. They promised us a Tobago Integrated University, Krenene, as the old people say. We never saw that yet, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Malabar Sporting Complex. The people from Malabar would tell you they hadn't seen that yet. And let's talk about all the crime that came out of that project, Mr. Deputy Speaker. They said they'll fix the ferry problem, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It took the PNM to come into government and spend about $2 billion trying to get us brand new ferry, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and we are in the 2 brand new ferries, and we are in the process now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, now getting a cargo ferry for the nation, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So you want to ask, where did the money go, or what is the PNM spending the money on? It's interesting that the member for Siparia said, oh, they didn't give the money to their friends and family. People could see, taste, and touch what happened to the Mr. Deputy Speaker. See, taste, and touch what? Mr. Deputy Speaker, they promised us all these things. And what did we get? What did we get, Mr. Deputy Speaker? We then had to deal with wastewater treatment plant money gone to waste, SIS problems, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I spoke to Life Sport. I spoke to the Point Fortin Highway that started off a couple $100 million and ended up in the billions, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Let's talk about EMBD. $500 million, Mr. Deputy Speaker, EFCL, and they want to come and say, oh, this school in my community, something wrong with this school, and Mr. Deputy Speaker, $1 billion. If you spend that money on the development you said you were going to spend that money on, your schools would have been there. And they did all this spending on the backs, sweat, blood, and tears of hard-working taxpayers. Mr. Deputy Speaker, they had their political friends from Tobago living in Federation villas, Mr. Deputy Speaker, free, on the backs of taxpayers, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to the point that there was one MP who turned one of the units into a boudoir, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and invited his friends to the Federation villas that belonged to the taxpayer, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to the point that the gentleman had to expose on TV that he was asked to expose his breast, and he was the only one seeing, tasting, and touching the luxury of them spending their money, Mr. Deputy Speaker. These are the facts. These are the facts, Mr. Deputy Speaker. You would find what I'm saying here if you check the record of the Hansard or if you check the media at that time. So for those who were not in the Parliament, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I was here and I remember. So this UNC, and as much as they try to separate themselves because some of their faces are new, I'm sure they caucus. I hope they caucus. I hope they have conversations about what had happened, because you cannot separate yourself. You cannot separate yourself from the wrongdoings, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's interesting that they want to come here now and ask, where did the money go? Mr. Deputy Speaker, the member for St. Augustine was seen in a picture in the Sunshine papers. Mr. Jack Warner would have exposed it with a birthday cake and stacks of hundreds around her. You want to ask us, where did the money go, Mr. Deputy Speaker? Mr. Deputy Speaker, and they did all this.
I rise on 48.6 in relation to the comments made by the member for Tobago West in relation to my colleague, St. Augustine.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, that is what happened when I was there.
1 second. Honourable Member, Tobago West, you stand by your comment?
I sure do, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Proceed.
I sure do, because that is what was
Proceed.
circulating, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And if you have a challenge with it, let's take it to the Privileges Committee or meet me outside.
Again, member, I ruled, so
yes.
Proceed. Let's
so,
proceed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, and
Members, please, I need to hear.
As I was saying, Mr. Deputy Speaker, all this profligate spending and wasting, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that was done on the hands and backs and tears and blood of taxpayers, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So when we stand here today, we stand in defense of those people, because we used to be in this Parliament, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and they would have CPEP workers out there with placards, protesting, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and they would not get paid unless they turn up there, and they had to sign the time book outside there. That is what they did to poor people in this country. So to come here today and tell us that you're standing up in defense of poor people and the people in the rural community, if all that money you spent was used for the development of the people, then, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we wouldn't have these problems today, and your people would be well taken care of.
You just have about 2 minutes of your initial speaking time. You have an additional 15 minutes. You care to avail yourself?
Take it. I'm taking it, of course, yes.
Member.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Okay. May I? Thank you. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this government, amidst all the challenges that we've gone through, because when we came into government very early, we were worried about if we were going to be able to pay public servants and keep public servants on board. That is how they had left us low in a valley of dry bones, Mr. Deputy Speaker. They expected us to fail. But thanks to the prudent management of our Prime Minister and our Minister of Finance, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we made it through the fire. We made it through the storm, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We kept public servants working. The same Barbados they're trying to tell us to look up to, Mr. Deputy Speaker. They had to lay off hundreds of thousands of public servants, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and end up under the IMS. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we've managed to keep our children in school. We keep paying our public servants their salaries. The GATE program is still running, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Social assistance as it relates to pension, disability act, disability, pension and grants and so on, Mr. Deputy Speaker, Roxborough Hospital, Arima Hospital, and we are working on the central block, Mr. Deputy Speaker, of the Port of Spain Hospital that so many ignored over the years, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The Minister for Public Utilities making waves in Tobago, finally delivering the Hillsborough Dam, Mr. Deputy Speaker, over 30-year promise to the people of Tobago and giving us water. So for those who don't want to admit that their water service is better, it certainly is better in Tobago, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and we are very, very happy about that. Mr. Deputy Speaker, if I had some time in the end, I would deal with this matter of the 16%. Mr. Deputy Speaker, that was corrected after, as it relates to WASA. So when a member of a Princestown stand here, he's not telling the whole story, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because at the point in time, the JSC was speaking about 16%, 24/7 water supply, and that we were experiencing an unusual low in the month of February because we were having weather problems, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It was that one matter they were talking about, but he tried to give the impression on the Hansard, so it'd be recorded in the Hansard that the whole national situation was only 16% of people getting water. So we have to stand here and correct that record and speak to all people, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The PNM promised airport to the people in Tobago, we getting it. Promise us ferry, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we getting it, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Roadways and highways and so on, we getting it, Mr. Deputy Speaker, through the Minister of Works and so on. You would see works taking place here in Trinidad, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Support for business persons and young people through the Ministry of Youth and NEDCO, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The list goes on and on and on. At the end of the day, it's about development that we can taste, see, and touch, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Under the People's National Movement, we're providing opportunities for everybody. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's about maintaining and improving our standard of living, building our small contractors, because even under the Ministry of Housing, they have programs now that smaller contractors can partake in, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Helping our farmers to modernize their farm and exposing a new set of people to farming who would have never thought of it before. Mr. Deputy Speaker, improving our digital capacity through the Ministry of Digital Transformation, modernizing the way we do business, improving healthcare and health institutions, schools for the children through the Ministry of Education, sporting facilities so we can host over and over again, Mr. Deputy Speaker, improving investment climate. It's all about sensible, responsible and sustainable development. Mr. Deputy Speaker, before I close, I must touch on this gaslighting that member of Princestown and the rest of the UNC continue to do. They say to PNM people, you support the PNM over all these years and you still have these problems in your community. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there are UNC people who support UNC all the years and have problems in their community too, but no, those people not being seen as they're in a cult. They like to tell PNMites that, oh, you're following the PNM, it's like the PNM is a cult. There are people in the UNC that never voted the PNM and would never vote the PNM. We accept that. We don't have a problem with that. Yeah, we have a first past the post system, so who get the most win? Mr. Deputy Speaker, on our side, there are people who are loyal to us, but when the PNM is in government and we deliver to all the people of Trinidad and Tobago, whether you're in the PNM constituency or not, because it is about every creed and race finding an equal place, and it's about boundless faith in our destiny so that everybody will get a piece of the national pie, Mr. Deputy Speaker. As much as they spent, they should not be complaining about anything in their constituency if they spent the money properly. As much as they spent, none of us should be complaining about anything in our constituencies. But they gave the money to their friends and their families, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And now we are in court trying to get back money, billions of dollars, so that we can help to support the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And you have the nerve to come here and ask, why do we have to borrow, Mr. Deputy Speaker? Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to close by saying, the People's National Movement, if you check our record, if you check the papers, if you check the Hansard, has always been committed and resolute about our devotion to Trinidad and Tobago. We come in here and we serve our hearts out. We walk, we check in with our constituents on their side because of how they train their people to vote. They don't have to walk on, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The people show up and they look for the rising sun and they vote it. But on our side, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the people want to see you, the people want to touch you, they want to feel you, they want to feel your presence, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We are held to a higher standard. The things that they have done and get away with and still come in here and win close to 20 seats, we cannot think about it, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because we are held to a higher standard, Mr. Deputy Speaker. But you know what? Don't feel sorry for us, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because we were created of a greater substance, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And we are here to do justice to Eric Williams' legacy, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to ensure that every single citizen, whether you support us or not, whether you like us or not, has that opportunity to reach their aspirations, their permanent Deputy Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to reach their dreams, to reach their aspirations, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that the daughter of a CPEP worker could be a doctor, that the daughter of the son of a fisherman could be a pilot, giving everybody that access to education, giving those who fail common entrance and so on the opportunity to get into YTEP, to get into CECC and so on. We don't care to leave with a bandload of money or property and so on, because we came with nothing and we should leave with nothing. But at the end of the day, we must leave Trinidad and Tobago better than we left it. And that alone, Mr. President, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that alone is enough. We came here to serve, we came here to represent, and we came here to deliver. And we would do whatever we must to deliver to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, not only for this generation, but those to come. So don't worry about us next election. The people are going to go out there and they're going to make their decision. Don't underestimate the intelligence and the intellect of the electorate. As much lies as they post out there, as much untruths that they put in social media, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have every trust and every confidence that the people of Trinidad and Tobago will make the best decision. And they know which party is the right party to vote for. And they know which leaders are the right leaders to vote for. So we worry about you. Take your time, pick a proper leader. Don't hot up my head too much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and tell your member of Parliament for Superior, be present more often and don't come here to make no bacchanal. Sit down and represent your people and me. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Member. Honourable members, before I call on the next speaker, this sitting is suspended until 10:20. Honourable members, the sitting is resumed, and I'll recognize the member for Shigona Cease.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute briefly to this debate on the Development Loans Act. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have sat through this entire day, listening to each and every one who would have contributed to this debate. But after the last speaker, I think it's very important that I enter this debate. Because, Mr. Deputy Speaker, when you listen to that contribution, I must say to you, that is how you sound when you have a belly full of almond milk and yogurt, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, that speech for 45 minutes was roaming all over the place. No substance. They are here to speak about substance. No substance. No content. Nothing. Nothing speaking to the people of Trinidad. You do not worry about my clothes. Worry about your wife's clothes.
No.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, 48-4 and 48.
Members, again, 2 wrong doesn't make a right, members. And again, Laventil West, you have not entered the debate as yet. I am. No, listen, member. Listen. Can you leave the chamber, please? No, quietly. Quietly, member. Quietly. Member, please. Honorable members, we had a long day, and we still have a long day. It's 10:22. All right? Member for Shogunasis, you are on the floor. At this stage of the game, members, we need to ensure that the decorum of the House is maintained, whether it's early in the day or late in the evening. And I'm going to ensure that that decorum is maintained. Right? I'm not going to tolerate any more outbursts, and especially to that level that we have now arrived at here. It's not tolerated, members. Right? So, member for Shogunasis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And before I go on, I just want to say that in my time spent here, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I give each member of this House due respect. Right? So I am not going to entertain those disgusting remarks. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as I continue.
Again, honorable members, I have so ruled, and I am going to ensure that each member, right, will be respected in this House. Right? So the banter that goes across, but the excessive ones, especially when I'm on my legs, is not going to be tolerated. Hence the reason why Princess Tong member was asked to leave the chamber. I was on my legs trying to explain the situation, and that was the outburst. So again, member for Shogunasis, you will be protected. Kindly proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And as I move on, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the member who spoke before spoke about substance, and UNC candidates can go into constituencies, and once they don't even have to go into their constituencies. You see the rising sun, and they just go and vote. But the PNM constituencies, they want to see them. Mr. Deputy Speaker, where is the member living? Where is the member living? Because many constituencies that are of the PNM, you hear complaints that they have never seen their MPs. And I can proudly say that us as UNC MPs on this side, we are always in our constituencies representing the people who we serve. So don't come here to tell us about substance and people just vote for the rising sun. That is totally untrue, and we condemn those statements, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I listened to the member who happens to be the Minister of Sports and Community Development. An entire 45 minutes, no reporting on the Ministry of Sports and Community Development. What did you do for sportsmen and women in this country? We did not hear anything about that. What have you been doing for the communities? You spoke about everything else except your own business, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, people in this country are in a position where they are asking for relief. They are not asking for taxes. They are not asking for more hardships. They are just simply asking for relief. And really and truly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, they can say what they want. They are totally out of touch, and the people are ready and prepared to consign the PNM to the political dustbin in this country. So let them stay there and dance and prance and think that, listen, you are going to win our next election. You are not going to win any election. The people are ready and the people are prepared. And you see this obsession the other side has with the opposition leader? Try leaving the opposition leader out of your mouths. What she does is none of your business. Because we sat here in this house all day, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The member for Diego Martin West, who is the Prime Minister of this country, is not in the house. You heard any one of our members speaking about the Prime Minister's absence? Not one of us did that, but you are busy minding the opposition leader's business. And to the member for Tobago East, West, respectfully. Many times you are not in this chamber, so why are you speaking about the opposition leader? You are busy drinking tea in the tea room. You are absent from here on many occasions. So do not stand when you get an opportunity to speak about the member for Siparia's absence. She's always here. Always here. Right? Always here, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the member for Tobago West wants to tell us...
Members, please. Please, proceed.
Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I don't think I was shouting that much when the member was speaking, right? The member for Tobago West want to tell us about our caucus. We don't mind P&M business on the caucus. Stay out our business. You don't tell us how to caucus and whose face is new and whose face isn't new, because we do not want to speak about your face, right? Mr. Deputy Speaker, as we speak here in this... Mr. Deputy Speaker...
Again, members, members, Chaguanas East and Tobago West. Member for Chaguanas East and for Tobago West, please. Please. Now, members, listen. You all are the same members that was just complaining about the hour that we are at. You all were just complaining, members. St. Augustine, you may not have known, because
Mr. Deputy Speaker,
member, please.
Are you condoning the...
Member, have a seat. Have a seat. Have a seat. Member, listen. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Minister of Finance spoke here today about how much help the P&M would have given during the COVID period. That was made mention of. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to remind this country, because the member before spoke about the record and putting it on the record to let the population know. Mr. Deputy Speaker, let us not forget when they locked down this country and the construction sector was left in limbo and not even included in the income support relief in this country. Mr. Deputy Speaker, let us not forget, up to last year, how many persons were still awaiting word from the phase 1 process of the income support relief grant. Mr. Deputy Speaker, let us not forget, up to last year, how many persons were awaiting salary relief grants, and they are speaking to you here today about expenditure on COVID relief. Mr. Deputy Speaker, let us not forget in the second lockdown period when landlords were evicting tenants, the Minister of Social Development and this government told landlords, asked landlords to hold their hands and provided no support to those persons. I remember as an MP, I had to get out there and get trucks to help people who were being evicted, pleading, begging for some resolution, some solution for these people, and nothing from this government, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, let us not forget when people were lining the streets for hampers, the Minister of Social Development stood and called the people greedy, not needy. We must remember these things, and then you want to come and preach to us. We shouldn't talk. So you alone must talk. You alone must set the record straight, Mr. Deputy Speaker. But I am setting the record straight as it relates to the hardships of the citizens and the reason why we are here today as it relates to this particular item before us as it relates to the Developmental Loans Act, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, let us also not forget that the government turned their backs on the disabled in this country when they evicted the Cerebral Palsy Society of Trinidad and Tobago from the Carsonfield Enrichment Center. But nonetheless, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the UNC will make a place available to them at the end of this month. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we resolve issues. Our record, Mr. Deputy Speaker, speaks for itself. This big book of achievements. When they want to come here, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to tell us about contracts and what the UNC did and what the UNC didn't do, and speak about touch, feel, and taste. Mr. Deputy Speaker, let them speak when they're speaking about touch, feel, and taste, about the Darrell Smith's settlement, Mr. Deputy Speaker. When they want to speak, let them speak about under PNM, NGC was at a $2.1 billion loss. When they speak, let them speak about Atlantic $240 million TT loss. Mr. Deputy Speaker, when you want to come here and speak and say the UNC did this and you were here, well, I am also young, fresh, and green, but I'm very well educated about what's happening in this society. Mr. Deputy Speaker, when you want to speak about the PNM's racking up a staggering $1 billion plus in legal fees paid to attorneys since it took office in 2015, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, when they want to speak, let them speak about Nelson's $100 million claim that is unsettled, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, you want to talk Tobago. Let's not forget, right here in this house, the member for Tobago West said nobody lives there. That's why Tobago voted them out, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, that presentation just now was an outcry to get back a seat in the next election. Mr. Deputy Speaker, under PNM, the THA audit report revelations, $15.5 million paid for 4 of 11 roads that never started in Tobago under the PNM. Let us not forget that. Mr. Deputy Speaker, when they want to speak Tobago, the Cabo Star mobilization fee, $13 million. Speak about that. When they want to speak about Tobago, Mr. Deputy Speaker, speak about the mobilization fee for Ocean Flower 2 being $20 million. So don't come here to tell the UNC how to do their work. And you doing it right when you ain't doing it right, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, they are trying to run from the facts, but the facts remain. It's there, the people can see it, the people can feel it, the people can touch it, the people they can't even taste because they can't buy food, some of them, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the bottom line is the opposition leader was 100% accurate today when she said we cannot trust this government. We cannot trust you. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the member who spoke before spoke about agriculture. Mr. Deputy Speaker, right now circulating on the media, social media, NAMDEVCO released a notice of a fee change to those persons who utilize the markets and so on, from the daily fee to the weekly fee to the monthly fee. And it's not no $5 increase. It's $20, $100 increase in some cases. Look at it, you should see it by this evening. So when you're talking about you helping the poor, you helping the vulnerable, everybody getting help from this government, listen, everybody is complaining and only feeling pain under your government. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the member also said that they deliver to all the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Minister of Public Utilities even spoke about water for all, PNM style. Mr. Deputy Speaker, you know what he means by water for all, PNM style? Water nothing for many communities in this country. Mr. Deputy Speaker, imagine Bino Trace and Bino Trace extension is this. And Bino Trace, some parts of Bino Trace and Bino Trace extension in my constituency did not see water, just like the Kernaham residents, for more than 20-something days. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is the high difference. And you know what's being said? That it's the water to go up a hill. And no hill exists there, no, Mr. Deputy Speaker. But that is what you call water for all, PNM style. Water nothing, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to know what they mean by delivering to all. Mr. Deputy Speaker, you have to write and beg like you were never elected to get something done in this country as an MP. You have to write hope that you get a response. And they are speaking about delivering to all. You see them doing recreation grounds in other all over the country. But when you write it from a UNC constituency, they tell you that fall under a regional corporation. Mind you, they're doing grounds, recreation facilities in regional corporations throughout this country, but they know what they want to do. So don't tell me about delivering to all the people. You are delivering to some of the people. And some of the people happen to be in PNM constituencies, and that's the fact of the matter, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, when they want to tell us about what the UNC did, and I don't know what is their problem with roti. I know it tastes very good, right? But stop the attack on roti. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is an exhausted point. Mr. Deputy Speaker, when they want to speak, let them speak about the land grabbing, which they have to answer for. When they want to speak, let them speak about over 100 recusals, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Don't come to tell the UNC that you need to put this on the record. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the bottom line is the people of this country require relief and not excuses. People are out here pleading for relief. You claim you are a responsible government. It is your duty to be responsible and serve the people in some manner of equity, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we stand ready. They are defending. Everyone here on the side of the government bench today stood to defend that this is not about election. Mr. Deputy Speaker, every politician knows when it's an election year, how you behave. And the fact of the matter is the manner in which they are behaving here today. It tells us, yes, they are trying to protect themselves for the upcoming election. So you could run, but you can't hide from it, because the truth shall always prevail. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are ready. It's just a few days again for them. Time is limited, and we will win. I thank you.
I recognize the Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there are two approaches to dealing with allegations and claims that have no basis in fact. One is to go on the warpath and demolish the purveyors of untruth, and the other is to calmly respond with facts. Well, one of our members has already flogged the other side. So I will use the other method, which I must say is not a method I always use.
The debate was all about clothes.
I sometimes flog the other side as well. So let me deal with some of the more ridiculous points made by members opposite. One of the preposterous claims made by the leader of the opposition was that there has never been any transparency or accountability or accounting to the taxpayer in terms of the money spent on the COVID-19 pandemic. That's absolutely ridiculous. I have answered several questions in Parliament on this matter. I have spoken about it in budget debates, on motions, on bills, ad infinitum since 2020. But let us not take my word for it. I was sent an article written from a group called the Caribbean Investigative Journalism Network. Now, those who know me know that I don't have a plethora of friends within the media. And therefore, if one sees an article written by the Caribbean Investigative Journalism Network, you know I was not the author of this article. In addition, of all people in the world, this article is written by no less a person than Mala Dukaran, who I can assure you is no friend of mine and has been very critical of me over the years. And this August 6, 2021 article, entitled Accounting for Pandemic Relief Funding, was a critical analysis of the funding received, because that's a point that the opposition leader made, that we have never properly accounted for the funding that we received from overseas to assist us to deal with the problems of the pandemic. This article was a clinical analysis of the funding received by every Caribbean country from international agencies and donors. And it examines the following countries: Antigua and Barbuda, Bahamas, Barbados, Dominica, Dominican Republic, Grenada, Guyana, Haiti, Jamaica, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Suriname, and Trinidad and Tobago. I think that's the whole of CARICOM there. And what the author outlined is the amount of money that each of these countries received from multilateral sources and foreign donors. And by way of example, Antigua and Barbuda received just over $61 million US. The Bahamas received $316 million US. Barbados got $220 million US. Grenada got $31 million US, and so on. Jamaica got $661 million US in foreign assistance by way of loans and grants. And Trinidad and Tobago received $321,063,692 in foreign assistance for COVID. Now, how is it possible that this person, Ms. Dukaran, could have the amount of money received from foreign sources to assist us in COVID down to the last dollar? But the opposition leader says we have never accounted for the foreign assistance we received, the foreign loans, the foreign grants, although I myself have indicated this in the public domain on numerous occasions. The author goes on to look at the difference between the sums accounted for and the sums received. Again, it strikes right at the allegation made by the honorable opposition leader, the false allegation, that we have never told anybody what we did, where the money gone, what we do with all this money we got from foreign sources during the pandemic. And there's a table in this article which gives you the inflows and the outflows and the difference. And the difference is the unaccounted figure. So let's take an example of Bahamas. They received $316 million US. They spent $290 million, or at least that's on record, and therefore there's an unexplained difference of $26 million US. Barbados received $220 million US and spent $82,278,478 down to the last dollar, and therefore the unexplained difference is $137,721,522 US. You go through the table and you come to Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago received $321,063,692 US, but spent $441 million US. It's the only country in the Caribbean where the expenditure, the recorded expenditure from the receipt of these funds exceeds the amount coming in. And this is what the author says. Trinidad and Tobago is the only country where the government has outlined spending that exceeds the amount received by about $120 million. Goes on to speak about me, of all people. The Minister of Finance disclosed that for fiscal year 2019-2020, he withdrew close to $80 million under the normal conditions of shortfall. This is from the HSF in petroleum revenue, and $900 million under the new provisions with respect to dangerous infectious diseases. The government of Trinidad and Tobago also raised a net $250 million on the external capital market. How does she know that? And the opposition leader doesn't know that. The author goes on to talk about all the disclosures that I made in terms of how much we spent in exceptional financing for the pandemic. These numbers reveal that Trinidad and Tobago had spent more than any other country in the Caribbean, including the Dominican Republic, which has a population of over 10 million persons. And then the most astonishing statement from somebody who, as I said, is no friend of mine. We congratulate Trinidad and Tobago's Minister of Finance for his level of disclosure.
For disclosure?
Yes. As I said, disclosure.
And as an investigative journalist.
Investigative Caribbean Journalist Network, and by a person who is a critic of mine, not a fan. But let's move on. Members opposite want to query the statistics published by the Central Statistical Office with respect to employment and unemployment. But if you go to the Central Bank website, you will see quarterly reports on labor force statistics, annual reports on labor force statistics. There is the unemployment rate. I pulled it up going back 25 years on the Central Bank website, all the way up to December 2023. It's there. All of the indicators, the labor force, participation ratio, non-institutional population, and the point made by the member for Tobago West. How come this table I've pulled up here, I took it back all the way back to 2009. It includes all of the UNC years, and all the unemployment rates are inside there. How come when the Central Bank and the CSO were reporting between 2010 and 2015 on the unemployment rate in Trinidad and Tobago, it was accurate? And then all of a sudden, government change, and all of a sudden the Central Bank and the CSO just turned beast and started to report bogus statistics. It's a ridiculous, preposterous allegation. The other statement I heard made is that we don't publish anything on our public debt. Again, ridiculous and preposterous. Again, go to the Central Bank website. Go to their data center. Go to the section on public sector debt. And the figures are there up to December 2023, month by month. Everything is there. Central government external bilateral debt, central government multilateral debt, central government external commercial debt. Every single thing is there. debt to GDP ratio. Even the question I was asked today, the answer is there in the central bank website. But they say, we don't publish anything on public debt. Every single thing there. In terms of the statements made about what the creating agencies say about Trinidad and Tobago, the statements made by members opposite were generally absurd. The member for Mayaro said that Standard & Poor's says we are risky, a risky investment. I've never heard such foolishness. The member for, what is it, Orapooch West said we don't have an investment grade rating. Well, I went to the Standard & Poor's website and I pulled up their release from July 2023. And what I see on the S&P website is that S&P in 2023 told us that Trinidad and Tobago, and I'm going to read from S&P's report from July the 26th, 2023, S&P Global Ratings, Ratings Direct, Credit Highlights. Our BBB minus, stable A-3 rating reflects Trinidad and Tobago's favorable external profile and stable democracy. It also reflects still solid government financial assets that mitigate the effect of economic cycles on fiscal and external performance. That's the first line. And then S&P went on to talk about our outlook. The stable outlook indicates S&P Global Ratings' view that Trinidad and Tobago's economy will continue to expand over the next 2 years. And this will support government revenue collection, help stem the rise in government debt, while energy exports will support the country's external balances. That is S&P, July 2023. But I have to listen to the member for Mayaro tell us that S&P say we are a risky investment. They can't be serious. They just say whatever they want to say. And they feel that people in Trinidad and Tobago are foolish and will just listen to them and swallow the nonsense. And then a set of noise about Moody's. The member of Parliament for San Fernando East read out what Moody's had to say when the UNC were in power, and I will repeat it. In April 2015, Moody's downgraded Trinidad and Tobago and changed the outlook from stable to negative. So they didn't just downgrade the country, they say we're continuing to go down. April 2015, under the UNC. The reasons cited for the change included the decline in oil prices. That is not something that we can do anything about, but this is something we can do something about. And limited economic diversification, which weighed negatively on economic growth prospects, as well as inadequate provision of vital macroeconomic data. We don't have them kind of reports from S&P. That is not what S&P says about us. They talk about our favorable climate. They talk about prospects for growth. They don't talk about we can't get data and there's no diversification. And you have weight on growth. Look, yeah, sure, right. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me move on. In terms of what members said opposite, some of the statements made were absolutely unbelievable. Unbelievable. The member for Mayaro said that the unemployment rate in his constituency is 14%, and that is equal to 5,000 people being unemployed. It's so silly. In the first place, how you arrive at those numbers? In the first place, if you take the number of voters in the constituency of Mayaro, 28,000, add on the numbers for the non-voters, you will arrive at a labor force in Mayaro of maybe about 14 or 15,000 people, for the most. Because if you look at Trinidad and Tobago, you will see that the population is 1.3, 1.4 million, and the labor force is just over 600,000. So if one is generous, let's use 50%. So 50% of the constituency of Mayaro is their labor force. So let's say 15,000. So how does one arrive at this mathematical miracle that you take let's even assume that this statistic is correct. 14% of 15,000 is 5,000. That is UNC maths. Now that is maths, not maths. Always say these things, members opposite make that statement all the time. But I can assure you that 14% of 15,000 is not 5,000. And if you actually go to the CSO data, which I happen to have, I didn't pull it out of a hat like the member for Mayaro. I actually got the CSO data. And when I go to that, what I see, in the first place, they don't accumulate data by constituency. Nobody does that. It's so foolish to make such a statement. What the CSO does...
Member, please, just retract the word that you just used.
I am so sorry. The statement was foolish. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the statement was foolish. So let us go on now to what the CSO actually does. The CSO gathers data by county and by ward. And anybody who has ever researched statistics, even once in their life, will know that. They don't collect data by constituency. But let's see what they do. So they have counties, County Caroni, St. Andrew, St. David, Victoria, St. Patrick, etc. And they have the county of Nariva, Mayaro. And that, of course, is a much larger area than the constituency of Mayaro. And in fact, when one looks at the population, the labor force in Nariva, Mayaro, one sees that it's about 20,000. That's Nariva and Mayaro together. And when one looks at what the CSO is publishing for the county of Nariva, Mayaro, which is twice the size of the constituency of Mayaro, they say that in 2022, which is the last year of measurement, that the number of unemployed persons in that area, double the size of Mayaro, was 2,600 persons. So where on earth did the member for Mayaro get these bogus maths? He make it up, obviously. He didn't cite any document. He didn't cite any year. He didn't cite any official source. But that is what they do. And with respect to the last speaker, all I will say about that is that when I look at the last report for the salary relief grant, I am happy that this PNM government was able to help 61,000 people during COVID and give them salary relief grants at a total in excess of $200 million. That's the information I have. 61,000 people got salary relief grants, and that is in addition to income support grants and other forms of relief given under COVID. Coming to the actual commentary made by members opposite, it has proven very difficult for my staff to go through the commentary to come up with points that need rebuttal, because they'd have to send me about 10 pages. So the instructions they have is go through and find points that have merit, and refute them. And sometimes one line, quarter page, and really it doesn't even make sense even bothering. Because the fact of the matter is that most of what was said opposite is inaccurate. Most of what was said opposite is not true. Most of what was said opposite contradicts the true facts. There's no point in wasting time rebutting all of these preposterous, ridiculous allegations. It's 11 o'clock. I don't have time to waste the next 30 minutes to recite every single falsehood uttered by the members opposite, because there's several hundred. So what I would say instead is that in 2011, the former UNC government recognized that it was necessary because they were running deficit budgets in the billions every single year. And for those who don't understand, because I wonder sometimes whether they really understand or they don't understand. I don't know. I don't know. I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt. They understand that when you have a deficit budget, all that means is that your income does not match your expenditure. Your expenditure is more than your income, and therefore you have a deficit. The deficit is the difference between expenditure and income at the national level. And a deficit is always financed by borrowing. It's not financed by anything else. It's financed by borrowing. So the UNC ran deficits throughout their 5 years, billions of dollars every year. And they financed these deficits by borrowing. And because of that, they raised the headroom on the Development Loans Act and the other two acts that deal with borrowing, the external loans and the guarantee of loans companies, by billions and billions and billions of dollars, more than us. And they use those borrowed funds to finance their budget deficit. So when I get a question, what you're using that money for, it tells me none of them paid attention during the budget debate. None of them remembered all the questions. I was trying to put an adjective before questions, but you might rule me out of order, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Irrelevant questions asked in the Standing Finance Committee when for 5 days members opposite went through every item of recurrent expenditure in every ministry and every item of expenditure in the development program and in the infrastructure development fund, and asked questions about everything for 5 days, hours every day, 10 hours, 8 hours a day. And inside of there, and in the budget documents, is the 2024 Public Sector Investment Program, and all the expenditure on goods and services, and all the expenditure on the development program, and so on. It's all there. And if I came to this Parliament in October 2023, and I said that the fiscal deficit for 2024 is going to be $5.2 billion, it meant I had to borrow a net amount of $5.2 billion. And if the available headroom in the Development Loans Act is almost the same as the amount we still have to borrow to finance the deficit, then obviously something has to be done about that. And clearly, one would not want to find yourself in a situation where an unforeseen event occurs, another pandemic, a crash in oil prices, earthquake, hurricane, anything could happen. And one would not want to find yourself in a situation where you cannot finance the budget for the service of the population of Trinidad and Tobago. Only a foolish person would put themselves in a situation where you don't have access to financing. And the member for Tobago West made the point that when they raised the limits for the Development Loans Act, the Guarantee of Companies Act, External Loans Act, by many billions, if you add it up, I think about 40 or 50 billion in total, they said, very bikini explanation, is for a float and a cushion. A float and a cushion. What does one to make of that? I would never resort to using such banal words, is that the correct? Yes, banal words. This is not for that. It's not for a float, it's not for a cushion, a pin cushion, or anything like that. This is to provide us with access to funding, if we need it, in the event of an unforeseen event. And every government in the world does that. And the other thing that the members, true, the other thing the other honorable members opposite don't want to accept is that there was something that happened between 2020 and 2021, and it was called COVID-19 pandemic. What, the way they behave as if that never happened. They were here when we were debating the amendment to the HSF Act to allow us to access the HSF funding because our borrowing was insufficient. They were here when we debated every single thing we were doing for COVID. Everything. They knew what we were spending the money on, like every other country in the world. And we have made the point that we decided it is more cost-effective, it is more sensible, it makes business common sense, and also from the point of view of taxpayers and people of this country, it makes sense to first tap into available credit in the domestic sector in Trinidad and Tobago dollars. Anybody who challenges that is either being mischievous or foolish. So that they know that the best interest rates the government can
Minister
get.
of Finance, again, I think how you phrased it this time, I'll need you to see over, please.
Thank you, sir. Anybody outside of this chamber who challenges that is foolish. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, they all know, honorable members opposite, that the best source of funding is our domestic commercial sector. Many reasons. Better interest rates, better terms, easier access, and then the money circulates within the Trinidad and Tobago economy and doesn't leave the country. They know that. So that we made a conscious decision not to use the headroom in the External Loans Act, where we still have $10 or $15 billion, or the Guarantee of Companies Act, where we still have $10 or $15 billion. We decided not to do that because when you borrow externally, I've said it and I'll say it again, first you have to pay higher interest rates. Second, it's much more difficult to access because you have to do a presentation, a roadshow, and all that sort of thing. In Trinidad and Tobago, the government knows, the bankers know us. They know the economy of Trinidad and Tobago. They have confidence in the PNM government. So that it's not difficult. You send out a request for proposals, and within a couple of weeks, you get a response. When you're going to raise money on the international capital markets, you have to prepare a detailed presentation on Trinidad and Tobago, and then you have to go and present Trinidad and Tobago for a number of weeks. The process can take 3 to 4 months. So that they know that there are many different reasons why that is not your first preference. It is your second or third preference. And then, of course, if you borrow in foreign dollars, you face exchange control risk. So the lowest risk is the domestic market. The best terms are the domestic market. Similarly, if we use the Guarantee of Loans Act, you pay a higher interest rate. Let's say the yield curve for 7-year paper is 5% for direct government borrowing. It's going to be 6 or 7% if you borrow for a statutory authority or a state enterprise, because the banks assume there's greater risk in lending to a state enterprise, even though the government is guaranteeing it. Because the first recourse is to the state enterprise, and if they default, then you come to the government. So the banks add another 1 or 2% on the interest rate.
Honourable Member, you have 2 minutes of your initial speaking time. You have an additional 15. You care to avail?
Definitely.
Proceed.
Thank you. So like every other country in the world, we borrowed money during the pandemic to keep our people alive. And I don't just mean alive in the physical health sense. I mean in terms of livelihoods, not just lives. We have already reported that we spent over $5 billion on COVID-related expenditure. That's been reported ad nauseum. Written answers, oral answers, we give that already. And as I said, there are people outside who have counted how much money we got and how we spent it. So that there is nothing unusual about what we are doing. Nothing. And the member for San Fernando East made the point that as your economy grows and your GDP expands, you can borrow more because your debt to GDP ratio will reduce automatically. Once your GDP goes up and your debt remains constant, your debt to GDP ratio goes down. And your debt to GDP ratio is a measure of your ability to repay debt. And we have a stellar reputation. When you look at the rating, and I want to make this point, but there's too much mythology in this parliament. Too much mythology. Let me read some statistics for you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Some statistics. In the view of the international credit rating agencies, Trinidad and Tobago outperforms most other countries in the LATAM and Caribbean regions. We are the most credit-worthy country in the Caribbean. And let me read for you now how S&P rates a number of countries in the Caribbean and Latin America. The first 5 top countries are Chile, Peru, Mexico, Uruguay, and Panama. These are all investment-grade countries as far as Standard & Poor's is concerned. And the 6th country in the list, also an investment grade, Trinidad and Tobago. And let me read for those opposite, because I suspect some of them don't do proper research. The countries that are weaker than Trinidad and Tobago in terms of credit worthiness are as follows: Colombia, Paraguay, Guatemala, Dominican Republic, Costa Rica, Bahamas, Honduras, Jamaica, Barbados, Nicaragua, St. Vincent, Bolivia, Ecuador, Belize, El Salvador, Suriname, Argentina, Venezuela, and Grenada. Every one of those countries has a weaker credit profile than Trinidad and Tobago. And I call the first 6 because the first 6 are investment grade. The rest of them are not investment grade. And members opposite like to say we must follow other countries in the Caribbean. I don't like to talk ill of our neighbors. I don't like to do that. I'm a CARICOM man. I'm a Caribbean man. But facts are facts. Facts are facts. Our rating is BBB. Barbados have 1B. And as you go, the more Bs you get, and as you go up to A, the higher your rating is. So we are BBB. Barbados is B. Jamaica is BB. St. Vincent doesn't have a rating. Suriname is CCC. And some countries are D. You know what D means? Default. So these are the facts. This is the latest rating table I pulled up yesterday internationally. Those are the statistics with respect to our credit rating. We are the best in the Caribbean and among the best in the whole Latin American region. It's interesting that members opposite, when they are confronted with things that they can't deal with, that they say, it can't be true. I read an article recently from a former UNC MP speaking about the latest statement we got from the IMF on our Article 4 consultation we just finished, which said categorically, that Trinidad and Tobago is now in a gradual and sustained economic recovery. Categorically. There are no ifs, buts about it. They didn't say they think we might, maybe, or coulda, woulda, shoulda. I think somebody said that. We are in a gradual and sustained economic recovery. And then they went on to speak about many other things. They say the outlook for energy is bright. This is what IMF saying, you know. That too. But the IMF say that the outlook for energy in Trinidad and Tobago is bright. I see a former UNC minister. He talking about it. He write an article. He's write article all the time. The first 3 lines, he say, that was a good report. That was positive. And he spent the whole rest of the article trying to say bad things. But he already started off by saying it's a good report. And then comes to the end and repeats himself. That was a good report, but I'm worried. Now, how does one deal with that? The IMF say we're doing well. He say we're doing well. He said, they say so, it looks so, but I'm worried. How does one deal with people like that? Then you have other people, all they could see is what is negative. They miss out everything. Recovery, solid financing, secure assets, stable banking sector. They miss out all them things. Diversification, on the path to economic growth, solid energy sector, leave out all that and come down to the end and see the typical IMF comment recommending that we devalue the dollar. Now, this government has been very, very clear for the last 8 years that we are not doing that. And members opposite, for those who don't know, when you join the International Monetary Fund, you agree to the Articles of Agreement of the fund. The consultation is Article 4. So by Article 4, you agree that an IMF mission will come to your country and consult. It consults with the government, it consults with the private sector, it consults with the opposition, it consults with all kinds of people. And then they go back and they write a report. So the Article 4 is a consultation with the country. And there's something called Article 8. And this goes all the way back to the 50s. And in those days, all the countries of the world agreed at that time that they would have a flexible exchange rate policy. In other words, they wouldn't peg their currency to any figure. Now, there are 180 plus countries in the world. Half of them peg their currency to a particular rate. Half of them, about 90 or more. So it means that 90 countries are in breach of Article 8 of the IMF Articles of Agreement because it's outdated. But the mission has no choice to come and say, look, Article 8 say you're supposed to have a flexible exchange rate, go and devalue your currency. Well, half the world say we ain't doing that, even though they are members of the IMF. So every time the IMF team comes, they have to say, well, we want you to devalue the dollar. And of course we say no. And we say no because of the pain that will inflict on the poor people of this country. That's why we haven't devalued the dollar. No matter what, we're not doing it. Because if you do that, you have a spike in inflation. And our member for Mayaro spoke about the food import bill. He said 7 billion. I don't know where he gets his numbers from. He pulls them out of a hat, that honorable member. So if he says 7, it's probably 5. But whatever it is, we know that the food import bill is several $billion billions. As you devalue that currency, immediately the cost of imported food could spike by 30, 40, 50%. And you know who will suffer? Poor people. So this government is not going to do that. But these economists, they go through the report, positive growth, diversification, stable economy, good banking sector, good energy prospect. They ignore all of that. And they go down to the end, oh, the IMF say you must devalue the dollar. It's time to stop that nonsense. And I'm not just talking to honorable members here. I'm talking to those who can't see. Reminds me, there's a calypso. I'm not coming to work today. And the boss say, why? Because I can't see. Something wrong with your eyes? No. I can't see myself coming to work today. It's quite famous. If you go on the internet, you'll see they have memes about it all over the world. They can't see the positives in the IMF report because they don't want to see. It's time to stop that nonsense. Stop that nonsense. And for members opposite, if you want to know what we're going to do with this, increasing the limit, it is for our development program. And you have a book. It probably have the same amount of pages as that book. You all keep talking about the 400-page book that the population was not interested in 2015. They had no interest in it. Because if they were interested in it, you'd have won the election. So the public sector investment program and all the budget documents have at least 400 pages. Go and read those 400 pages, and you will see what this money is for. I beg to move.
Honourable members, the question is, be it resolved that for the purposes stated in the said section, the government is hereby authorized to borrow money externally or internally in a further sum or in further sums not exceeding in the aggregate $10,000 million in the currency of Trinidad and Tobago. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Leader of the House.
Thank you very kindly, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that this House do now adjourn to Monday, the 18th day of March 2024 at 1:30 p.m. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we will be doing the Property Tax Amendment Bill 2024 and the notification of Her Excellency the President in respect of the nomination of Ms. Suzette Martin.
Honourable members, the question is that this House do now adjourn to Monday, March 18th, 2024 at 1:30 p.m. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? I think the ayes have it. This House now stands adjourned to Monday, March 18th, 2024 at 1:30 p.m.